We are live. What's going on? One person out there? The link is in the chat. Lak! Lak! Rolando! Gary! Darth Wizzy Wiz!
What's up, man?
Darth Wizzy Wiz is in bed. Hey. Rolando! Darth Wizzy Wiz! Drop your cups and grab your socks, motherfucker. What's going on, Gary?
What's going on, man? I'm just in for a few minutes. I gotta make lunch and get to bed kind of early, but just want to pop in and say hey.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here.
I watched your replay on Brett's stream, and before you came in, he was asking me what the phrase was that I wrote for this morning, and it was grab a cup and see what's up.
Oh yeah. I had a kid, not like an emergency, but I got to go back and rewatch the end of y'all's thing because I have.
Everything was okay though. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it wasn't like a medical thing, but it was.
Oh, okay. We were wondering, yeah.
Like we had to take baths and shit got real.
Real quick.
Yeah, real quick.
That's funny.
Yeah, exactly. But no, everything was cool.
Good. All right, good.
Yeah, no problems. But y'all had fun?
Yeah, it was a good hour. Showed off the Deadpool.
Yeah, that's
a cool toy, and just had Dave on for a little bit, and
cool.
Talked about some different stuff. Yeah, it's a good deal. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I'll talk for a few weeks. So.
Yeah, I know we missed y'all. When I have the Cubs, which I don't see every weekend, but it's hit or miss.
Yeah.
And then you know how life is. Even if I don't have the Cubs, it's hit or miss sometimes on Sunday morning.
I get you, man.
Sometimes me and the missus stay up too late on Saturday night, and then at 10 o'clock, I'm like still asleep sometimes.
Well, I'm sure the time change had people all jacked up this morning too.
Yeah. Luckily, I've learned to trust the phone.
Yeah.
Because there was one point in the day where I picked up my watch, and I was like, "Damn shit, you got like an hour. We better get going."
Right.
And then I checked the phone, and I had to say, hey, babe, I'm sorry.
We got an extra hour, shut-eye. We didn't even know it.
Everything's fine. Take time.
Say no more.
You don't want to rush them if you don't have to. That's for sure. That's a fight that doesn't need to happen.
No.
Goddamn it, aren't you on time for anything?
Well, opinions vary.
Oops.
Yeah.
My bad. Oh, hey, I got the exclusive.
Oh, let's have a red solo cup party.
Yeah. Mine's I don't know where these came from, but they're like minis. I don't know what you do with these.
I did that one year for Halloween. I had the vest, the holster, the 44 with the Carillion blood stripe, and I had a red solo cup around my neck, and I was Han Solo cup.
Han Solo cup, yeah, exactly.
Like 6 people got the joke.
Oh yeah, no, I every once in a while your short still pops up in my feed. I've seen it 1,000 times probably. Where it's I went out and I got the exclusive red Han Solo.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I thought that was pretty funny.
It's funny. I have my moments.
Oh no, it's all good. Well, yeah, I'm glad you popped in. Yeah, that Deadpool is definitely.
Yeah, I can't wait till the Wolverine shows up with the Hugh Jackman. It's probably not till next year, but that was a weird one because that's the first time Hot Toys has ever put out a figure when the movie released. I mean, had it in people's hands like right away. It was crazy. Oh,
yeah, they were ready for that, weren't they?
Look at that guy who in the chat.
Look at that guy. Man, yeah, I used to grow my hair like Ed has now, and like.
Well,
I feel like maybe I should go back to that
I
because
got nothing to say. Look at this falling out quicker than I can.
well, I have never shaved my head, but every few years I threaten to, and I have no idea why.
This is what happens when you sit too close to the microwave as a kid.
Is that what happens?
That's what I'm saying. Anyway, that's what I'm going with.
I've never had a microwave, so I don't. Maybe that's why my.
That's right. You were by the fire.
Mhm. Even now, like one time, I had some girlfriend that had a microwave, and I was just like, "No, we're not doing that." There's nothing good that comes out of it. Anyway, all of a sudden, then you're buying like frozen dinners,
Yeah.
and then it's like a downhill slope.
It's a gateway device for sure for bad habits.
Yeah, for bad habits. Yeah, you get like Jimmy Dean breakfast sausages and all kinds of.
I used to say that my kids had what I called the microwave mentality because they want everything in like 3 minutes or less, whatever it is.
Impatient.
Yeah.
No, good stuff takes time. Good stuff. I had a friend once. I haven't talked to him in years, but we were all drinking at the bar, and like in Alaska, like it's our favorite form of comedy is God. What do they call that? Absurdism, which nobody does anymore.
Okay.
But he's drinking his beer and he looks at us and he says, if you put a cat in the microwave for just 3 seconds, it doesn't kill him, but it really fucks him up.
Really?
I was like, yeah, right on, Dougie.
All right. I'm going to have to take his word for that.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it was like classic gold, Alaskan bar talk. But that's what people will just turn and say, they're like, have you ever shit on your wife's chest?
Yeah.
Well, what?
Is it Tuesday already?
Oh my God. Yeah, that's pure absurd. I think that's what they used to call it, absurdism. But it's just when people used to just say, you just say absurd
like
shit.
It's an everyday thing. Yeah.
Yeah, you just say it for the shock value.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you see that much anymore. You don't see that much anymore.
What's Ed doing? I'm trying to read the comments. He's just throwing up.
He's just throwing up some emojis. Yeah, we're just lacking off. I was on Brett's earlier.
Yeah, I saw you. Yep.
And then Brett had a thing going on with Jedi Niner, I think is her name.
Well, you came in later after the Tony Stark thing, right? The whole Robert Downey.
Yeah, I missed that.
Did you have a theory about that, or is that something you want
to? I'm not. I know that Tony Stark or Iron Man and Doom have like a past, but I don't think that that's the reason.
No, I think
that they.
I
think they have him on contract and they don't have nothing else for him to do.
Well, that's it. And I think character-wise, if you remember, when he came out during Comic-Con, they had all those Dooms on stage, and Downey came out. Right. And what did he say? You remember what he said?
No, I don't.
He said, different mask, same task. That's all he said, and the crowd went fucking apeshit. Right. What he meant by that was, remember in Avengers Age of Ultron, when he was talking to Bruce, and he said, I want a suit of armor around the world to be like as a defense for what happened in Avengers with the alien invasion, right? Doom could be the same thing. Different mask, same task. Suit of armor, only his is offensive, like control.
Right.
And that's where I think the motivation's coming from. And he could
I could see that.
Yeah, and I think that's how they're gonna work him into it. Even though I'd prefer him to be the arch enemy of Reed Richards and that whole thing where an experiment went awry. Reed tried to warn him. He didn't listen. He scarred himself. He was a handsome dude. Now that was kind of the catalyst for the mask.
Right.
And then he took on technology and magic because his mom had some kind of witchy kind of things going on. He kind of combined the two and becomes Doom. So I'm not sure how they're going to circumvent that part of the origin. But
they definitely don't stick with what we think is the story in any kind of capacity, which I think is strange. But
so that's my take on it anyway. That's my 2 cents.
But I remember, and I'm sure you do too, but I remember when we didn't like that guy. What's his name?
Downey?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he was
him and Hugh Grant got in a bunch of trouble around the same time.
Yeah, he was. I mean, Robert Downey was in and out of rehab, got arrested for drugs, and he was doing rails off of chicks, in club. He was working the 80s,
man. And then I don't know. I mean, he obviously went and did some Illuminati stuff.
Yeah, and
like
Favreau,
that, he can come back.
Favreau had to really sell him to the studio and even persuade them to even let him come in, and he had to test, Reed for the part. And once they saw him, he just, he nailed it. And I'm so glad they did because he's synonymous with that, with Tony Stark now.
He definitely is now. Yeah, and I don't know. I think I don't know why, because I certainly don't care about, I totally approve of doing coke off of chicks and stuff. Like I got that, but
I loved it. I had a Super Bowl party that lasted 3 days one time. I'm not saying why, but I'm just saying
why.
Just saying.
3 days, that's it?
Yeah, well, literally had some people that came to the party, left, came back to our apartment on Wednesday, and we were still going.
Some people have told me I have an addictive personality, but I told them, I said, if I had addictive personality, that means I wouldn't stop.
Right.
Doing it to death for a week and then not doing it again for a year.
Mm-hmm.
That's the opposite of an addictive personality.
You could stop anytime you want to, but your folks didn't raise no quitter.
That's goddamn right, son. No, but I just thought, I think I have been told that about whatever I do. I'm like, my son is like,
well, don't you have like friends? Like I have friends that said, "Oh, I've quit smoking 3 times." I go, "Well, no, you haven't. Then if you quit smoking, you quit smoking. You quit for a while, you stopped, you started up again, and so you've never quit." I can't stand that
brother, my one brother Henry, he's old. Gosh, I don't even know how. He was probably born in like 56.
Well, hey, hang on, you're in my area.
Well, he's quite a bit older. He's quite a bit older than me. But anytime somebody would say, "Oh yeah, I'm quitting," whatever, he says, "No, you never quit. You temporarily stop."
That's it. He's 100% correct.
Yeah, temporarily stop, whether it's booze or cigarettes or
whatever it is, whatever your vice is. Yeah,
I temporarily stop. You might temporarily stop for 7 years, but it's all temporarily stop. I remember I had another brother, Henry, who passed away, and he smoked like Jim. Oh well, I mean, God, ain't none of us gonna make it out of this world alive, baby.
No, we're all going feet first. Yeah.
And but he was kind of sick and everything. And then the last time I saw him, I talked to him for I don't know, like a couple hours, and he wasn't smoking.
Okay.
And I said.
And every time you saw him before, he always had a
cigarette. Oh, it's like was his lifeline.
Yeah.
And I said, "You need a cigarette?" We used to call him Puff. I said, "You need a cigarette, Puff?" He said, "No, I don't feel too good. I haven't been smoking." And I knew right then. It was the next day. It was like the next day he passed away.
Oh man!
Knew, like, oh man, there's something wrong with Puff if he's
wow.
Something is
somehow
wrong.
He knew. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Back in high school, Puff the Magic Dragon made a whole totally different thing.
Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah, they used to call him Puff. Yeah, temporarily stop.
Wow.
Unless you kick the bucket like he did, and then you never know.
So you still got the one brother, Henry. Any sisters?
I got 3 older sisters.
Oh wow. Okay.
From my mom's, they're I guess they're half sisters. I guess.
Is that how it works? Yeah. Okay.
But they're my mom's 3 kids.
I gotcha. I'm the oldest of 5, so I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters, and we're all 2 years apart. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I don't see my my 2 brothers. They're like my adopted brothers, so they're not. Mm-hmm. But I hung out with them, God, forever. Especially Puff, man. I mean, Puff, he took care of me after my my granddad was actually his stepdad.
Okay.
So I guess, but we always grew up calling each other brother, and then when my granddad died, it was kind of like in limbo. People didn't want nothing to do with me. And man, Puff just took care of me and took me under his wing and everything.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we had we had some good times. But yeah, he was hard. He was a hardcore native. He was born in a canoe. His mom, my grandmother, she was pregnant and from his dad. And I guess his dad wasn't a really cool guy, but they lived way woods, and she knew she was going to have this baby, and she thought she was going to get to town, which is the village, but she thought she was going to get there before she had the baby, so she ran away from his dad, got in a canoe, and ended up having the baby by herself in a canoe.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Wow.
But, yeah, Puff was cool man. He and like expert river guy, man.
That's cool shit. Bro, I have to get going, man. I'm sorry, but I wanted to.
No, it's good to see you.
Pop in, but I know we're going to talk later in the week, and you and I can do an hour just about nothing.
Oh, I know.
Which is,
Well, we think it's nothing, but you know
well,
what?
it is something. But you know what I'm saying? Just off the
Yeah,
cuff,
yeah.
like there's no script here, people.
No
You know?
script here. We are full tilt
So,
boogie.
so let me bail out. But yeah, give me a call this week, one night. When you're free and you got time to BS,
Yeah,
and we'll chew the fat again, my friend.
sounds good to me. Take care of yourself, Gary.
All right, guys. I'll see y'all later. Take care.
All right.
See you.
Thank you. Whoa, look at Lak on the screen again. Big screen. I put the link in the chat if anybody. I don't know if anybody remembers that song, but that is the #1 Alaska hockey song. And I've been going to the hockey games here, and the DJ here is awful, and like, I just don't understand. Like, that's like, I don't even think that's like the #1 hockey song. That might be like a top sports song. Nobody plays it anymore. I don't understand why. It's great. Great times. I see we're down to 1 in the chat, so we're obviously not being that entertaining, but that's fine. I'll sit here and talk to myself. The link is somewhere in the chat. If let me post it again just to for the halibut. You know what I'm saying? That's what we say in Alaska. Just for the halibut. Let me see. Paste. Done. Chat. I think Brett might be. Brett may stop by. We're not sure. Yeah, I played hockey. Shit, yeah. I played a shit ton of hockey when I was younger. Up until I did a comp team for a little while. And I don't know why I ever quit. I should have never quit. It was one of those things, because I probably could have went much further than I did, but obviously I couldn't have, because I didn't have the, I was never, I don't know. I was telling my wife the other day, like, when you're a kid and everybody asks you, hey, what do you want to be when you grow up? What do you want to be when you grow up? And all I ever said was, I want to live in the woods, and then that's all I ever want to do is live in the woods, live in the woods. And then, like, my parents were always like, oh, you can't do that. But now I realize, like, man, if I'd have had a camera, and I ended up living in the woods for a long time, but man, if I'd have had a camera and done what some of these people on YouTube do today, like, you definitely could do that and, like, make a living. And I'm not going to say be famous, but you could at least be, you could probably make your way in the world doing that. But yeah, I played a lot of hockey. I started off as a goalie when I was young. But when you're like 5 and 6, they just put the biggest guy in the goal. And but then at practice one day, the coach found out that I was the fastest fucking skater on the team. And, like, I've never been the fastest runner, except maybe in football on sprints. But, like, nobody could fucking outskate me. Yeah, notorious. Exactly. Notorious. Yes, quite. I've got that check marked. But yeah, once the coach found out that I was super fast on skating, I mostly played defense. That was one of my favorite things too. I like playing defense. Even when I played football, I was a nose guard, and I like playing defense because you really get to, like, whether you're making touchdowns or whatever, you're like, yeah, that's all cool, and scoring goals is cool, but, like, knocking somebody the fuck out when they think that they're about to score, like, that's much more fun. I find that much more fun, don't you? So, but yeah, I did like hockey. I liked hockey quite a bit. And I've been going to, when I was a kid, I cannot remember his last name. It was something Polish, because there's a lot of Polish hockey players in Alaska. But I had this coach. His name was Coach Roger, and he played for the Fairbanks, Alaska Gold Kings, which at some point, like in '95, moved to Colorado. And I don't understand why, because I think they started in Fairbanks, Alaska. That's like a team from, like, fucking 1970. And they played there. They were like the thing, And, like, everybody on the Gold Kings team were, like, over 50. They played with no fucking helmets. They all had fucked up faces and missing teeth. And like, dude, those fuckers played hockey, man. And like, shit, man. They fighting, and then like they'd have their fights and all that kind of stuff. But when it got serious, they had in the Big Dipper Ice Arena, you know, they had the two, which is like most places, I guess, but they, you know, they have the benches on the same side. But at the Big Dipper, you could go behind. When you went into the locker rooms, there was a hallway that connected them. And like, man, shit would get serious, and the benches would empty, but they'd all go in the back, and they'd have like these big team, and the whole building would be shaking, and you could hear people screaming, and it's like, it was awesome. God, it was so cool. But yeah, the Gold Kings, man, they were the coolest fucking hockey team of all time, you know. And like I said, even up until like 1995, like, and all the dudes that played on the team, like they all had jobs, and you know, like my coach Roger, he had his own like sports shop where all the kids, everybody buy their hockey skates and all that kind of shit, and he was a hockey coach. And but yeah, those guys were badass, dude. They're fucking, and like I haven't seen anybody. I'm sure they make them wear helmets now. They might have made them wear helmets in the 90s, but those guys were just like, man, they didn't wear helmets. You know, the goalie obviously wore all his shit. And then like the teams that would come play us, you know, like they all had helmets, and they even had like face shields and stuff, and like, but not the Gold Kings, man. I don't remember anybody. There might have been one guy who had a helmet, but he still had no face shield, you know. But those guys were, man, I miss it. And then I go to this hockey team here. They're called the Bjorn. Good to see you. We're just lacking off. They're called the Ice Pilots, I think, or the Ice Flyers. I think maybe they're called the Ice Flyers. And they're not super good, you know. They're not that good. And I do feel I've played a lot of fucking hockey, and I feel qualified. I've played a lot of hockey. I've seen a lot of hockey. I've seen a lot of motherfuckers that play great hockey, and I feel qualified to say that. But these guys are not that good. Oh, you had a tornado scare? Just a scare, though, huh? Everybody's cool? Everybody's cool? I hope so. I'll give you a little. There's some, like a hockey laser show. That's cool. Well, I hope everybody's doing good where you're at, Bjorn. And your neighbors and everybody. But yeah, these ice pilots or ice flyers, whatever they're called, they skate real pretty. They skate real pretty. You know, their crossovers are real nice and all this kind of shit. But like they huddle around the puck too much. Everybody's fine. Good to hear it. Good to hear. I'm very glad. There's some trucker guy that I follow, and earlier he had like a live stream from his, like the vertical live stream, and he was near a tornado, but I don't know. I just kind of saw that he was streaming. So I imagine he must be at least in your same area right now in his truck. I really don't know. But yeah, these ice flyer guys, they all follow the puck, you know, and like they played some team from Alabama last week, and I don't see every game. Like I don't have season tickets and shit, but like if there's nothing going on the weekend, and then like my old lady would be like, oh, they're playing, it's a home game, I'd be like, let's go. And but yeah, this other team just outdid him, man. And like my wife's never even really seen hockey. She's an Alabama girl, so she doesn't know anything about hockey. But like I explained to her right away, I was like, the puck's over here, and everybody in white jerseys are all clouded around the puck. And the other team, they're like wearing red, and they're all, you know, spread out strategically. Like my wife, I think she's played basketball, and so but there's a similarity in basketball and hockey that you have your area, you know, and you should be there. And, you know, you don't necessarily pass to a person. Well, I guess like in basketball, you are passing to a person, but like the similarity between hockey and football would be that you don't necessarily pass to a person, you pass to an area because you know your guy's there or he's supposed to be there. and I think it was like 5-2 or something, which is a 5-2 is a fucking Darth Wizzy Wiz. You've probably seen enough. 5-2 is a fucking blowout, you know. And then the fucking there was like 2 minutes or 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, and I think it was 4-2, and the fucking Ice Flyers pulled their goalie, and I was like, what? You don't pull, because you can pull your goalie and put an extra man in his place. And like, you don't do that with 2 minutes left. And of course, the other team just got the fucking puck and went down there and fucking scored. But like, you don't pull your goddamn goalie with 2 minutes left. You pull your goalie with like it at max a minute, and more like 45 seconds. You don't pull your fucking goalie with 2 minutes left in the goddamn last period. That's stupid, And I was just beside myself with these fucking, I don't know. But they do skate real pretty. I told my lady, I said, man, they need to practice. They need to practice some other shit because their coach obviously just has them like going through cones and like doing crossovers, and that ain't gonna win you no fucking hockey game. You know what I mean? And it seems like the ice pilots have some sort of like they have a issue with fighting, and the other teams kind of know it, right? Like they must have some sort of clause in their shit where they get fined or whatever, because other teams show up and they're ready to throw down, and then if they didn't know at first, they find out pretty quick that the other team, like they must get in trouble. I remember the first game of theirs I saw. That's like the first thing I realized. I was like, these guys must get fined, or they have some sort of. They get punished if they fight, because they really won't go there. And the other teams, like, they don't give a shit, man. And they will throw down. And these other guys are literally like trying to get away and not fight, and then they get their fucking clock cleaned. It's strange, but they obviously have some sort of clause in their contract where they get fined or whatever for fighting. And like pros might do that now. I really don't know. I haven't seen a pro game in a while. But I do like that like AA shit. You know what I mean? I like the fucking what do they call? Like the Edmonton Eskimos. Hey, Mary. I do know about hockey. Yeah, Mary's a fellow Canadian there. Darth Wizzy Wiz. Darth Wizzy Wiz, meet Mary. Mary, meet Darth Wizzy Wiz. Fellow Canadians. I'm not sure what part of Canada, but your countrymen, comrades, whatever. Trudeau that, they said. But yeah, man, this hockey team, but it's fun. I like to go to a hockey game. I like to smell the fucking ice, and then, but yeah, man, growing up in Alaska watching hockey, like it's a lot more intense, man. It's like Indians fuck intense. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, here it's just not as it's not the same beast, and like they don't play the right music. And like at the end of every game, if your home team wins anywhere in Alaska, college, what do they call that? AA, semi-pro, or whatever you want to call it. And even at like Pee Wee League, if they're playing not out, so we used to play outside a lot, which was man, you got like 10-year-old kids playing outside, and it's like 40, 50 below. It was awesome. And like the whole rink would be full of steam because the steam is just rolling off of you. And like your parents watching are freezing to death because they're just standing still in 50 below. And you're out there just sweating your fucking ass off trying to play. I liked outside games, but a lot of people didn't. But I fucking loved it. Yeah, I'm not sure what football's like in Texas, but definitely anywhere in the South of America. Like I got some family in Louisiana, and like football. If football in Texas is like anything like that, then yeah, totally. Yeah, it's definitely a regional thing. the big sports in Alaska is boxing, hockey, and wrestling. And of course, the boxing and the um, wrestling is big, and basketball. Basketball is a huge sport in Alaska for people, and it's mainly probably just because they're indoor sports. But then you have the hockey crowd because it's Alaska, and there are people who don't. There's a lot of us who don't give a shit about it being 40, 50, 55 below, 57 below, and like outside games didn't get fucking canceled. Like it didn't matter if it was 55 below zero. Like we're playing hockey, motherfuckers. But like when you're a kid, when you're like in elementary school at recess, I think it was 35. It was 30 or 35 below. But if it was like 30, 35 below, they'd be like, "Well, you can't go outside for recess." I'm like, what the fuck? And then you'd have a hockey game that weekend. It'd be 50 below, and you're like, what the fuck? And then of course there would always be like a moose on the playground. Only like once or twice was there ever bears on the playground. And then like, you'd be outside playing at recess and a moose would just wander in the thing. And we called them duty teachers. I don't know what they're called now, but like in elementary school, you had the teacher out there with their little vest on and they had a whistle. And they'd fucking blow their whistle and everybody had to run inside because there's a moose. In hockey, they play hard, cold here, but they still out there playing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't have much of a choice. And like, it's hockey, Yeah, and football is not a thing like down here in the south of America. People are playing playing football at what do they call, like peewee and stuff. Like kids, you might start soccer. I guess soccer is kind of a thing in Alaska, but it's just for little kids, Like I guess little kids everywhere when they're like 4, they all go play soccer, because I guess it's one of the earliest things that you play. And then you go to like t-ball. And then after that, I guess you're old enough to kind of pick your own shit, I want to get my son in to check out this cool shirt. Purity of Essence. The Fluids, Mandrake, The Fluids. Great film. If Gilster was here, I know he would second that. That's an interesting... Don't get me started. Well, it's my live. I can get started if I want to. But, this is a Stanley Kubrick film, right? And I think we can all understand that Kubrick was kind of a... this film was also funded mostly by the U.S. government, right? And it was really an anti-conspiracy theorist film, right? Because one of the main characters, right, General Ripper, he was worried about communist subversion and fluoride in the water. And, they made him look like, oh, this guy's crazy, And, but turns out that motherfucker was probably the only one in the whole film that was right. Go back and watch Dr. Strangelove if you get a chance to, because it was paid for mostly. It was produced by mostly the U.S. government. What is that? Hey, Rolando. Mary says hi. I don't know if anybody else is on right now. I know Kat was on earlier. But I think they're doing something. I think they're watching a movie or something. So I don't know what's going on. What's up? You never get a notification? Well, you better check it. You better check that shit. What's up, Dylan? Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. There was another, what's up? The Green Berets with John Wayne. Only movie about Vietnam made during the Vietnam War. Also, much like Dr. Strangelove, funded by the U.S. government. And if you go back and watch that movie with that in mind, you can definitely see that there's some like little propaganda thrown in there, and whether you're for or against it, that's one thing, but it's definitely without a doubt that's what that was, right? That was a U.S. government pro-Vietnam propaganda film. And, and of course, John Wayne's going to do it because, John Wayne obviously supported America no matter what, which, there's parts of me that think, well, there's a difference between a patriot or a constitutionalist and then somebody who just like is going to back the government no matter what, right? What did I miss? Start over. We were talking about some hockey. Lak! We did a little bit of that. If you're listening on earbuds, sorry. Yeah, the Green Berets was a decent film. It's definitely not on my it's not on my top. Even if we did a list of John Wayne films that weren't westerns, like I don't think, and it's really generally because of the propaganda in it, and it almost doesn't have to do with like whether I agree or disagree with it. I'm just generally kind of against propaganda shit. You know what I mean? Like when people, you know what I mean? Like people are trying to convince me of something, and they think that they're pulling one over on me. Then that pisses me off, regardless of whether I agree with it or don't agree with it. My dad fought in Vietnam. I think he did 2 or 3 tours. And like the last one, he like asked to go back because there was this, I guess there was a lot of guys who thought, well, if I'm not there, like who's going to watch out for my brothers, And I remember when I was young, my dad kind of telling me that, because it was obviously awful and terrible. And that was the question. Like, well, why did you, because he like walked in there and said, I'm going back. So you might as well sign the paper. And I thought, why would you go back after all the stories you just told me about how awful it was? And that's what he said, he said, there's a certain point where who's going to watch your buddy's back if you're not there, which I totally, when I was maybe 5, I had to ask that question, but now I totally get it. I totally get that. It makes perfect sense. But yeah, man, what the fuck? Vietnam, holy shit. Holy shit, son. Holy shit. My dad had a buddy who was some sort of like hardcore, like super hardcore dude. And like even after the war, when we were supposed to have left, he was like, this guy was like assassinating, high-ranking people in the North Vietnamese army and some in the South Vietnamese army too, I think. And, going after people that they knew did things. But I got told that so there's like 2 kinds of missions where you would go and you would off the guy, but then you would have to like literally he would off a guy and then he would have to like carry his body away. And because the whole point was that he disappeared, it was like that, it was like that, Tony Soprano thing, right? Like he disappeared. But then there were other kind of missions where they were like, they wanted to make a statement. But my dad said that his friend's favorite weapon to assassinate people was I don't remember the model or whatever, but it was a flare gun. And my dad's like, if you shoot somebody in the chest with a military grade phosphorus flare, that burns at like whatever 12,000 degrees, he was like, it really like makes a statement. And I'll never forget that. I just thinking like, holy shit, Mary's dad was in World War I, got lots of medals. He passed away in 1957. I'll be dang. Now, World War I, that was man, could you imagine like gas and stuff like that? Man, that's pretty scary. That to me is pretty scary too, man. And like the only reason none of us do it now is because of the Geneva Convention, which Have we had an actual war since World War? Like, right? The Geneva Convention only covers a declared war. Like, we haven't. This country hasn't been in a declared war since World War II, right? Like, Vietnam was not really a war, right? It wasn't a war in the sense of we didn't declare war on a fucking nation. It was like it was a conflict. And the same thing with all the shit we just got out of recently. You know, I remember like when they were. Dylan knows. Dylan knows. Dylan fucking knows all kinds of shit. Model 127A1. I believe you. I don't know that, but yeah, I wouldn't want to take a fucking phosphorus fucking military flare to the chest that burns 12,000 degrees. You know, but they did all kinds of shit, man. They had the German shepherds with the fucking steel teeth and shit. Like, there was shit going on over there, bro. But like I remember in this last thing when they had those guys at the bay down there, and they were like, had their fucking balls hooked up to the fucking car batteries, and on the news, and like I'm not whether you're for it or against it, but the fact remained that on the news people were screaming about the Geneva Convention and the waterboarding and all that, but the fact remained is that like Congress didn't declare war on a fucking country. It was a police action, which null and voids any Geneva Convention rules, man. And so, like, I just remember that shit on the news and people saying, and like, I don't think we should necessarily be over there. I think it was all kind of a weird thing. But the fact remained, the goddamn Geneva Convention does not fucking apply to that shit. It doesn't apply. Wooden bullets, all that, all fucking legal in a goddamn police action, fuckers. That's just, and that's the fact. Whether you're for or against the war in of itself, the tactics, you can't scream Geneva Convention because it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. And like, I don't think we used flechettes in Vietnam, and like, I don't think you can use those in the Geneva Convention. But again, not a war, not a declared war. So, not to get political, it's not necessarily a political conversation. It's just kind of like a reality conversation, like if you're going to have an argument against something, then you should get your fucking facts right. You should get the facts right. That's all. And I just remember even being younger, I thought, well, that doesn't even fucking make sense because shit doesn't apply, right? Anyway, yeah, my grandparents fought in World War II, Mary. And so my great granddads fought in World War I. And we have a cool box of letters of my one great grandfather who was in World War I writing to his wife, and I think also his brother. And then we have some letters from my mother's dad who fought in World War II, right? And we have all these letters, and there's a pack of letters that he sent to his wife, and a pack of letters that he sent to his mom, and then there's a pack of letters that he sent to his dad who fought in World War I. And like, it's really interesting to read, right? Because he tells his mom and his wife, he's like, we're doing our best. The boys are giving them this, and I'm fine, and everything is cool, And then you read the letters to his dad, and I think his uncle who fought in World War I, who's seen the shit, and it's like totally different fucking, right? Like, it's totally different. He's like, shit is fucked up. We're dying by the thousands. And like, it's not so, but you can see that he like, rose colored glasses up the letters to his wife and to his mom, and everything was A-okay and America #1. And then when he talked to his dad and his uncle, he's like, man, I don't fucking know if we're gonna make it out of here. Like, shit is fucked up. We're all gonna, it's almost like two different people wrote it. It's really crazy. Half of the original Geneva Convention was from the shit the Canadians did in the Great War. Be polite. What did the Canadians do? I don't know. Yes, my mom had letters Two, she passed away at 98. Oh, wow, 98. That's a hell of a good run. I hope I make it that far. I hope I make it that far. I'm not sure what the Canadians did in World War One. And the only thing I can really, I get, jacketed bullets is a big one, which most militaries, even if you're not, you'd think if you are going off and the Geneva Convention doesn't apply, that you might as well just not use full metal jacket bullets. But they're already, the Great War. Yeah, that I knew, also known as the Great War. But anyway, jacketed bullets, like the military's already invested in all that. I'm sure there's some special groups that are not using stuff like that in some things, and certainly any kind of secret operative guys that are working, in the shadows that we cloak and dagger guys, like they're probably not using that either. You know what I mean? They're probably not using that shit either because, 5.56 FMJ, like your probability of living through that is actually pretty high. Oh, Sir John, figuratively speaking, good to see you, young man. Good to see you. I hope everything is well. I hope everything's well with you. But yeah, I can't quote to you everything that's in the Geneva Convention. I do know that like Full Metal Jacket was a big deal. And obviously like no gas. Because, right, we haven't seen, I guess Saddam gassed some people, but I don't know if he gassed us. And then that's all I really know. And then, of course, like probably torture and all that kind of stuff. But, that goes on, I'm sure, no matter where you're at. So, hey, eBay just told me there's 2 new listings that match my Filson Double Mackinac. So I don't need them, but I still search for that. Those are some good products to invest in. I need to find one for my son. I need to find one for my son and just buy it. And just buy it in like a a size 48 or whatever he might need. I don't know. I feel like he's got some broad shoulders. Who knows how big he'll get. But good investment, man. You can. The double Mackinac that Filson makes now is like not, I don't even think they make a double Mackinac. They don't call it that. But the products they're making now, besides maybe the socks and the shirts, are not all Music Fan 88. Good to see you, brother. They're not on par with the old stuff, and you got to know what the tag looks like. But those coats sold, in the 90s and early 2000s for like $350, right? And you can still find those original coats in great shape for literally the same $350. And so that, I don't know of any other products that are really, that do that. You know what I mean? Like everything else, especially a product that's that premium, nothing stays like that. Is this live? I hope it is. Yeah. Captain Spaulding, good to see you. Yeah. Lak! Lak! We were talking hockey earlier, so I was playing the number 1 hockey song. At least it used to be. Nobody plays that anymore. I'm live. Are you live? I'm live. Brett was supposed to stop by. I don't know what's holding him up. Message him for me, Gilster. Say, what the fuck? Lak's waiting on you. Lak's got to get up and get a cup of coffee, but I don't want to leave the screen blank. You know what I mean? But yeah, anybody, I guess, let's see. Live this is. Yeah. But definitely anybody. Hey, Gilster. I think I showed Gilster this when I first got it, but yeah, check it out, baby. Yeah. You don't want to drink fluoridated water. I'm pretty sure we all fucking agree with that now. I'm pretty sure everybody agrees with that now, right? We do know that, right? And there's a lot of other points that this guy made that I think have been proven. So, General Ripper. I need to make a shirt with the same image, but I want to put like Ripper was right, because like he fucking was, bro. He fucking go back and watch that. Everything is live and uncut. We do not live and uncut, and we don't give a fuck. How about that? I guess cut and fuck don't really rhyme. You could put like a little Otis Redding spin on it. You know what I mean? Or like Bo Diddley. Those guys could make words rhyme that do not rhyme. All your fluids. Yeah, exactly. I only drink purified water and full grain alcohol. I drink coffee too, which, I don't know, man. I am partial to the, and I don't want to sound like a frou-frou-y motherfucker, but I'm partial to the Starbucks brand French roast. But I know what was it, Starbucks that bought Nestle, or the other way around, but like their fucking shit changed, man. And I called them, like I called Starbucks and I was like, hey, what the fuck, and then like at some point they literally like hung up on me, and I called back. I didn't say what the fuck, I was much more professional, but I was like, I've been drinking your coffee for 15 years, and now all of a sudden I can taste, like I grew up in the woods and we drank whatever we could, right? So I've had the Nestle coffee and it's awful, and it's definitely noticeable. What's that stuff you turned me on to, Dylan? The missus doesn't like it that much, but I drink it when she's not here. I think that's actually what's in the pot now. And then sometimes I mix the two. What's that? You know what I'm talking about, Dylan, the yellow canned stuff that I was drinking. I only drink McDonald's coffee. I haven't had McDonald's coffee in a long time. I try not to eat McDonald's. Not that I'm a fucking health nut, but, I have enough, whatever. I need to lose about fucking 30 pounds for real. So, and I've been working on it slowly. I do my daily workouts. I have my mace right here. I got a 20 and a 30-pound one, but I can't do those in the house. But the 10-pound one I do. Oh, Brett's got a 3D printer issue. I was just listening to him on another stream, and I swear he said, well, I think I just put the thing in wrong. It'll be fine. I don't drink any coffee. Gilster, you should add a little coffee to your... Did you know? Yeah, there we go. This is some good shit right here. Boom, boom. Dylan turned me on to this, and I like the fuck out of it. If you want it stronger, don't add more, though, right? Just put the same amount or a tiny bit less and double your filter. That's what I found. Because there's definitely, the Starbucks brand used to not do it. You could put more coffee, but there's a point when you have too much coffee and it gets that little bitterness. And so the best thing to do is keep the same amount of grounds that you always use, but double your filter. And if you want something stronger, but yeah, this is good shit. I recommend this. That is my, fuck, I do like that. And thank you for turning me on to that, Dylan. And it's super good with some scotch and some amaretto. We have a Tim Hortons here. Tim Horton. Yeah, I knew that. And, I just saw somebody the other day talking about Tim Horton, great hockey player, whatever. Now, not known for hockey playing, known for his what is that, a restaurant? I mean, we didn't have those in Alaska. And is that a gas station, or is that like a Dairy Queen kind of place? I don't know. Or is it, it's a donut place. It's a donut place. That's what it is. I remember now. But Gilster, definitely have a little coffee every once in a while. I don't know if you drink other forms of caffeine, but definitely get you some coffee, dude. Did you know that the enzymes in coffee are living organisms? Okay. Now, there may not be as many in this like processed shit because it's just like pasteurized milk, right? Like once you pasteurize it, like you're fucking getting rid of all the fucking good shit. But the enzymes in coffee are the only living organism known to scientists that will eat aluminum, and those organisms have they go to your brain mostly, right? And so these organisms, they will go to your brain and they will eat aluminum, right? Mostly just tea and water. Well, that's good. That's good. Tea and water is good. But dig this, Gilster. So aluminum, they have found that traces of aluminum on the brain is a big proponent of Alzheimer's and dementia. And is it Parkinson's? No, it's something else. This is a pretty old study, but you can look this up. So the enzymes in coffee will go to your brain and will rid and process and basically get rid of the aluminum, right? And with that, once they found that out, they did another study. And I can't remember if this was like, I think this was like Ohio. What's that college in Ohio? The big medical college. I'm pretty sure that's where the study's from. And this would be from the early 2000s. I wish I could quote it better. But so once they found that out, there was another study that showed that the majority of Alzheimer patients were not coffee drinkers, right? They were not coffee drinkers. And so the idea is that if you do whatever, eat soup from a can or drink soda from a can, or you have non-stick pans, or you cook your potatoes in tinfoil, so that aluminum is getting in you, and there's no telling whatever else, right? There's aluminum in deodorant. Like, it's fucking not cool. We know you drink beer. I know you drink beer. But yeah, the majority of Alzheimer's patients are not coffee drinkers. And so with the study of the organisms in coffee eating aluminum, and then the study showing that most Alzheimer patients were not coffee drinkers, there's a correlation. And there was a hypothesis really saying that coffee is good to prevent Alzheimer's. So, and I drink coffee anyway. And I've only known a few Alzheimer's people who got Alzheimer's, but I can tell you that the ones that I did know, they did not drink coffee. Spray deodorant, I know it's in the roll-on shit, and I can't remember why. I cannot remember why they put aluminum in there for. Gosh, is it so it doesn't melt or something? I can't remember why they put aluminum in the deodorant, but I think they were mostly talking about like the stick roll on. I'm not sure about spray. That would be something good to look up. But yeah, there's all kinds of shit going on out there. And nonstick pans. So nonstick pans came out in like post war, and then aluminum pans were super big during the probably even the First World War, right? But there's a correlation with the introduction of aluminum and nonstick pans with iron deficiency, right? And because before that, everyone cooked their shit in cast iron, right? And so there's a correlation between the invention of the nonstick and the aluminum pans, which people traded those in for their grandmother's cast iron, because cast iron is like, I don't know, to modern people, it's like difficult to fucking keep and clean and shit, which I don't see that, right? I don't understand that. I mean, it's just like, there's just like kind of, to me, it's just kind of like a laziness there, really. And, but yeah, there's a time coefficient with the people with iron deficiency with the raise of using nonstick and aluminum pans, which then coincides with the decline of cast iron pans. So, like, if you have an iron deficiency, um, which of course there's a lot of good iron supplements and everything, but our ancestors mostly got their fucking iron and shit from the fucking skillets. And now I've just seen recently that now there's a company that makes these iron statues, and they're like all different. Like there's like the Chinese cat that waves at you, and there's a bunch of characters, and you're supposed to put it in your food when you're cooking, so the iron gets in there, right? Like I just saw that the other day. Yeah, cast iron's good for everything. Man, I make some mean biscuits on the fire. When I guided, we used to make peach cobbler, and you would just get a can of peaches, and then you would just mix up like some yellow or white cake mix and pour it over, and then put it in the Dutch oven and put it in the fire. It was awesome. It was awesome. When I was a kid growing up, we never made shit like that. But when I guided, I learned a lot of shit like that, that you could feed people. Because the difference between a good hunt and a bad hunt is the food. If you go out for 10 days and it fucking rains and you're miserable and and you don't shoot anything, the food makes it all okay. You've never been camping? What? California, especially Northern California, has some beautiful fucking places, man. Like, I don't know if it would be that hard to go find a place to. Gotta be a lot of state parks and preserves and stuff to just roll up and do some camping. We'll have to do some. When Dylan comes back, we should do some videos of some camping things. Just like basic how to do shit. Man, I spend a lot of fucking time making camps for people, man. I'm the number one camp builder that you will ever fucking know. That's for sure. And yeah, there you go. My wife had an iron deficiency her whole life until she met me. I cook in cast iron. Bam! Rubber meets the fucking road right there, Dylan. Bam. There's also, yeah, look into that. I'm gonna look into that. I've been in a cabin a bit. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, camping is the bomb, dude. And like, man, people. There's so many. Hey, what's going on, zombie? Good to see you. There's a lot of people that talk about modern people. They're disconnected and they're lost. What's going on, Chad? They're disconnected and they're lost. And like, there's a lot of people that have no like spiritual beliefs, and I'm not talking like organized religion necessarily, but when you get out in the woods, and you're alone and you're quiet and you watch the sun raise and lower and you watch the fucking stars and you watch the earth turn and you watch the animals do their thing, it's really fucking hard to not believe in something. That's really hard not to believe in something. You know what I mean? If there's any campers out there, yeah, nature will refresh your soul. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, that's a huge thing, That's a huge thing. And there are so many modern people who mostly live in the cities and stuff like that, right? Like you can just look at main demographic of people, right? Like country people tend to be more religious in one way or another. They might be Amish, they might be whatever, but people who live out in the woods and watch the fucking earth turn, it's kind of hard not to at least get the idea that there's something bigger going on, than your local government and your fucking taxes and whatever the fuck. Yeah, I'm ready, man. My fucking Kaiser blade is sharp. I just found a brand new fucking chainsaw that's never been used. I think it's like $100 Craftsman, but like those are fucking for $100, man. Those are great fucking saws. But if we're gonna try to maybe put some meat in the freezer, we may want to not make so much chainsaw noise and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, well, we would try to get like definitely like moose season and yeah, my chainsaw's ready to go too. Awesome. Love camping. Been camping for years. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Not so much now. Not so much now. But when I first moved to the South of America, which it's not, it's a little more difficult to get in nature in the lower 48 than say Alaska, right? Because Alaska is millions of acres, millions of acres. What's up, zombie?
Hey, Lak, what's going on?
Oh, not much. We're just lacking around. What's up, zombie?
Yeah, let me get rid of that.
But
Yeah.
yeah, and I'm sure Australia's like this too, right? But Alaska's millions of acres of public land, and you can literally just walk out your door and be in it, whereas in the lower 48, everything is private property, and there's fences everywhere, and you can't just go out there and be free down here as much.
Yeah, we have a lot of bush. You can go national parks and stuff. You can go.
Yeah, there's a lot of uninhabited area too where you're at, right? So
yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah,
there's a lot.
Yeah, here it's not as prevalent. There are some. The one good thing is if you're willing to go a little further, like me and Dylan, we've been a couple places, and most people they just want to drive up and down the river in their boat and fish. Most people are fishing, and but if you get off on the bank and go 40 yards into the woods, you can't find a single sign of a person because nobody is doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good. That's the only saving grace around here. Gilster says Kaiser blade. Some call it a sling blade. There is a difference. That's my one problem with that movie. A sling blade. I have one right outside. The sling blade is a corrugated thing that looks like they make another thing called a grass whip, which is total bullshit. But a Kaiser sling blade is a piece of metal about this wide and about this long, and it's serrated on both sides, and it has a Y handle, and you swing it like this to cut grass. And then a sling blade or a Kaiser blade is the double-ended. Holy shit! I feel like I should just go get
it. You should.
Yeah, no, they're totally different. Hold on, hold the phone. Entertain the people for a second.
Oh, jeez. Thanks, Lak.
Oh, jeez.
You're wearing shorts?
I don't know. Why is it cold outside?
Don't know.
What? Well, I've been waiting for you to get out of bed. Well, half an hour. Don't expect. I'm on the iPad. I'll take it there soon.
Okay.
Kids, man, I tell you, kids.
Kids today.
Oh wow. Yeah.
And it's sharp on both sides.
Oof.
Right? And the handle is pretty long. Got a lot of reach with it. But this is a Kaiser blade.
That's something bloody. That's something bloody Jason Voorhees would carry, wouldn't it?
Oh man, Jason would cream on himself. He would cream on himself if he could find one of these. Yeah, this is a Kaiser blade, and Dylan can attest. You can walk up in the thickest bush you've ever seen, and you can turn that fucker into a football field in about 30 minutes. Just you lay waste. You can lay waste. But yeah, this is a Kaiser blade, regardless of what Billy Bob Thornton said. This is a Kaiser blade. And a sling blade. And I think at the end, it's been a long time since I've seen that movie, but at the end of that movie, that guy, he killed
what?
You got enough money for me to come and play?
When? Wednesday?
Today.
You got enough? Hey.
When? No.
Passing out money.
What?
Yeah.
You come golf with you.
No, I haven't got any cash on me.
at the end of that film,
Yeah.
I think he killed Dwight Yoakam with a lawnmower blade, didn't he?
What was that?
In Sling Blade, at the end, he killed that guy. He killed Dwight Yoakam with a lawnmower blade, I think.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen that movie.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's definitely worth a watch.
Yeah.
There's another thing called a sometimes people call this a brush hook, but I've only ever heard that in modern times, which like modern people don't really know what the fuck they're talking about. Let's just fucking say that right now. Modern people are definitely not up on shit. But there's another thing that it looks like a it has kind of the same blade as this, but it's a little shorter. And it does not have a blade on the back, right? So both sides of this is sharp. But there's another, and it has a it connects to the handle like an axe, like it has a socket that goes over, with a wedge. And then this shaped blade is kind of mounted where the axe would be like this. It's mounted in the front like that, and then it usually has two braces that are welded from the blade down to the collar, and it also has like an axe handle where it has like a falling axe handle, so it has like a curve, and I've used a couple of those, but I don't like them. This is the thing to have, man. This is the thing.
Yeah, well, if you want to do a lot of stuff, you can do it with that. That's for sure.
Oh man, no, I have made some really nice camps, and some really nice areas. Just oh hey, there's Mrs. Fairbanks. Hello. Yeah, you can wade into some nasty shit with that, and just like as long as you can swing it, Dylan can attest to that. You can just fuck, and it's long enough. You can get nice and low to the ground. You can cut. I mean, man, green trees. You can just. I mean, it's just one swipe. It's an amazing tool. Greatest tool that ever. This is almost all you need. This is almost all you need. Man, yeah, I can't say enough good things about this. This is the number one. If you don't have this tool, get it. Get it. And a Pulaski is probably my other favorite tool. You know what a Pulaski is, right?
No.
It's an axe on the front, and then on the back, it's like the hoeing part of the firefighters use it. Yeah.
Yep. I'm with you now. Yep.
That is probably the second greatest tool. And if you have both of those, man, you can go off in the woods and you don't really need anything else. I mean, arguably, you might want a small knife to whatever debone your fish, but even then, you don't. Not necessary. You can, you can get a good rock to do, skin squirrels and shit with, or debone fish. But Pulaski and Kaiser blade, you don't need anything. You could build a cabin. You can do anything you want.
Yeah.
And like even like a file, if you're close to the water or the mountains, you can find a good rock that you can sharpen all these things on. You don't need a file. Though I keep my files. Oh, we got somebody else in the. Who is this? Oh, it's Brett. Are you on? Let me see. How do I do that? Add to stage. What's up, Jedi Cantina?
Greetings, my very young apprentice.
Yeah.
Hey, Brett.
I don't know what you're gonna teach me, but that's fine. Except talk me out of jobs I want to do.
Long time no see again.
Lak, it's like the old driver safety show. You can learn a lot from a dummy.
Oh yeah, I get that. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah. Entertain the people for a minute. I'm gonna get a cup of coffee and I'm
You
gonna
got zombie here. What do you need me for?
Well, I was just taking the opportunity since we have your pretty face to look at.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm gonna get a cup of Joe and I'm gonna find that fucking sling blade. We can show everybody the difference. I'm only turning the camera off because
I like some French fried mashed potatoes.
That's right, with the mustard on them.
Well, wasn't that Billy Bob Thornton?
Yeah.
He said he needs to find it. The search is on now.
Oh man, he's got everything there.
That's funny.
It's crazy.
What's happening, brother? It's been a while,
Yeah, I know. What, about half an hour?
huh? Yeah. Oh, I did. So I did 3 hours. Then
Yeah.
I went and did an hour and a half, and then I took a little break, and then I'm back on here. Yeah. What a day. I'm off tomorrow, so
it's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
I'm off work tomorrow, so I'm just jumping on everything. Playing catch up with everybody.
I know. It's absolutely crazy. And then it'll be quiet for a few days, and then a couple of the others will start streaming.
Yeah. Hey, Geek Strong's here. Check him out.
Yeah,
What's up,
Dino's
Dino?
here. Dino's here.
Dino. I gotta get Dino on my channel. Talk about some stuff here pretty soon. Yeah, I gotta get him. I gotta get Super John and Geeks and Dino. I'm still trying to get I gotta get with Rick. I gotta get the artwork for his logo so I can make him a sign. I'm gonna make
What
him a
about
sign.
Rex? Have you had Rex on?
Rex, yeah, but not Rick from
West Coast?
left Coast Graphics, yeah.
Oh, left coast, yeah.
Yeah.
Left.
He did the design for Dean's channel. I need to get the vectors.
Oh,
Because when I tried to do it myself, I kind of messed it up. So what is this?
This is a sling blade.
Yeah, I've had one of those before.
Yeah. And
That's a sling blade?
Yeah, this is a sling blade.
So he took the blade out of that and whacked the country singer, didn't he?
I think at the end of that movie, he actually hit him with a lawnmower blade.
A lawnmower blade, right? Yeah.
Right, but in the beginning, when they were like, "Oh, some people calls it a Kaiser blade," but I think much like most Hollywood people, they didn't know what the fuck they're talking about. I think they just thought it was.
We got some French fries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a sling blade. And it has the corrugated, the serrated. Here.
Can I just acknowledge somebody in the chat?
Absolutely.
Captain Spaulding.
Yeah.
Homie has gotten me on a horror kick lately. When I was a younger fella running around, I used to love horror, and these blades have made me think of these movies I've been watching lately.
Yeah, that's what I said.
But I've been watching the what's the one with the clown? Terrorizer.
Terrorizer, yeah.
Oh, okay.
If you don't like gore, don't watch them. If you're into a fun campy story and a lot of gore,
what's his name? Artie or something?
Something like that.
Is that the one who's like all his costumes black and white?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
I've recently, so they had the newest movie come out. They made this movie for like $185,000 or something crazy, and it did like 50 million at the box office.
Yeah,
I'm exaggerating. I'm sure I'm throwing my numbers off skewed, but it made so much money that it was like #1 for a week. And, oh yeah, can I still?
It's got a cult following.
Cult following, definitely.
Yeah.
And somebody went and watched the movie and recorded the movie, came home and put it on YouTube.
Yeah.
And people were in the chat like, I just want to say thanks before your channel's deleted and all this stuff.
Yeah, appreciate you saving me $38.
I couldn't believe they did that. Ricardo, what's up, brother?
Good to see you, Ricardo. Good to see you.
I just couldn't believe that people in the comment. It was crazy because I was like, how does somebody have the balls? They must knowingly have done this from a second account or something because
surely
did they have those cool spy glasses?
I just couldn't believe that. YouTube didn't like catch it immediately and kill it because I went through and watched some of it. I was like, man, I'm surprised they haven't shut this down.
I went back to rewatch the part of your live that I missed, and I was getting worried that they'll hit you for the trailer.
I
sometimes
halfway through that I'm going, oh shit.
Because
and it wasn't because of the trailers, because of the music. I was like, oh no.
Oh yeah.
Because I've been shut off in the middle of a stream before.
Oh really?
Yeah, back when I think it was Boba Fett, Book of Boba Fett, and they had Chrysanthemum. And I was talking to somebody, I let it go for like 10 seconds. My screen just went bloop out.
Yeah.
and then a little warning comes across and says you
Were
violated.
you already like monetized and 1,000 subs?
I don't remember, but
'Cause
a
it seems
thing
like-
just comes across and just says you violated whatever.
Yeah.
It's not a strike. It's just you can't do that.
Well,
So you have to restart.
Well, the Spice Runners got
Yeah, it
shut
happened
off.
to them too. Yeah,
Yeah, a few weeks ago.
yeah, same thing.
because
Like
they
if you
showed a
show two,
blaster.
I want to say it's
Yeah.
like 6 seconds. If you go past that, so when you're doing clips, if you just keep hitting the pause or somehow to flip it off the screen or flip it backwards and not have the sound on, shit like that,
Yeah.
you can
Be all
you can
right.
keep doing it. But
Yeah,
Well,
I thought it was 15 for music, and then something.
I don't know that there's a hard and fast time for music. At one time, people said 30 seconds, 15 seconds. I just know when you watch like review, because I want to do reviews, and the last time I tried to do one just recently is like 2 months ago. I did it. I thought I did it well. I posted it. Immediately got a copyright notice, not a strike, just a notice. And I was like, well, screw it. I'm not going to put it up then.
I remember that, Dean.
I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. I'm just trying to share something. I'm not using this person's content like maliciously. It's going to help them, you know?
Yeah. It's any advertising they can get. You
The
would
GI
think would
Joe
be
toy
great
pistol
for 'em.
shut him down. Jesus.
And somebody said, and like I just tested the theory a little bit there, but
I was going to ask you.
Yeah, no, I think it has.
I was like,
I think it has to do with when you actually point the barrel. I think
it could be.
You know what's interesting is I think it was literally the day after Geek Strong got shut down on that GI Joe thing. I was watching Bill at Weird Fantastic Toy Adventure with Motu Joneser, and he had some cat pistols, and he was just racking them off, bang, 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 you know. And there was like 1 or 2 people in the chat who were like, "Oh my gosh, you know, Dean just got," and like nothing happened.
There's been a lot of channels over the years that would do weaponry, and they'd be on a range, shooting range, and all of those channels now are demonetized.
There is a lot of them, but you know what? There's quite a few. The big heavy hitters that are probably, I think it has to do with if you're under the radar, you're under the radar, right?
Probably.
And then if you're
one of the biggest ones got shut down.
And then
not shut down, demonetized. Sorry.
There's some guys out there that are 64,000 subs or whatever, 101K, and they must be making enough, moolah for YouTube that nothing happened. And I know some of the guys who are like in between who got noticed, and they're like, you got to take all this down, and like they're trying to make it where these guys who have firearms channels who are sponsored, like that's one of the big things now is you can't be openly sponsored by. Yeah, we're showing off these guns.
Does guns do any kind of spectacle on here?
I don't know. There's got to be more. I know there's the heart, which I can't always get. And then, yeah, that's exactly.
Go like that. Is that the real love?
That's East LaPorte Street footbridge love right there. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, 2 thumbs up or fireworks, right?
This one doesn't do it, but this does.
Right. Yeah, this one. Yeah.
And this does.
Oh wait, no. There's one that is.
What if I do pinkies up?
There is something else.
There's got to be something like.
I don't know.
It's not a rainstorm or a freaking eggplant comes across the screen.
Yeah. It's interesting that my phone updated by itself one day.
Oh, I turned that auto shit off.
Yeah, well, I thought I did too, and then all of a sudden I woke up one day and I think I was like,
yeah. Why couldn't there be a super soaker across the screen?
And like I talk like this a lot. Like I'm not giving the thumbs up, but like I don't know why I did. Yeah, there's thumbs down. I feel like there's is there a 2 thumb? Oh, look, it's raining. 2 thumbs down is raining. Oh, we just discovered. Crazy. If you didn't think your fucking shit was watching you before,
Oh, dude. We just had a conversation the other day about this. I said, hey, before I give Facebook another freebie, because Facebook's feed will change ads to whatever you fucking talk about. We were talking about electric battery powered bikes. And this guy on trick or treat night pulls up and he's got this little second wheel behind him and it's kids on it. And then his wife was on one. And he's like, yeah, we live across town, blah, blah, blah. He goes, man, don't go. I go, hey, my wife and I are thinking about getting one of those. He goes, don't buy one new. Go on Marketplace. Everybody buys them and then hates them. They'll sell it to you cheap. I'm telling you. I said, why do they hate them? He goes, because they got to take care of something. They got to plug something in. They got to, tend to something. People don't want to do it anymore. Or they think it's a good idea and they never use it. He goes, or divorce sales or whatever. And he sure as shit, I fucking looked at the phone, man, and it was all ads for bikes. I go to Marketplace. I take this guy's advice. I go to Marketplace. Sure as shit, $2,000 bikes for $800 all day long.
All day long.
And it's the same shit. People just don't want to take care of nothing.
That's
I used it once. Buy it.
The local police here have a big crackdown on people riding their normal pedal bicycles on the sidewalk. And
because there's a bicycle lane or what?
Well, not everywhere, but even like a kid or whatever, And
that's crazy.
Yeah, and I tell them, I say, man, when I was a kid, they told us don't ride in the road.
I'm gonna see if this will be enough weight.
What are you trying to do?
Indiana Jones. I'm trying to put the weight.
Oh, I thought you were trying to get it to do something.
Oh no! Did you know that she had a baby?
Who's she?
Who?
The guy. This is the idol from Indiana Jones.
Oh yeah. There's a
yeah.
Did you know that the baby was coming out though?
Yeah.
I didn't know that when I was a kid.
Yeah,
I thought it was just the head. I always thought it was. I always thought it was just this.
No.
I don't know why. For some reason, years go by, you don't think about it. It's all of this.
Yeah, no, it's a fertility.
Well, then you get this, and you see she's squeezing one out.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I knew that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. You know who else I think was surprised by that was old Mark. I remember
and she's also got her hand in her.
Yeah.
In her monkey ball pit there.
And her monkey Jeebus. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I knew that. That's why it's a fertility thing.
Awesome, dude. See?
Yeah,
he didn't know there was a baby.
Really?
I didn't either, brother. I had no clue, man. Until
I didn't either until you just
I printed the thing off and I thought, what the hell? I know it's a fertility idol. I get that. But all those years, I just thought it was the face.
No.
The head,
Did you think, what the hell is this file?
What in the world?
Well, like I said, you watch the movie and he grabs it like this.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He tries to put
you don't see it.
Well, then you print it, you see the boobs, you're like, okay, whatever. And then you're like, you can't really see, but then you get close and you're like, she's pushing
Wait a minute.
And he's going out crazy, upside down, backwards.
What was that? What was that Beowulf movie?
On my shoulder.
Was
Beowulf?
it? Yeah, 13th Warrior. You remember that?
Yeah, that was awesome.
He
had to swim under that. Man, that movie was suffocating when they had to swim under that thing into the cave to get the mother or whatever.
Yeah, but the statue in that is almost there's a statue and it's almost the exact same statue.
Yeah.
I think maybe the hair is different, but it's the exact same proportion statue, I think. Yeah.
It looks like me when my wife finally says yes.
Is it
10 seconds later.
Looks like you're trying to do a poo.
Oh,
look at her. She's been trying to poo for 7,000 centuries.
That's right. It's not gonna make it. Yeah, I didn't know it had boobs. Yeah, I don't know how I knew that because I definitely haven't seen that a million times, but I've seen the idol before somewhere.
Yeah.
He didn't know it had boobs or a baby. Got a baby and boobs.
It wouldn't be very fertile if it didn't, right? But yeah, I was in a store somewhere and I seen that years ago, and I just thought I knew that. I don't know, but. Well, your stream was pretty cool. Nice giveaway.
Thanks, brother.
And you had
which one? Jesus, I've been online all day today.
Well, the most recent one.
We had the best conversation though.
Yeah.
On my other one.
They just repainted the prop. Yeah, that's what I think too. Well, I think they had a large.
Well, I printed this in black and then I did a terrible job of sanding it. It was my very first 3D print, and I just shot it with the gold spray paint a week ago.
I've still got my first print as well.
There's no prep work done on this at all to do it justice. But now that I have a good high quality printer, I'm thinking about reprinting this. So maybe this will become a giveaway. I don't know. Dean, he said, "Heck, he didn't even know it was a woman." I mean, I didn't either. I thought it was like the little devil. What was that horror movie in the '80s with the little guy that would run around?
Oh yeah, I remember that night. She stuck him in the microwave.
The little zombie. I thought this was kind of like him, just a little demon. You know, what the hell was that movie called?
I don't know, but she ended up sticking him in the microwave.
He popped up in the bathtub between her legs and all that.
Yeah, it was
Little
crazy.
Indian dude.
Because the chain fell off his neck or something, and he came alive.
I don't remember that.
What was that movie?
And she was you remember she was holding the door shut so he couldn't get
Trilogy.
in. He was his knife
it.
underneath. Remember he's
Trilogy.
sticking his knife under the door, doing nothing. That was funny.
Ricardo knows. When you said bathtub, all I could picture was that one, like I think it was like the first Leprechaun or something.
Oh, he's popped up in the bathtub.
When he snuck up behind the guy in the bathtub.
Dean,
So what
Dean's
is? I
tripping.
meant to ask this when you were talking about Captain Spaulding. What is the scariest movie you've ever seen? And of course, it may not scare you now because you're an adult.
I'm going to tell you right now. I can answer that.
Yeah,
I can answer that. Hey, am I able to screen share?
I have no idea.
I think I can. I'm gonna pull it up.
Okay.
It won't get us in trouble.
I'm not worried about getting in trouble. I've been playing.
Well, let me tell you this much. Let me tell you this about me. Growing up in the Midwest, in a big neighborhood in the middle of the woods with a bunch of cornfoils around, like
oh, I know which one you're talking about. You're talking about Mel Gibson one.
Halloween movies were like legitimate, believable where I grew up. Like those movies were scary. They were the ones where you get together with your friends and watch and shit when we first got cable and all that. So not until years later, my love for horror reemerged, and then I don't know, I kind of got away from it, having little kids and stuff. And then, like I said, lately this resurgence from Mr. Spaulding there, who, by the way, is an awesome fellow.
Oh yeah. He's got to take me to his tattoo parlors when I come visit.
Oh man. Let me see if I can find a image I can show online here to everybody. I think I got one. Let me see if this comes up.
Yeah, I'll see if something. I feel like I think we've done this once.
Let me see if I can share this to you.
Yeah, I think it pops
Present,
up.
share screen. Yeah, it's gonna let me. All right. So this movie was out in 2016. I didn't see it till about 2021. I don't know how I missed it, just working or whatever. And I watched this movie by myself, and it scared the shit out of me. I don't really know why, but then I watched it a couple more times. Like, it's so sort of fascinating because the way it was written was amazing, and the way that it's done was amazing. So let me pull it up. Let's see if this works. I think Lak, I think you have to add it.
Yeah, I think I do.
Yeah.
Make sure to go to Geek Strong's channel and watch Don't Scream again. Ricardo cannot watch The Exorcist. Let me see. I
mean, The Exorcist was scary for the times for sure. Phantasm back in the day scared me, but this right here, dude. The Autopsy of Jane Doe. And let me tell you, I don't want to spoil the movie, but I will tell you what makes it so amazing.
Give me 2 seconds.
Is the killer of the movie, the horrible, what I don't know what you want to call it, the baddie of the movie doesn't utter a fucking word or move.
No.
How do you do that? And they pulled it off so freaking great.
Good acting.
Bro, the stuff that was going on in this movie, it just was creepy as hell.
I haven't seen
it
that.
It is just so well done. Please watch it. And the thing is, it's not that terrible. It's not like the Terrifier. It's not gory like that. It is just so well done, man. Like, I know you appreciate great writing, and this.
Yeah,
to me,
no, that would be something. If it's scary and it doesn't count on gore and everything, I mean, that to me makes a great.
Amityville Horror, to this day, I will not go in a house that has the windows like that on each side of the fireplace chimney. Won't do it. And there's a lot of houses like that in town where I grew up. I won't do it.
Won't do it.
Stop sharing that. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I did. That's all right. I have to say this. So when I was a kid, and I grew up in the woods, right? So a lot of people I knew were really scared of like monsters. And like I was never, my dad had a silver bullet, you know, and because like for some reason he's kind of scared of werewolves, I guess. But like, so everybody was scared of monsters. I was never scared of monsters because I grew up hunting and shooting moose and all that. And like I always knew that like a 375 H&H Magnum right to the chest to a monster is.
There you go.
I was never really scared of monsters.
Ain't gonna make it.
Not gonna make it, right? And like a vampire, all you need is a wooden stake or a cross, right? Or and so, but so yeah, people to me have always been like much more of a scarier thing. And the scariest thing, I haven't seen it in a while. I'm trying to get my wife to watch it when we have time, but the original Cape Fear with Robert Mitchum.
Yeah.
You know, and when you said that the bad guy in your film like doesn't say anything.
Yeah.
Like Robert Mitchum does say some stuff, but it's all very minimal, you know, and it's super scary. And to expound on the acting, right? They remade that film with Robert De Niro.
You fucking stooged me before.
And
What's this?
have you seen
What's
that?
$1 coin. No, it's a $2 coin, New Zealand coin.
Yeah, it's a $1 coin, same shit.
No,
Gonna
not a
beat
$1 coin.
It's a $1 coin. No one's done this, see?
What's going on?
It's New
Have you
Zealand.
seen, Brett, have you seen the
Yeah, it's a
You're gonna
$2
start
coin.
hearing. They're gonna. Speaking of horror movies, this is the scene
Oh,
that
yeah.
gets unfold.
yeah,
You'll be fine.
No, I just say, oh, sorry. I didn't know.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to head off because my kids want me to bloody drive them around. So,
All right, Robert.
yeah.
I'm gonna head off.
Don't
If
for that
I
rook
get
of that
back in
New
time,
Zealand
I'll pop
money.
back in.
All right, we'll
Take
be
it
here
easy,
for a little
guys.
bit.
All
Take
right,
care,
man.
brother.
Cheers.
So I was saying, so to me, the original Cape Fear, and Robert Mitchum has been in a few other films, and like he's a scary dude, man. He's a scary guy.
Yeah.
And so the original Cape Fear, if you haven't seen it, I think it's like 62, maybe. I can't remember, but super scary and super realistic. No. Cape Fear is like, man, I've met some scary people, and like that movie captured the reality of somebody who is gonna fuck you up, right? And then years later in the 90s, they did a remake with Robert De Niro as the same character, right? And they totally kind of rewrote his character. Like Robert De Niro, all of a sudden, his character, he had lots of tattoos. And there's a scene where he like burns his arm. And I realized that Robert De Niro did not have the ability to be scary in of himself as an actor. It's like they had to add these things. You know, they had to add these things to make people go, oh, wow, this guy's fucking nuts or whatever. But when you compare the two, the superiority of Mitchum's acting, it just blows you away because there's just, he doesn't have to do these things, you know? And like, man, I was like,
I like the
I love that
De
stuff.
Niro version, but there was stuff in it that I thought was silly.
Man, if you watch the first one and then watch the second one, I just thought it was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I thought it was ridiculous. Man, and then like there's the scene with Mitchum where he's chasing the guy's daughter. And it's gotta be like a 3.5, 4 minute scene.
Yeah.
And the daughter is, I think they're like in her school it's like after school, and so no one's there. And Mitchum is just walking, going to get her, you know, and she knows that he's coming to get her. And the music and like the whole scene is only shot from like the height of the girl's face.
Yeah.
So you see the girl and she's like scared and she's like trying to hide behind something, and then they go to Mitchum and it's just like his abdomen, you know, like it's just his belt, and it's like what the girl would see, and he's just fucking walking. And like, dude, that
I mean,
I just thought it was too, you know, when you get into some shit, it's just not realistic. And
Amityville Horror's got to rank up there as one of the scariest. Besides, and they've remade it, and I would definitely go back to the original. What do you call it? Exorcist, yeah, scary as hell.
Yeah, The Exorcist
But,
was scary when I
dude,
was a kid.
Amityville Horror. It's just the way they incorporate the house into the movie. Like anytime you see a house like that, if you had that experience as a kid, you just don't want nothing to do with it.
Oh yeah, well I have
Oh.
not seen every scary movie ever made, but like I know what you mean by like a house like that. You go, no,
Also,
I'm not going in there.
Great question by Ricardo there. What's a horror movie you guys can watch all the time without any issues? Well, that's like the latest stuff that's been out. Some of it's been campy, like the new Friday the 13th that were redone by Rob Zombie. I think he did a Halloween movie too. Like I go watch those like no problem all the time. I think the stuff like the Nun and all that stuff, or the Annabelle, all that stuff to me is just shit.
Yeah, I've only ever seen like
that ain't got nothing on good 80s, late 70s, early 80s horror movies.
Yeah.
Like just no way. What's the other ones where it's like
let me get a shot.
Where people are sleeping and they get dragged out of bed, and all this shit. It's like nah. Or the Blair Witch, all that stuff sucks to me. I'll watch it, but it's like we grew up on such hardcore horror and gore. When you see these new ones, you just go, "What is this shit? What is this? Give me something psychological." The Autopsy of Jane Doe gives you something psychological. They give it to you.
Well, I'm much more into
House of a Thousand Corpses was fun. You could probably watch that all the time.
Oh yeah.
What was the follow up to that?
My favorite part was the
Rejects. What the hell was it called?
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. But my favorite part is when he has his John Wayne. I've been gonna get that tattoo for years.
Cap Spaulding, he's there.
Yeah, when Cap Spaulding has the John Wayne tattoo in his fucking. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Devil's Rejects. That's it. I'm sorry, I couldn't remember the second one.
I like suspense and thriller stuff because it's much more. I don't know. To me, it's.
I mean, if you want to share something in like modern day horror movies, need that sexiness. Like in the 80s, you'd have the chick with her shirt off and all that. If you share the screen right now, I'm going to give everybody a taste of one of the greatest cinematic experiences ever.
Do it.
Go ahead and share what I've put up there.
Oh, okay. It doesn't give me a prompt, so I have.
Yeah, it's okay.
That's all right.
I think people should see the scene right here.
Oh yeah, I've seen
the pecs on this guy. And then there's a scene. I don't want to give it away, but when he turns around, the lats, he might as well fly away. He's got wings. Okay, yeah, it's not right. It's not right, dude.
It's not right. He says it's not right. Are you like an old native? That's not right.
It's not right.
Not right.
It's unnatural. The lat work on this guy.
I'm.
Do you know what this is?
Yeah, this is Don't
This
Scream.
is a classic, a cult classic. Once a year. It's about to go down. If you don't watch this before midnight, something's wrong with you people.
Something's wrong with you. I've seen it twice.
Yes.
I've seen it twice. Gotta go night, Dean. Thank you so
just
much
seeing that sexy young me. He needs to go roll around in the hay there.
That's
we see
right.
what's going on.
Yeah.
Like, honey, watch this 7-minute movie and just give me 3.5 of it.
Just give me 3.5 of it. 1.25. Hey, thank you, Dean. It's awesome to see you, my friend. Keep up all the
glad you can see me, Dean.
Yeah, I'm glad you got to see. You're stealing my lines.
I get to use your line on your channel now.
That's all right. At least I have lines.
I like it.
Mm-hmm.
I always use the line, if you're lurking, you're jerking.
That's right. I know. I do use that one of yours. I think
okay.
I
like it. We're gonna make T-shirts for that shit.
I think you should. Yeah, take care, Dean. Yeah, I like the suspense. I like the suspense shit, and like.
I just feel like ballad. The Autopsy of Jane Doe is so cool because it starts out, and you're just like the guys work in the morgue, and they get a body in, and they got to do an autopsy, figure out who it is, what's going on, And
Oh, yeah,
that's when shit just starts going wrong, dude. And it is just so amazing how they did it.
I'm always lurking.
But we know what that means then.
We know.
Somebody's got some hair on his
You
hands.
know. Every once in a while, Ricardo will be on the same live, and Ricardo will message me. You know, he's like, did you hear that shit or whatever? You know, I'm like, yeah, I heard that. But yeah, I'm not. I'm not gonna say I'm not a horror fan, but like I haven't seen. I'm definitely not in the realm of. See, I just did that on accident. I'm not in the realm of like Captain Spaulding. Like I don't go, ooh, another horror movie. So
Yeah.
I do have a limited things to choose from, but I
Sure.
have to say, man, like I remember watching that original Cape Fear. It was like it was in a hotel, probably like on the 16th floor. And I was like, you can never sleep in a hotel, right? So you're always watching. And I watched it. And like I have like a gun and the door's locked. And like I remember getting up and turning the light on. Like I got up and turned the light on. I was like, wow.
Well, that film definitely to me falls under horror because horror doesn't have to have blood and things. It just has to have horrible people, horrible things going on.
Right,
And that dude was a psychological terror.
Dude, that is way scarier than a fucking bear or a werewolf or whatever.
And I think those are the best ones when they play on your fears and your imagination has to fill in the blanks.
Dude,
you don't. I mean, obviously, you see a slasher film like Nightmare on Elm Street, and Freddy's gonna slash somebody, and you see blood, and on to the next one.
Right.
It's kind of like there's no mystery there. You know what you're gonna see, so they're just like, to me, popcorn fun.
Dude,
Halloween time movies.
When I lived in Fairbanks, there was a cult. I guess you call them a cult. I don't know what they were, but there was a cult of people who at very least believed they were vampires. And like they committed a bunch of like, I guess serial killings. And like they found all these people and they're like missing blood and they had bite marks on their neck. And then like all the people around town, like once it got out, like people were like, oh yeah, well, like I know who those people are. They live in this abandoned house. And I had a friend that lived near there. And so we all decided, well, let's go over there and see. And it's like 30 below in the darkness in Alaska. And we're like in 6th grade and we all go over there and we're looking at this house like from across the street in the bushes. And in like the blink of an eye, there was like 6 people outside.
Hello, what have we here?
Yeah, exactly. And they all had that, like the quintessential scary chick who's like got her head down and their hair, like that. They all had that look. And like we got fucking nervous, dude, and we ran and shit. And we told some people about it. And of course, like, there people are like, there's no such thing as vampires. But then it became okay, if there's not a vampire, that's fine. But if there's a group of 6 people who think they're fucking vampires, that's still pretty goddamn scary, isn't it? And as far as I know, like it all just like stopped. Like it all just stopped. And no one was ever, but like they found bodies and like the news talked about it. And there's, people with their fucking blood thing with their throats eaten out. And shit.
There was a
fucking scary shit.
There was a body unearthed somewhere. Some what do you call it? Researchers were doing something, where they have to remove the ground layer by layer and everything,
Mm-hmm.
And they found a tablet or something that said the woman that was there was believed to be a vampire, and this was like 18th century or something.
Mm-hmm.
And her body was shackled at the feet, hands shackled down, and some kind of sickle over her neck. So if she happened to come back from the dead and sat up, it would hurt her, to where she couldn't come back. And they reconstructed her face from her skeleton, and she was 18. And I'm just like, damn, they thought they must have had something going on, Like this predated like where they did the witch trials and stuff. It predated all that. So
really,
it was wild. It was just recently.
I know they've found different bodies like that, and I thought they usually, and I don't know why, but they used to put a brick in their mouth and
Oh,
I
wow.
may not have been because they were a vampire, but you ever seen that? I've seen those in
Not
books.
the brick in the mouth, no.
Yeah, they put a brick in the mouth, and then they put a stake through them, stake them down into the thing. But like, yeah, man, like you got to think.
Ricardo sent it. I had seen it too, and then he sent me the link for that too.
Oh, right
And I
on.
had also seen it on some other stuff I was reading, but it was just the other day.
I think that's what I said. Did I say 62?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
I think I did. I'm not. I try not to say shit like I know it unless I really know it. But you ever seen Mary? Have you ever seen Night of the Hunter with Robert
Oh,
Mitchum? You ever seen that one? Where he's the preacher? Or I mean, I guess he's a preacher, or at least he's faking a preacher. That was a pretty scary, suspenseful film too. I think that was before. That was probably like 57. It might not have, but I think that was definitely before. My first wife, had a older sister, and her husband went to high school with Robert Mitchum. And man,
really?
yeah, and he said Robert Mitchum was the most badass motherfucker that you ever wanted to meet. And he knew him before he was famous. He knew him in he went to high school in New York somewhere or whatever. But he said that was the toughest, knock your block off, one punch
Really?
knockout. He said he was the baddest motherfucker you'd ever want. And this would have been my brother-in-law, I guess, right? My wife's sister's husband. So I guess we're brother-in-laws in a way, right? I don't know how that works. I think so.
Yeah.
But he was not like he was not a pansy guy. Like he was a pretty serious dude in his day, and he was pretty famous. He ran like pool halls and stuff, and like
Jesus.
he for him to say that's the baddest motherfucker I've ever met in my life, and you did not want to fuck with him, like it meant a lot coming from him,
Yeah.
you know. But yeah, man, I don't know, everything Robert Mitchum's ever done is fucking awesome. Right?
Here, I got something funny you can share.
Okay, do it.
Pull it up. Hit the button, brother.
Excuse me while I whip this thing out.
It's Kat. She's streaming right now.
Oh, Cat streaming?
So
yeah, they're watching.
I said I'm over on Lax Live, but had to see my favorite streamer because right when I turned off Dean's video, it showed her link. It like popped up as a suggestion.
Oh yeah.
Now you're double live, baby.
Double live.
Let me tell her. I don't know if she's checking.
No wonder. No wonder. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I saw they were on earlier, and I, was just watching. I was kind of lurking in the.
Ah,
As
we know what was happening. We know what was happening.
That's super awesome. No, they were just doing puzzles and stuff. There was
just watching Godzilla or something.
Yeah, they're watching.
Somebody in the chat. Somebody in the chat is going off. They're saying, trying to join, but the code isn't working. Then the next one, someone help me, please.
Oh,
then the next comment, the Hulk punches the Leviathan. Then the next, cat, please let me join, all caps.
Yeah, they're watching a movie on.
Like, she's waving. She's waving to your folks.
Hey! Well, they're not watching us, but.
No, but she saw me say that.
That's awesome. Yeah, Mark used to rage streams like that all the time in his lives. He hadn't done it for a while, but of course, there's a.
Oh, it's a Godzilla watch party. Okay.
Yeah, there's been a lull, and it's coming back. But and Gilster, I think, will attest to this. But like, there's been a lull in people living and stuff.
You think so?
Yeah, in our little community.
I mean, so I made a conscious effort early in 2023 to do more streams and less videos so that I could connect with people more.
Mm-hmm.
And once you make that conscious decision and you start doing it, number one, it's fucking way easier because you don't have to edit video. Yeah. And two, it's like people tend to want to see you for that because it's a hangout. It's not about you. It's about them. You know what I mean? Like that's what I at least hope that I convey. And once you go down that road for a while and you think of yourself as a quote unquote streamer, nobody will watch your videos anymore. They just want to see your lives. They just want to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
part
no,
of it and
live
involved, or just see what you're into. You know.
hanging out,
Yeah.
you know, just and I love being in a chat too, right? Like I understand that from both sides. Like I get a lot out of it just being here with my friends, whether they're in the chat or on the screen.
Yeah.
But at least for me, like you get the same camaraderie being in the chat. And like there's some channels with some people that I love and they're my good friends and I talk to them all the time. But then there's a point where like when there's 100 people in the chat, then that gets lost again.
Yeah.
And like you know, you might be able to have a conversation with one or two people in the chat, but the 2 or 3 way trifecta of comments on the screen and people asking questions in the chat and then the people on screen being you
Yeah.
lose that.
Right.
And so there's people like I stop by and I say hello, but I might go back and watch the rewatch as a YouTube video, you
Yeah.
know. But
If it's something that's like
there's too many folks.
you know, if I sent you something and you're gonna do it stream to open it or unbox or whatever, and I miss it because of work or something, I'll definitely go back and watch. And then
Oh, yeah.
there's other times once in a while I'll miss something and I really do like that person, so I will watch it. I'll try to watch as much of it as I can. And try to resist that urge to channel surf, so to speak. And then there's also other times where you know, like somebody might just do a short or a couple minute video. I'll do that to help them out, to give them the time, because I see they're trying to accomplish something, you know. Blue was doing game streams quite often. I think he got pissed with it. People don't like
I
sharks as
haven't
much
seen
as him.
anything from Blue Sasquatch in a while.
Yeah.
Formerly X Live X,
X
formerly
Live X.
Blue Sasquatch.
I think he got tired of people not liking sharks like he does.
Well, I think we all like sharks.
I mean,
you know how hard it is to
I like sharks too. I like sharks.
You know
Look
how
at
hard
this.
it is
I'm
to
giving
get
birth to
a
a shark
shark?
right now.
Oh,
Ah.
appropriate, dude. No, I'm kidding. Man, when I was a kid in school, if somebody said the word inappropriate, I just fucking
Inappropriate.
dude. That is like not so much now, but like, man, that was a trigger word for me when I was a school age kid.
Mac's about to start cussing.
Motherfucker, I don't know what it was about it. And then I worked at a school for a while, and I loved it. It was a great job, you know, and I had a lot of training. Like I helped the special needs kids and stuff, and like I had a good rapport with the kids because I was a maintenance guy, right? I didn't have to be this fucking asshole to kids, you know. And like the school was a boarding school, and like I was the only person that was raised negative and stuff. There was a camaraderie there, and I could tell a kid, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing?" And they'd be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Bill, I won't do that," you know, or whatever.
Yeah.
And there was no bullshit. But man, you'd hear teachers, and I hated it when they'd say, "Are we making good decisions?
Are we being inappropriate?"
Holy fuck, that set me the fuck off, dude. That's me the fuck. Even when someone else says it to another kid, you know, I'd be like, "That's fucking motherfucker. I'll show you some fucking bad decisions right now, motherfucker." Boy, that pissed me off. You know, and now I got a kid, like just today at the playground, like I had to go up to some other people and I was like, "Look, motherfuckers, you know, you need to check your fucking kids." And like like I was teaching my son today. I was like, "Say my dad will beat up your dad." Mr. Fee, what's going on, my friend? Good to see you.
Fee in the house.
In the house. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope everybody's healthy and where you're at. Hey guys.
So
we're just slacking off.
We were no, I hate to do this, but I'm gonna do it. I don't hate to do it. I like to do it. But we talked about Luthen earlier.
Oh,
and the one point that I was bringing up was about the antiquities.
Yeah.
Somebody went through and found all the damn Easter eggs in his shop.
Oh yeah.
And It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool shit in there.
They're showing you like the difference of where the stuff was from,
Mm-hmm.
and they're
That was
showing.
like Dryden Voss too. He had quite a few
Oh, that's
stuff in
right.
his.
He had those vibro blades and all that.
Remember, he had like the crystal skull.
Did he have some kind of ability where because remember his face would turn the veins in his face or something? Is that some
Yeah,
kind of ability?
I.
He went in
I'm-
like super anger mode or something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's got to be a Wikipedia entry that would tell us exactly. I bet, but I
Look.
just assumed that was the moment we realized that like he's not a human.
Dryden Voss, right?
Yeah, he's not a human. He's something. But yeah, he had the crystal skull, and I think he had Mandalorian armor. I could be crossing Luthen's antiquities with his, but that was like the first thing I remember that showed that kind of stuff was Solo, But and I'm sure he had the crystal skull. He had a couple other things too. He had quite a few Indiana Jones things. Dryden Voss.
All right, so this is on Wikipedia.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, where am I at here?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a.
He was a near human male. He served as the public.
NEAR, like almost, or like that's a
species? Near NEAR, near human male who served as the public face of the crime syndicate Crimson Dawn during the reign of the Galactic Empire. He owned the First Light and possessed a large quantity of wealth as Crimson Dawn's figurehead leader. He recruited the Corellian Kira to be his lieutenant and hired Beckett's gang to steal coaxium for him.
Right.
When he tried to kill Han Solo, he was betrayed by Kira, and the two engaged in a quick duel, which resulted in Dryden Voss being stabbed and killed.
She fucked him up.
Let's see.
But it doesn't explain.
He secretly answered to Darth Maul, so nobody knew that until the end, of course, the true leader of Crimson Dawn. To communicate with Maul, he used a ring to activate the hologram panel. He owned a
I remember all that.
Kalevalan yacht known as the First Light. Kalevalan yacht, where he had a study filled with relics, including a slab of an obsidian stone he plundered from a Sith temple. During the Clone Wars, he was a rising star in the criminal underworld of the galaxy, becoming a key leader for Crimson Dawn and a lieutenant in Maul's Shadow Collective Alliance. It says here in 19 BBY, during the final days of the Clone Wars, Voss was contacted by Maul via hologram alongside Marge Krim of the Pike Syndicate and Zaitan Maj of the Black Sun, all leaders in the Shadow Collective. So they must have all been working together or decided to. They were instructed by their master to go in hiding as Maul had foreseen the imminent end of the war and the chaos that would follow, leading to the creation of the Galactic Empire.
Right.
But
it doesn't explain. So when it says near human, that alludes.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find a little more on that. He bought.
I couldn't think of all this thing.
So Kira was a slave, and he bought her.
Right. I don't remember that.
The White Worm Gang.
Boy, that was a fucking. How does that?
He branded her forearm and her neck with the symbol. He trained her in martial arts, including Teräs Käsi. After she became skilled. Let's see.
I think Wikipedia sometimes is pretty lame when they just
kind of it's just kind of going over the stuff he did on the movie.
Right. It's just like if you watch now, not every Wikipedia entry is like that, but there's so many where they just like explain to you the plot, and it's like, fuck, I saw that, because.
And here it says it again. A near human male crime lord. Let me go to the.
Does he have a home world or something?
It's got a note and a reference. Solo Star Wars.
Yeah, I'm not up on like the new comics and stuff, but certainly he made it.
Here we go. StarWars.com databank. a pitiless enforcer known as a gangster of wealth and taste. Please allow me to introduce myself. It sounded like some Rolling Stones lyrics there.
Mhm.
His good manners should not be mistaken for weakness. He can change from generous host to ruthless killer, but it doesn't explain these weird. Well, the lines are in his face the whole time. I take that back. So he almost looked Zabrakian, like Darth Maul.
Yeah, I now that you say that, they look like scars.
Yeah.
But then when we went,
He has like a
And
metal plate on his forehead.
yeah, that was a cool character,
gosh.
I thought.
Yeah.
Unlike the worm lady from the
You know what was good about his character too, now that you say that?
what?
It's reminiscent of how they it's very important how they introduce characters, like in the Star Wars universe. When they introduced us to Darth Vader, he just popped on the screen. You're like, whoa, what do we have here? Like, who the frick is this? You know what I mean? And what was it? I'm trying to find it. Hold on, sorry. It's where the hell is it? I can't find it. And here it is.
It's getting worse all the time.
Is that Gary Glitter? But you didn't have to know anything about him. Like, he just showed up, bad guy, her boss, you got it. That was the deal. Then next thing you know, he's fighting people, kicking ass, and he pulls out the vibro blades. He's doing all this shit.
Yeah.
And he's just being a
pissant
to young Han,
Any kind of understanding of real gangsters, like, the nicer they are, the more fucking ruthless they are, right? Like, that's the gangster of old, like a real mafioso guy from the old days would nod and smile, he would nod and smile, and then he would leave, and then later on that night you'd be fucking killed. And
honestly,
bad guys
man,
like that are much more bad.
If you go back to Solo, in my opinion, what kind of messed it up for a lot of people, just in my opinion, looking back now, is the trailers, because the trailers should have showed him being a dick to Han. They should have shown some other stuff with Chewbacca. They showed stuff with Lando, with Woody Harrelson's Tobias character, with Kira. They should have showed more of that. And they showed what's her name in the mask in the trailers. Gosh, now I can't remember the character. And you didn't know it was Carrie Ann Moss or whatever, or not Carrie Ann Moss. What the hell was her name? Carrie. Can't remember her name. Shit. Now I gotta look that up.
Kira chick.
No, the other chick that was that had the mask. Rick.
Oh, yeah, the red-haired girl.
Yeah. No, but they showed her. Like, it was this big mystery about this person
that
in a
was
mask.
like the beginning of I think that was the beginning of let's test out this.
And I feel like, they should have showed us like him with that crazy face and young Han, and they didn't.
No, I agree. I don't remember the trailers, but I do remember there was a lot of like the train, like they wanted to show the training clothes. And yeah, they showed what was her name? But yeah, the chick on the swoop bike where she took her helmet off. And here's the part I don't understand. But so like at the end, when she pulls it off and she pulls off her helmet and she's like, yeah, I wore this like my mother before me or whatever. Does that allude that the person that they fought on the train was actually her mom? Because I took that for
forgot about that.
Well, I took that for whatever reason. Like, it didn't seem like, it wasn't 20 years ago that her mom died and she took over the mask. It was like earlier in the film, they were fighting her mom, and then by the end of the film, something that we don't know had happened. And so I for whatever reason, I took that as a much shorter. Maybe I just couldn't believe that, a 14-year-old chick, ginger chick, could be that badass. I really don't know. But
she was the bad guy in Captain America's show too. Did you see I changed my name?
Which occasionally Yeah, what
shit.
day is it today? You know,
Uh,
I mean, like, you're like, oh, there's a drag show tonight. You're like, oh, I didn't know. Like, yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I thought. Oh, what Dean was just mentioning a minute ago. Have you seen Venom yet?
no.
Okay, I saw it, and I don't. I don't know. I guess there's some critiques, but I think it was far from terrible. You know, what's up,
A
Drew?
lot of people are saying it's terrible because of I don't know. I don't know why.
Yeah, I just saw it the other day, and like, I mean, I'm a big Tom Hardy fan. I think when Tom Hardy's talking to Venom, I just think that that's fucking gold.
I liked the first one. I
Yeah,
liked the second one. I
yeah,
didn't like some of the multiverse stuff they threw in after the credits and stuff because it didn't make any sense because you weren't why are you showing me the MCU Spider-Man when you're not even going to be in a movie with him? Don't show
right.
me that. That didn't make sense to me. But besides that, the first two were decent. What makes me think the third one would be any
Yeah,
worse?
the only thing I could possibly
Take them
say,
for what they are.
yeah, the only thing I could possibly say is that there is, and there's a little too much time collectively, especially maybe at the beginning, where Venom and Tom Hardy aren't in it. You know,
In
like
the
that.
third one?
Yeah, in this newest one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it wasn't. I would say that they probably made up for it or
Hey,
whatever.
Kat.
Um, hey, Kat. Hey,
She
Drew.
came over to the dark side.
What's going on? But yeah, I saw it, and like I'm not this guy. Like I haven't seen every Marvel movie, and I don't go see every one in most of the ones I have seen, like I just watch them because I think, oh, I'm missing this, and like I'm not in it to win it, right? But when will people realize that the movie's not over if the lights aren't on? You know, because there was a bunch of people that the credits rolled, and the lights aren't on, and they got up and left, and then there was like me and my wife and like maybe six other people who knew like there's got to be a cutscene, right? And then there was a cutscene, but the lights still weren't on, and then a bunch of other people left. They're like, oh, there's the cutscene, and then they left,
Yeah.
and then you had to fucking sit there. I got up and went and peed and came back, right? Because you had
Yeah.
to for the whole 10 minutes of fucking credits, and then there was one more cutscene. And so like that's the only and
There's a lot of people over the years that love to sit through the credits regardless.
yeah, I mean
I mean, I can remember when I was a kid, we went to the movie theater all the time, and there were people that just felt like that was part of the experience
yeah.
to watch that film all the way to the end, you know.
Yeah, that was always a case by case with me. Like I would say, oh, who was that actor? And I'd want to find him in the credits. Or where was that filmed? You know? Which of course now it's all fucking filmed on a goddamn stage. But
Sometime,
back
yeah.
in the days you'd be like, oh, that was filmed in Arizona. Right on. That's cool.
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
know. And like you would always guess too, you'd be like, is that New Mexico? Is that Arizona? What is that? And then all of a sudden they'd be like, oh, that was Colorado. And you're like, son of a bitch, I never been to that part of Colorado. But yeah, I learned real quick, like if the lights aren't on, don't leave. Because even in regular movies,
Yeah, right,
sometimes the
right.
lights come on. Sometimes the lights come on when the credits are rolling. But in those MCU movies and all those kind of films, the fucking lights are still off. And that's because, the projectionist knows, obviously, that there's a cutscene that you're not going to see that well.
Yeah.
Oh no, Kat, I was just using that as an example. I was just using that as an example. We were talking about. I used to like to watch where films were made. When films were made in places. But you'd be guessing where was that. And I tell you one thing. That's still why whatever 1960s Technicolor films are the greatest films still made because man. Like you watch new shit, and like Andor was pretty good, but it still was muted. And I think maybe some of that does have to do with, well, I don't know, man. You can. I was gonna say that has to do with these new flat screen LCDs or whatever, da da da. But like, you go find a John Wayne movie from the '60s made in Technicolor, and like, man, shit looks amazing. You know, the fucking water is blue and the sky is blue, and you can see clouds and the grass is green, and like, far superior filmmaking and technology used to impart realism on the screen.
So I did some research here, and there's a website called alienanthology.wordpress.com, and they made an alien compendium from the movie Solo. Holy shit, are there a lot of species in there?
Oh yeah.
However,
Swoop Gang had everyone with
however, under unidentified species,
Dryden Voss.
species number 1 is the species of Dryden Voss, a near human from an unknown world. They resemble baseline humans, but can be distinguished by striations on their face that were actually aligned to their circulatory system. Whenever their adrenaline levels rose, the striations would turn bright red, as well as the whites of their eyes. Also,
Ricardo mentioned that. Earlier.
Also judging from Dryden's skin color moments after he died, they turned gray soon after their death.
Yeah, he did have do this wilting look.
I have the same issue with my penis, the veiny thing,
and then it wilts.
Huh. They actually had they had 8 unnamed species in that movie. Wow.
I believe that.
But there's so many more, dude. Holy crap.
I have to rewatch Solo, but was there very many like OT aliens? I don't remember.
There was a mention of some that they snuck in there, but for the most part, it all looks pretty new.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen that. Which man, that whatever that last prequel movie was, like that, all that is what fucked up Solo. And I remember that people were like, "Oh, I'm done with Star Wars. I'm not watching anything." And then it's like,
yeah.
And then but I didn't feel that way. I was like, man, I want to see the Solo movie. You know, at least we know like Rey's not in it, and it seemed like a interesting timeline. I think it could have been. I don't think it was the greatest thing ever made, obviously, but I don't think it was as much shit as everybody else thought. It was entertaining.
Yeah.
And I don't remember, and that was one of those 2 brothers, right? Was in the Swoop Gang. I can't remember.
Oh yeah, you talking about 2 tubes?
Yeah, because there's 2 of them, and you end up seeing them both in Rogue One, and then you end up seeing them both in Andor.
Yeah, because one of them works for what's his name?
Yeah.
I think for me, the appeal to Solo was just simply having a movie that broke out of the traditional 3-movie trilogy thing, and this big long lineage of the Star Wars Skywalker saga, just to have its own little chapter for a minute and say, hey, here's a young Han Solo, and here's some stuff he did. Here's how he met Lando.
Definitely the first thing to do that.
I don't know why they got away from that, man.
Well, they went back to it, like with Rebels and.
Well, I'm saying in the theaters, like they were gonna do the Boba Fett movie, and then they decided not to because this didn't make a lot of money or whatever. But I was like, but there was still some promise there, man. It was better than getting into the sequel trilogy, because it was like too close to the sequel trilogy. Like it was going to cause some issues there or something. And it's like, no, not really. People kind of understand that that's a series of movies with multiple parts versus this is just a chapter out of someone's overall story.
Well, and now it's like they've realized that and most people give Rogue One the credit, right? They're like, oh, this is the first time you never see a lightsaber and you never see a Jedi. And like, pretty sure Solo came out before that, right?
Exactly.
And it's like nobody watched it.
None of that was in there.
Yeah, none of that.
Until you saw Darth Maul, there was no saber and there was no Jedi or Sith until that quick second, few seconds.
Well, and at that time frame in Maul's life, like technically he's not a Sith either.
Right.
Right.
This was after the mechanical legs got attached. So this would have been after after Rebel stuff or during it or whatever. And like, you could have done a Maul movie. Why weren't they thinking of doing the bad guy movies? This was called Solo. Why can't you do one called Maul?
Oh, I know you're a big fan of that. I know.
But what about Maul getting into the position of being the head of the?
Well, they did that. It's called Rebels.
Yeah.
Or Clone Wars.
Why can't you put that in a movie like this? You did it with Solo.
Yeah, Gilster has always wanted a bounty hunter.
Bounty hunter movie would be great.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to show a younger Boba Fett, how he got to where he was.
Dengar is what I say.
So I was watching a stream. I think it was this morning. Maybe it was yesterday. This guy said, well, when we saw Boba Fett in Star Wars or in Empire Strikes Back, it was only a few minutes. He didn't really say much. So we don't really know that for sure that he was a badass. Oh, because I know what happened, because I had commented the way that they nerfed him in his series. They turned him into a politician softy for the people. And they were like, well, there's nothing that says he was really a badass before that anyway. I said, are you kidding me?
Yeah, well,
be working for Darth Vader and have Darth Vader tell you not to do some shit?
Right. Yeah.
Just being in those scenes next to that character made him a badass with Dengar and IG-11 or 88 and all that.
In the old days, catered, and even in those older films catered to people who could fucking like see the peripheral, like what you're saying. Like, we knew that everyone up there was a badass because
or they wouldn't have been there.
Right.
I'm like, are you sick?
Yeah, no.
That's why I was personally so pissed off with the
that was a prequel baby. I'm sure, right?
Yeah, probably.
Right, like you're right. Like I already knew that.
Actually, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. He wasn't that old, but he wasn't that young.
No,
and then
prequel babies are like 40 now, right?
When we get, you're probably right. So when we get to the Boba Fett show, and he walks in and takes over,
neutered.
You're like, all right, this is cool. Let's see what happens. Like, I want to know how he got here. How did he get back out of the pit? That was cool to me, how they showed him get out of the pit.
Except for the stormtrooper part. I immediately,
in
the first 5 seconds, I was like, oh, these motherfuckers don't know anything about Star. Like, they obviously didn't watch the film.
Yeah.
Because that continuously pisses me off. Like with the red-eyed Chavestine guy that
he just happened to eat a stormtrooper that never fell in there in the movies.
Right. And then even if some stormtroopers came along at some other point, there's only one in there. It just makes immediately pissed me off. I was like, that's fucking bullshit. These people don't know.
But they rob him of 2 episodes and put Mandalorian in there. And I was fine with it because they were pretty damn good Mandalorian episodes to help the story out for what was going on. And they never brought the 2 together more than they could have.
Well, and it's like
they never showed anything with Coruscant, and they never showed his history that he had with Boba Fett. The freaking guy worked with Boba Fett.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's like you said on your other stream too, like Disney wants to push away characters of old and bring on new characters, right?
Dude.
Because the Mando series, that would have been Boba Fett. Like that should have been maybe and arguably without.
Like, how cool was it when they had the guy with Boba Fett's armor?
Oh yeah,
and you hear the boots clanking, and you're like a Western. You're like, yeah, all right, this is cool. And then it's not him; it's an imposter. Like, that was a cool move. I like how they did that.
That was pretty neat.
And then
I was let down with Boba Fett when they changed his voice and they removed the spurs and
they removed the spurs, and then they have. I
was pissed about that shit in 1990s.
And then he's down for the count, and he gets the kill on Cad Bane, and like, come on, man. It was weak. It was.
And there was that. You ever seen that deleted scene from Clone Wars when young Boba Fett has the duel with Cad Bane? You've seen that?
I don't remember the duel, but I remember, he was so pissed off about losing his father that he tried to assassinate Mace Windu.
Right.
With his father's helmet that had his head in it packed with explosives. Like, holy shit, this is an animated show.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
people are sleeping on the animated that don't want to watch them.
Yeah, yeah.
That little
So
kid, that little
back-
fucker was twisted.
there
Like
was
you,
a deleted scene that is still not even finished. Like only part of it is colored. A lot of like part of it is still just
I got you. Yeah, I know what you mean.
drawn and stuff.
Yeah.
But I guess we don't really know why, but at some point young Boba Fett and Cad Bane have a disagreement.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And they step off just like in Mando, and they pull on each other, and Cad Bane shoots
Puts the dent in the helmet.
and then puts that big dent in his helmet.
I know what you're talking about.
You know, and
Yeah.
like that was pretty cool. I thought but that was a deleted thing. It never made it for whatever.
That was a good way to show how he got the dent.
Mm-hmm. And but yeah, man, the Mando series, or at least the first season where he was just doing like those individual missions and shit, like that could have been Boba Fett at any time. You know, give us a Boba Fett show pre Empire Strikes Back timeline. You know, just
that's what I'm saying. Give me that.
At any point, and then let's not forget Shadows of the Empire, right? Like that was post Empire, pre Return, and it's all about Boba Fett and Dash Rendar, and like just make that, you know.
Yeah.
But they did Boba Fett a disservice in so many ways. You know, originally, because like I was just like everybody else. He's on the screen for 2 minutes, 3 minutes. He's got spurs. You know, he talks in an American gruffy, you know, Western style speech. Yeah. And back in those days, like they told you on the, and it was like in those, they didn't have Wikipedia and stuff, but they had those books, you know, the tall books that had labeled all the parts and stuff. But you know, like Boba Fett, his armor was unique because it was ancient, and he was supposed to be the only person in the galaxy that had that, and nobody had seen that, and it was only like a fabled thing. The Mandalorians you know.
I pulled up the original. I pulled up the Return of the Jedi scene where they're fighting over the pit, and I noticed a couple things before I get to the part where you see Boba Fett. Jesus, criminy! Luke Skywalker's lightsaber's like 5 feet long, man. Mm-hmm. It is crazy out of scale.
What about the kick to the guy's face?
That was a force kick. Come on, he's using the force. You gotta use the force. Well, how about Leia choking out Jabba with barely enough force to even really do anything?
I can't believe nobody
share that right there.
He had no loyalty in that entire thing, right?
Chopped his gun off. Everybody's getting something chopped off.
And
he's wearing a jetpack.
Yeah. There was, you remember, I can't remember where we learned this, right? But there was supposed to be a swipe, much like they did his dad when Mace Windu hit his jetpack and then it malfunctioned. There was supposed to be a part where he catches, I think, Luke's blade in his jetpack, which is why
pick you up.
Yeah, which is why it would have malfunctioned when Chewie hit it. Right? And that's why the jetpack, in some scenes you can see it already has like a scar on it before he gets muffed up. How about Lando with no gloves and then Lando with gloves? That's an old one.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, that's an old, like that's one of the original what the fucks right there.
Yeah, it still hasn't fallen in. There he is. I'm trying not to let it play.
Well, can't be popular enough that they're watching.
I think it's an automatic computerized thing.
Oh.
So I'll just keep stopping it.
Yeah, would love to see Boss kick ass live action. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Boss, the only thing about Boss is the way they did his arms. He didn't have,
like I said, I always thought, for the same reason that Boba Fett was cool, I always thought Dengar was cool. Like this, like to me, he was like the John Wayne character of Star, right? Like he's obviously this old dude. I don't. The actor's name was Morris Bush, I believe, and he was like a bare knuckle boxer,
Yeah.
and was in a few. But like that guy, immediately, I was like that like you knew he was badass, and he was like that old guy John Wayne badass too. You know.
Yeah. So I'm not seeing a stormtrooper fall in after him or even
No.
before him.
No. Uh-oh. Dylan and Blue Sasquatcher.
So oh shit.
All right, don't get us cut off now.
No. I'm trying to go back now. I want to find Boba Fett. And I want to go to that first episode. Like I said, I really enjoyed how he got out, but it was just
now there was a book or comic or something. I don't remember what it was, but we have gotten that story before. You know, that wasn't like you know, in the old days there was a canon that he had gotten out.
yeah.
I just don't remember where we had seen that, if it was a comic or if it was one of those Tales of the Whatever books.
Yeah.
But yeah, they did, and you know, they did the same thing to Vader in a way, right? Like you said, Vader comes on screen,
Share that
you don't have to be fucking explain shit. You're like, this guy,
Yeah.
he picked the guy up and he's holding up, and we didn't even know he had robot
Here,
arms.
share that. I want you to see this.
But then they come back and they just totally neuter Anakin. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Well, how about when he pulls his airline?
Right, and then as far as I know, right, like they in the original 77 Star Wars, they had space troopers, right? You remember when the Falcon's coming into dock and there's the two stormtroopers standing outside? And they're space troopers and they're equipped with a whole backpack and shit because the suit and everything might be you know, pressurized, but they did not have any kind of that was something that had to be added to it.
Yeah.
So the fact that that stormtrooper had oxygen or whatever that might be, like that doesn't make any sense as far as I know, because we had already established that a space trooper has to put on extra shit to go walk outside. You know, so that I just thought that was. I've seen too many things like that in Disney Star Wars where, like I said, it alludes to the fact that whoever is writing these things and watching them really don't know as much as like, and I kind of consider myself more of a, like, I'm kind of a casual fan in a sense, but I have a, you know, if I read something 20 years ago, I remember it. Like I have one of those things, you know, if I see somebody in a store a week ago and I say, oh, I saw that guy at the record store, you know, at 4:00 last week. Like I have that kind of, so I remember shit, you know, like I don't drink fluoridated water and shit. Like I remember shit, I guess, more than, you know, like the Mandela effect doesn't fucking work on Lak.
Can you say though?
Mm-hmm.
This is interesting. So after Book of Boba Fett,
right?
We had what do we have? Obi-Wan and then Acolyte.
Yeah, we had Obi-Wan.
Or we had Mandalorian season 3.
Yeah, and then Ahsoka was somewhere in there too.
And then Ahsoka. We had Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, Acolyte.
That's right.
I feel like Boba Fett was just on another level better than Acolyte and Obi-Wan. Even though it had bullshit about the main character and he didn't get to do 2 episodes of his own series, it was still like the look, the feel, how it was done. Oh, Bad Batch was in there too.
I could maybe agree with that, but
I'm just saying maybe like the feel of it and stuff, maybe.
Yeah, I think it was the familiarity.
Like if you have like different categories of the show and then you do an overall score, I feel like Boba Fett might edge out those other 2 shows.
I think Boba Fett would beat the pants off Ahsoka.
For sure. for
I think
sure.
a hot steaming pile of dog shit in a
I was waiting.
beats Ahsoka.
Dude, I was waiting almost 2 years for Ahsoka, and I was so let down by that show.
I
Man.
was not waiting for it. I was dreading.
I really
was
because
dreading
of
having to watch it.
Rebels, I just really wanted to see her on the live screen, and then it wasn't the actor, it was just what they were doing. I was just like, okay.
I thought it was garbage.
Big glaring issues. Somebody said the thing about the lightsaber running through the body and the person being okay the next episode, stuff like that. But to see when she went to that facility by herself, and then she cut the circle, and she went down in that tomb and found that little time device and all that. That was cool. But then she went up into like a control room or something over like a quarry kind of thing. And she breaks the window and jumps, and it's like 10 times the height of what Mace Windu supposedly died falling. And I'm like, well, Jesus Christ.
Right.
This just goes to prove my theory that he could have lived.
I was upset when she cuts the hole and she goes down there and she gets the thing. She comes out and then she's surrounded by those droids, right? Any person who's been in any kind of fight with multiple people would know that instead of being fucking surrounded and taking them on, luckily one at a time, like a fucking Chuck Norris kung fu movie.
Yeah.
Anyone with any tactical sense would know to go back in the hole, because they would then have to fucking come through.
Right. She just chop them as they come in.
One at a time. Right. And like
then
that
she ends up running after the dark.
That made no sense.
And they had that dark warrior dude.
That's the shit that makes me realize, oh, nobody in this fucking show has ever been in a fucking fight. You know? Like, you got all these people choreographing shit, and like anybody would know that your best move, especially if you can jump and you have force jumping and all that, like, you would just go back in the fucking hole and make those motherfuckers, make those motherfuckers come through the hole one at a time, and then anybody could fucking take them out, right?
Yeah. So much
superiority.
Much stuff in Ahsoka that didn't add up correctly. Like Gilster said, why are they making Sabine Wren a Jedi? She was a goddamn Mandalorian. She needed to become a Mandalorian, not a Jedi. Well, she was a badass on her own right just from having that lineage.
For lack of a better term, that's all political. That was all, like, that whole show was like a political driven thing.
The scenes with Ahsoka going through the holotapes of her lessons with Anakin and having him be there again, those were cool. I didn't even like, people were like, oh my God, he's back and all this. It wasn't even that for me. I was just like, okay, that's cool. Here's Hayden Christensen. I'm glad he's back into it, whatever. But I was more interested in Baylan Skoll's path.
Oh yeah,
because he started going after something, and it was, you could follow it, like it was making good sense. Like you had this dark warrior dude, Shadow Warrior. He was like a zombie though, chasing everybody, and nobody could figure out who he was. Had all these theories and stuff, and then they take him out, and he just turns to ash or whatever. Stupid. You have the Shin Hati, who is a hottie, just kind of coming after Sabine, and then she's obviously more skilled, and she runs her through with the saber, and then the next week she's like, oh, it's just a flesh wound, we're good.
Oh, the next morning.
Yeah.
The next morning.
I went in the back of the tank, we're good.
Everything's fine.
The best part of this whole fucking thing to me was the World Between Worlds with Anakin being able to jump through time and take her back in her past and all that, because you were bringing those moments from Clone Wars to life. I loved that, but I didn't love anything as much as I love Baylan Skoll's path, because he was onto something, dude. He was willing to leave all of this.
Yeah, he knew something was up.
To go after something greater. Oh, I like it. Okay, now what are we on to?
Well, there's so many people too. There's people that I've talked to who love Ahsoka, and when you ask them, well, what was so great about it? And they immediately mention the return of Hayden Christensen and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no.
But my retort to that is, you got 600 minutes, whatever it was, right? You got 100 minutes of shit, and you're going to tell me you're going to give it a good rating because of 3 minutes of your fanboyness of that. And I just think that, like, that doesn't make up for it. you know, and like there's quite a few people that go, oh, that was totally worth it. That was great. That made the whole, and like, I don't think you're giving people a pass. You're like, oh, you know,
Yeah, the show was not good or bad because of Hayden Christensen coming back.
I think they miscast Ahsoka. I think they definitely miscast Thrawn. You know, I don't know where.
Yeah.
I don't know
I
where.
just think, dude, the whole thing for me, the piece that I pulled from that whole show was Balin Skull.
You know,
And
that
then,
was it. That
and
was
then
it.
like
And then again, that part was what, like maybe
a few
10
minutes.
minutes.
Well, interspersed in throughout, like he mentioned
Right.
some things throughout, but like I wish they would have shown. They need to show more of the fucking bad guys in these shows.
Well, and the only time they ever show a bad guy is when they are, and I've noticed this. I've had some friends that are younger than me, and the redemption of a bad person is like that's like a big thing that a lot of modern people really want to be inundated with, you know. And I think
Every
because
freaking Star Wars program's been
and
doing
it's
that.
like, I think it's because they internalize it, you know. And it's like there's no matter how fucking shitty you are, you can always decide to not be shitty.
Sure.
And it makes it okay.
It worked with Darth Vader, did it? Let's not keep going there. But
But he had, that seemed like a whole different reason. I mean, like,
right.
we both
There
had
was a
friends.
reason though.
There was a reason, and like a lot of it had to do with him having conversation with his
Boba
son.
Fett. There was no fucking reason.
There was no reason.
The Tuskens enslaved him and then trained him, and then he becomes their protector, and then he's all of a sudden a fucking good guy running for mayor. Get the fuck out of here.
That was all bullshit.
That was for no reason. I mean, what was her name? The bounty hunter in Mandalorian, when she hooked up with Boba.
The MMA fighter girl?
No, the why can't I remember her name? She was Boba Fett's right hand woman.
Oh yeah. The
she was more of a badass than him.
Well, and again, like,
and they showed her going and getting like the metal upgrades and stuff to fix her up. Like that was cool stuff there. And then the scooter bike gang.
Out all those guys at the end. Well, again, and I can only, because of the time frame and all that kind of shit, like that's all like politically driven, right? I mean, it's all politically driven, and when you call something out on that, you know, then you're labeled with all this shit. But like, it's like the Acolyte, right? I think, and like maybe this is too deep of a conspiracy, right? But I think that there was a conscious decision by Disney to put out all of this hatred, right? And like they would probably pay some Chinese server to make all these accounts and to spew off all of these negative things about it that had to do with sexism or racism or whatever, right? Because once you've established that the only people that dislike this thing is because of these reasons, then it insulates them from any actual criticism, right? Any actual criticism of, the sets look like shit, the writing is shit, you miscast these people, the acting wasn't good. They insulate themselves from the actual criticism, right? Like we see that in lots of things, you know. It's like, it's a self-deprecating shield, right? That's what I think. That's what I thought about that, because we all watched that, and in no way was it good. And there's a million reasons why it wasn't good that has nothing to do with the reasons why Disney tells us why we think it's not good. And I realized that one night sitting around thinking about not so much what I think about it, but why would a person do this, right? Like you have to work backwards. Here's the product. Here's the facts of the product. Why would a person produce this? You know, and it always comes back to like a political thing. And then it comes back to putting the what's the word? The mark of anybody who dislikes this is because of these reasons, right? Yeah. Then when somebody does say, I don't like this, everybody has to not listen because they've already been told why you don't like it by these other people who fucking made it, right?
Yeah.
And so they're not saying, oh, you don't like this because they know that. They're saying it because it insulates any actual criticism of their fucking shit. And like that seems like the ultimate fucking thing there because to me, there's no other reason why. There's no other reason why. There is no feasible reason why a company would do that, you know?
I would like to know too, like when they bring Hayden Christensen back into these projects, and I'm honestly, I'm glad that he did. Um, but they put him in Obi-Wan and they have the flashback where they're training and they're fighting each other, and you see it's come to a point in the training where he's become not able to beat the teacher like in the old samurai movies where the student can whip the teacher's ass or whatever, has a good day, you know. It's just a moment where he's stronger and you can tell. They didn't even bother to de-age him.
Mm-hmm.
He looked like he had just come from a truck stop.
He looked rough.
Driving all night and was in his mid-40s and needed a smoke and a shot of whiskey just to get the
Yeah, the
day
man
going.
looked rough.
And he looked fucking rough.
Oh, I'm just making sure that door's open for when the missus shows up.
And I'm like, damn, y'all didn't even think to de-age homeboy? Like, geez,
No.
what the hell?
No.
Like they're sitting in the writer's room going, it's good. Everybody will just be happy he's here.
Hello.
Everybody will just be happy, like you said. They'll just be happy that he's back, and that'll
I've
make
heard.
the show
I heard
great.
so many people, and so many people were like, "That was amazing. That was great." Oh, what part? Oh, that fucking 5 minutes of the whole shit fest.
Yeah,
and it's like, well, that that doesn't fucking make it good. That doesn't make it
Obi-Wan
good.
Kenobi's show, in my opinion, again, just my opinion, had
Dylan knows
it was okay plot. Okay, he's gonna rescue Leia. He's coming. He's the one that's got to come help her. Blah blah blah. Okay, cool. Leia's this little feisty kid. She's got some abilities. That's cool. Okay, I'm fine with that.
Mm-hmm.
It had some great moments with Vader and on all this stuff and the what do you call it? The people looking for the Jedi and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But the bad parts were so glaringly bad that they outweighed all the good, and that was to me what hurt Obi-Wan. Otherwise, it's one of the great shows. Like when Vader's dragging him through the flame,
mm-hmm.
and he's like, "We're not doing this quick. We're gonna make this hurt."
Right.
I was like, "Wow!" That to me was like I didn't expect.
That was cool, but at the same time, I did feel now. And I'm going to preface this.
And their sabers look like toys.
Well, I feel like that was definitely out of character for Vader, but maybe that wasn't out of character for, oh, I hate sand, fucking Anakin, right? Because when I first saw it, I was like, that's not fucking Vader. Vader would never fucking do that. But then there is the idea that he is now coping with the feelings that Anakin has.
Yeah,
right?
and it's about making a statement rather than ending things. Because what's he gonna do if he ends it?
Right. Yeah, exactly. So by the time it was over and I had time to think about it, I thought, okay, that could have been. But again, I don't think the writers are that deep, right? I think these are all written by people who think they're fucking deep, but have never actually had like a fucking deep moment in their fucking life, right?
Yeah.
It's like they think it is, right? They're like, I love Led Zeppelin. But I can only name Stairway to Heaven, right? It's like those kind of fucking people. It's like, oh no, I got this fucking t-shirt at Walmart and I heard if you like Led Zeppelin, you're fucking cool. Like that's what I think of most of these fucking people who are writing these shows. They have no actual experience to fucking understand that. So I might be giving them more credit than is due, thinking, well, that's maybe, Vader went away and you're stuck with this. I'm a boy, like all of a sudden it's this fucking guy, but, and then I know I said this long before it ever happened, but when we first watched it, I said, if you removed the character Reva from that entire show, it would have been better. because there's really nothing she fucking adds. There is nothing she adds to that fucking story whatsoever. There's no reason for her to be in it. And then, months later, I heard that, and I haven't seen it yet, but like there's a cut a fan made where they did remove.
Cut her out of it.
They cut her out of it, and it's supposed to be spectacular. But I knew that. It's like,
I mean, I dug the origin for her. She was a kid there when he came through after Order 66, and she was almost like a turncoat in waiting. She was gonna just go ahead and join this thing and get to a certain level, and then try to take Vader out. And then he immediately was handling her with the choke.
Oh, he knew that shit from day one.
And then she kept coming after him anyway. It was like relentless. And he just got done showing you more power than anybody's ever shown in the Star Wars universe by pulling a fucking starship down and destroying it with the Force. And she wants to play games with the lightsaber duel. And he's like, here, he snapped hers in half and then gave her half.
Yeah.
You like John Wayne? That was some John Wayne shit.
That was
like,
some John Wayne
here
shit.
you go, Pilgrim. You need a weapon.
Right, but that was some John Wayne cool shit.
It could have been any character in her spot, but
no, but
that was like its own little mini story that they didn't need to mix in there. No,
I thought it was poor. It was like
if they did a Vader series, okay, bring her in. If they did a series on her, bring him in. But to have her in the middle of this shit with Obi-Wan,
that was a completely.
She didn't need to be there.
Yeah, that story
they get
something on its
own. They try to put all these other layers into stuff, and it's like,
no, it's ridiculous.
I'm still over there trying to figure out how the guy is related to fucking Anakin. Actually, he's somebody's son, and this and that and the other, and the guy he's they're taking care of Luke or whatever. He's gonna lie. He's gonna lie for Obi-Wan, but he hates him because of what he stands for.
Right.
Talking shit about him.
Yeah, Lars,
to try and throw him off the scent.
Lars.
Yeah. And
and he's not related to. Well,
I'm getting it confused with Anakin's mom married a guy who knew Lars, and
that's
Jesus Christ, it's a weird
half brother.
Yeah,
that's Anakin's half brother, right?
Yeah.
No, that was and at the end too, right, where Lars all of a sudden is the pussy, and and it's just like, if there was a backstory of some kind, maybe. But again, it seemed like just a politically motivated. It's just like at every turn, they're like, well, we can't have this. We can't have this. We can't have
George
that.
Lucas we talked about this. George Lucas put politics in as a story trope to show the complexities of trying to usurp power enough to rule the galaxy.
Right.
That even a powerful Sith had to play the political game. It wasn't about reflecting like modern day bullshit. It was just to have a device in the story to get you there.
Well, it was definitely done as Star Wars politics.
Exactly.
Exactly. I do think there was maybe some projection between the prequel political situation and the situations that were going on in our country at that time.
Maybe. I'm looking back to 1999, 98.
I see parallel in that. Whether or not he meant it to be.
Sure. At that point, there probably was more than.
But I felt like
beginning.
I felt like it was so. Like, even the first time I watched it, the very first time I saw it in theater, I was like, oh, this is a reference to.
Sure.
I'm only 38, but even however old I would have been then, like that, I'm in the theater, I'm going, wow, this is a complete, the man's trying to fucking say something here.
Yeah.
And I thought it was blaringly fucking off.
I feel like it was more of a jab from him, though. Whereas now it's like they're trying to teach us a lesson or something.
Oh yeah, no, I think
different way,
If he did mean it that way, I think he was genuinely trying to say something in his opinion, or trying to send a message of maybe even education. But yeah, now it's like a vindictive thing, right? And what's that genuinely lack? That's like when you watch all the Star Tour, which is over now, but like when you watch all the Star Tour thing, like there's only one guy, and he's like the maintenance guy, right? But the whole crew of that ship is like a certain demographic. Like they even like the captain. If you go back and watch all of those reviews of staying at that hotel, you will not see a guy that looks like Han. You won't see you won't see them. And there's like a maintenance guy in the story, and he shows up, and not only is he just a guy, but he's like a doofus, fucking bent neck, sunken chest guy. So like even Disney in their hiring of the Starship Cruiser, fucking right, there are no broad-shouldered guys that can touch their nose with a fucking sledgehammer in that whole fucking place. They're all a certain demographic of, whatever you want. And then like it's obvious, and like for anybody that's taken any kind of like a statistics class or whatever, you would have to know that is fucking impossible, right? That is impossible for that to fucking be, unless there was a motivation to purposely do it. And so like, yeah, I'm a maintenance guy too. And the maintenance guy that they I used to be a maintenance guy, but the maintenance guy on the Star Cruiser, it does not look like a maintenance guy, right? Like he is like a buck-toothed, sunken chest, probably could never hit a nail with a hammer to save his life. And they're like, let's find the weeniest, most doofus looking guy and let's hire him, because that's what we want to portray. It's super interesting if you go back and watch a lot of those. Like I know Eric Brown did it, and there's a bunch of others. And I was never interested in it, but I saw one because some people we know in our community did it, and I watched people's videos, and then I noticed that, and I said, wow, that's strange. Maybe that's just what was happening on that Tuesday. Then you go back and you watch and then you go back and you watch every one that's ever been fucking made, and you're like, wow, that's kind of strange how that fucking worked out. Salutations.
What?
We're live.
I know you are.
Oh, you were here. You were in the chat earlier.
Just for a few minutes when I was slow.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't hear nothing.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. But yeah,
Probably better off that way.
It's better off that way. Yeah, exactly. No, I think we've had definitely more bullshit than good shit, and but Disney has been losing money like like they've been taking on fucking water like a goddamn, I don't even know what. You know what I mean? And so
that's why instead of worrying about what the next thing could be once something comes out in relation to it, if it's successful, it's like, why don't you just make something good first and worry about that shit later? That's the whole thing about Star Wars. That's the whole sort of Ghost in the Machine. That first movie, there were multiple ideas that got jumbled into that movie. That's why they could do a sequel, and you had to backtrack on the whole sister kissing, because it's like, well,
oops,
kind of shot our wad there because we didn't think we'd get another movie.
Right.
And they get the other movie, and they're like, okay, now let's just stay away from that. And it feels like it's just, that should be the way they look at it. Like, let's do one the best we can do it, and if it works, we'll continue. They're not doing the best they can do because they're already worrying about the next one and this project over here and this project over there. Just give us one thing. That's why I'd be fine if they went back and did breakout characters. Give us a young Mace Windu.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's plenty of
bad guys out there. There's High Republic era. There's you could go back to how the jet. You could have a movie that wasn't even about Jedi so much on the level that we know them now. You could show their beginnings and.
Oh yeah, well, and that was the one hope of the Acolyte, is the time,
and we never got it.
Yeah, and you never got any of it. Yeah,
we ended up with characters from the freaking prequels and stuff.
Man, like, could you imagine like a Sith war, Jedi Sith, like, like massive amounts of people like running at each other, like like a medieval movie or like a Braveheart scene where they're all just charging at each other, but they're all Sith and Jedi.
Yeah.
Like
And
that's
we were supposed to
awesome.
have it was supposed to be a time where like Yoda was young, or it could have possibly been when Palpatine was young or something like that. Some of that stuff got mixed in there, but it didn't line up with
Well,
the
that
time.
on the note of the acolyte, which I've been saying that people are not asking me that much, but they had all of this basically propaganda, right? When they said we're not signing a second season, none of that side of the political, I don't even know how you say it, but like it was not told as news as we're not signing a second season. It was canceled, right? Like the headlines were actually canceled. And it's canceled because of all these fucking cancerous pieces of shit, who
You mean people unafraid to voice their opinions that
right,
something
people who
actually
didn't like
sucked.
the fucking shit you made, right?
Right.
And but again, Lak has a memory like a fucking elephant. There was an entire interview where the girl, the director, and the producer were saying we're gonna leave it open ended so we can hopefully have a second season, right?
Yeah.
And that interview came out before Acolyte ever dropped. So it was supposed to be like an Obi-Wan. There never was going to be.
Yeah.
Right. And so if there never was going to be one, then it can't be canceled. Right. And again, that the wording of it being canceled is like a mimetic, right? Mimetic usage to get under people's skin and to motivate like a political mindset.
See what you did.
Yeah.
See what you did.
When those of us who were following it close enough knew that there never was going to be a second season because the producer and the director said.
And the thing is, man, they have people out there monitoring how the reactions to these things, right? So even if they brought a second season back around, they're not going to get any viewership. It was so low for the first one. So many people have been forthright with their displeasure over it that they're like, I'm not watching that shit. I'm not subscribing to your platform because of that shit.
Yeah.
And it's the majority of the people I talk to about it. It's not hatred over the people in it or what they represent. It just was poorly done. Bottom line.
Poorly
done.
Poorly.
And I said to give them any credit that I could to say, well, it was cool to just go in and say, I got one shot at this. I'm just going to throw all this stuff out there. And after a while, it just seems like those little daggers you're just throwing at a board because you want to be first. I want to throw Plagueis in this. I want to pull the wool over Yoda's eyes. I want to have a green skinned woman with a limp dick lightsaber get car sick in a spaceship.
Right.
Boom. I want to have little kids with their eyes open with no eyelids. Boom. I want to have a Jedi class with no teachings. I want, you know what I mean? Like, I'm going to throw it all in there. I'm going to put as much prequel stuff in there as I can. And it just didn't work. It's like you put 10 things up there. You need to have 1 to 2, maybe 3 at the most.
Well, and like, what about the Kiadi Mundi thing, right? So like I envisioned I envisioned the brainstorming committee. They have all these Jedi. They have 8x10s of all the characters, right? And they have like a costume guy that says, "Well, this one wouldn't cost that much." And they go, "Okay, good. We're gonna put that guy in."
We still have the pieces in storage.
Yeah, we still have the that
prosthetics.
actor is not that old. We could use that guy. Like it's.
You know what's crazy, dude? That you say that, dude. Like they reshot like 40% of that show.
Wow.
They had to go back and do reshoots.
And I wonder if they thought,
let's move the timeline up. No way, man. Then you got the reminiscent robes of the High Republic on some of the Jedi and stuff. Like, why are they wearing white and gold? They're supposed to be the browns and the tans and the blacks and stuff like that. Why are you changing the colors up and the different types of sabers and all this stuff?
I thought the white and gold robes were probably the coolest thing about it.
I kind of liked it too.
I thought
I liked Soul's look better. But I don't know. It went from supposed to be this High Republic era to this prequel era, or slightly before, whatever. And it just didn't work. For, like you said, there was plenty of announcements before that. This is going to be in the High Republic era. This is going to be when Yoda could have been 100 years old.
Yeah.
We didn't get none of that. We didn't get none of that. So they fucked us on that before it even comes out. And then they give us a shitty show, and then we get blamed and told that we're misogynistic racists that have no room for anybody different or whatever. And it's like,
Right.
Nobody I know is out there just posting hate posts just to do it. If you didn't like it and you voiced it, you're a bad guy.
Right. Yeah, no, it was bad
Fuck
for
that.
a multitude of reasons.
Fuck that.
Before the obvious, obnoxious cancellation.
They do focus
certain,
groups. They have people watch this shit before it comes out. They get feedback.
Apparently not.
Well, yeah. And what? Were they just being defiant? No, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know how to watch.
Oh, if they had a swath of, well, here's the other thing too, right? Like, what were the demographics of those?
I have no clue.
Right, but that
22-year-old college dropouts. I don't know.
Right. I mean, just like people who, think communism is the answer for our country, or like, you know what I mean? Like, there's obviously like,
Apparently now there's a rumor, and I don't know if there's truth to it, but there's a rumor that they want fan focus groups now.
And how do they pick up?
Because they want to have people come in and talk to them about these upcoming projects and what they think, like a survey, and then they want them to share what do you like about what we are doing, what don't you like, what would you like to see in the future. Man, if they asked 10 of us in the community, it'd be billions of dollars in sales all over again. It'd be a fucking heyday for them.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a demographic of fans that are definitely making them more money than others, right?
Yeah.
Like nobody, and like if you're a corporation looking at getting money, right? The first thing you might want to think of is, so is the 15-year-old kid who lives in the house paying for the Disney Plus, or is it the 50-year-old OT fan who also wants to include their kids into Star Wars?
But if the kid has a point of view about it, let's hear the difference. Like, let's hear what they say and let's hear what the pop says.
Well, yeah.
Some of them might line up, some of them might not. Some of them might just be like, I love everything. It's just
there's a huge demographic even between prequel babies and OT fans, but I think a lot of them would still agree on some finer points.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I don't think too many of those people were.
A lot of the stuff with the movies, you got to be in the right place at the right time, and maybe it has to line up with your generation where you're at. There's a lot of kids out there that love the sequel trilogy. There's a lot of people like myself that saw the Force Awakens, and you see the original actors, they're coming back. You don't know a lot about the story. There's a big mystery about it. It's the Force Awakens. You're thinking, oh crap, it awakens, but where did it go to sleep at? This is gonna be wild. It's after the Empire. What's going on?
Right. Well, who was that earlier that said, what was the Resistance resisting if the Republic
was the ones in charge?
Like, yeah, man. Like, they
Hux,
sung Yub Nub like
Hux. They said Hux was the Hux was the spy. Yet he just murdered like billions of people, like 7 planets at once with the gun. It's like, I don't get it.
No.
Did he just decide that was bad?
And Ed was saying that we should rewatch those because I've only ever seen those 3 films the one time.
The sequels?
Yeah, I've only ever seen them
I've seen Force Awakens probably 8 or 10 times just after I always buy the DVDs. I've watched it at home quite a few times or just had it on in the background. Last Jedi I've seen at the theater when it came out, and I probably watched it one more time before I put it away because it just pissed me off. And then Rise of Skywalker, when they tried to right the wrongs of that movie, I didn't blame them because it wasn't fair. J.J. Abrams did the best he could to set them on a path, and they refused to follow it. And now he's got to come back and make up for their wrongs. So I kind of gave him more points, because of that. The worst part about the sequel trilogy is the main part of it is Rey, because, like I said before, they played her where she just comes in with the abilities all of a sudden. They did not do the Obi-Wan to Luke thing with Luke. He could have taught her, and he could have explained to her through his teachings what went wrong with his nephew.
Yeah,
and they could have had the nephew be a disciple of the Emperor trying to help bring the Emperor back. Like, hello, duh. They didn't even think of that till the last movie because they're like, what do we do?
Well, we
got to fix this shit. What do we do? Let's do the thing where they try to bring the Emperor back. Oh, okay, let's do it. Call him up. Hey, you're coming back.
Okay.
I just really wish they would have had the foresight to. Why did you hire Mark Hamill for a minute and a half and no speaking? That dude got millions to just be like, huh?
Well, I would imagine, knowing that we know now, is because they knew that they would have to put something familiar in there for people like us to go watch it. Right? Like
it could have been a great baton pass with him. And he would have gladly done it it could have been like him and Han could have been in the Falcon and made the ultimate sacrifice to save the young crew coming in. Something along those lines. And they decided to axe those scenes.
My wife came in and she's probably thinking, "What are the fucking tools doing?"
He cutting the grass in the living room again?
We were having a tool education session.
I saw you with the wood. You were doing this in the camera.
Hey, share my screen real quick. I got something to say.
An action or something before? I don't know. I just heard that one comment.
Annie, we're going to the freak off, Annie.
My
restraining bolt outfit. Get my restraining bolt jockstrap outfit, Annie.
Where's Rum? We need Rum.
The only language
man.
I speak is money.
Come on, Rummy. Where's Rummy at?
Dude.
It's 6 a.m. there, 7 a.m.
So like everyone had a problem with those Nemoidians that like I don't remember what they said, but they
they were the ones that said go to let the Jedi in.
Guy, like, but nobody ever said anything about this guy.
Don't let the Jedi in.
It's like a Japanese Italian.
Don't let the Jedi
it's
in.
Like Lucas was like, and I know he's like a big
they
fan
sent
of
the Jedi.
Cars.
We are done for. Don't let the Jedi.
Don't touch it.
And now you got this guy. Hey, Annie.
And then
we go to the freak off. I fly you there myself. We go to Diddy's house.
Christmas. It's like Lucas went through all the Axis countries' propaganda posters. And he's like, yeah, let's make this guy look like this.
Misa call you a jive turkey.
Oh my god. Oh no, those were not. I didn't like those fuckers either, man. I didn't like. I don't know. I did finally get Mark Awato though. He has the whole line of those figures, and he was missing a Watto.
Well, I have the Saga series Watto.
Oh, do you?
The blue cards.
The Watto, and then I can't remember the name of the droid, but that R2 unit that's like gold and blue.
Yeah.
No, turn it off. Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna end up selling that whole line, and they did it in 02, 03, and 04, and I think in 02 or 03 they did the ones called Unleashed, and they're actually similar to a Hot Toy size.
Oh yeah, the statue.
Yeah, I think they did 6 or 7 of them.
Those
over like a 2-year spread.
I have the Perky. I used to have it over here, but I moved it over there. But I have the Perky Amidala.
They had them in it was like a gray packaging, almost looked like a little statue almost.
Yeah.
And dude, I remember seeing those on clearance for like $6. Now people are selling them stupid.
Now, if you look hard enough, there's still some that are cheap.
I just can't remember how many there were. I think it depends on which ones. Because there was a Darth Maul one too.
Oh, I'm dropping shit. Oh, down goes Obi-Wan. There was on a couple of them. I know at least for this Amidala, there was a package variant also.
2003. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I have this one. Which
It's
is
like a 6-inch scale, right?
no, it's bigger than that.
It's not 375.
No, it's like 7.
Yeah.
It's
Because they
like,
did some in 02, 03, and I think maybe a few in 04.
I'm looking. What's it saying? This is 02, and the only other ones on the back is Hayden and Vader.
Yeah, the Vader had like a staircase or something with him.
Yeah, I think he's like.
And they did
There's 2 Vaders. There's this one, which is him.
They did
like
a Ventress.
Empire.
They
He's
did
like
an Asajj Ventress later.
See, this is him when he's like about to throw, when Luke's about to fall off the thing.
Yeah,
There's those
yeah,
pipes.
yeah.
But then there's another one where he's like stepping through the door of the Tantive 4.
They did an Ayla Secura. They did a Shock Trooper. They did a General Grievous. Looking at what
The
else
Bosk is fucking awesome.
there was Ara Singh. They did. There was a Yoda Unleashed. There's quite a few.
Yeah, no, this is a cool line.
Okay, so the Vader on the stair on the piece in Bespin, yeah, that's pretty cool. Got his fist out. There's a Rom.
I think the other
Kota?
one's cooler though. The one where he's coming through the door. There's like some blast effects or something, like some fire or something.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that one's cooler than this one because this one's got kind of a weird.
They did a Tusken Raider.
This one has like a weird stylized head sculpt, which I've seen it in person, but you can still kind of see it. See how he's kind of anime looking.
Looks like they did. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Force Unleashed now.
And there's at least 3 variants of this one, right? There's 2 package variants, and then at some point somebody said, "Hey, you have to get rid of those nipples." You know. But look, you can still get these if you look long enough. You can still get these for like $30.
There's a Mace Windu. Another a different Vader than the one you showed on the.
Is it him coming through the Tantive 4 doorway?
It's like him walking. Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, and there's like some fire effects.
And they did Best Buy exclusive Unleashed. The 7-inch scale. Yeah, Mace Windu Hasbro 7-inch action figure, Unleashed, $37.99 with free delivery. Then they did battle packs. There's quite a few. There's a Sidious.
You see that?
There's a Sidious Unleashed. I didn't know there was that many. I thought there was only like a few.
The Bosk one is awesome.
Chewbacca Unleashed. Damn.
I see the Luke on Hoth in his
IG-88.
Yeah, the IG-88 one is one of the more expensive ones that I've seen.
$44.99.
Oh, that's not bad.
No, and it's a I thought I said make an offer. It's buy it now. But the Aura Singh, there's a Anakin that's over lava that's unleashed. Looks pretty badass.
Have you seen the Bosk one? That's a killer one. That one.
Unleashed Anakin Skywalker. There's a different one, not over the lava.
Yeah,
and he's only $19.99.
There's a Luke Return of the Jedi.
Oh, okay. The Boba Fett's where he's over the tentacles of the Sarlacc. Okay, $25.
There's a shit ton, and they're cool. And of course, for collectors like us, like
I'm gonna have to go start getting some of these, man. These are badass.
Awesome. And
there's a Anakin with dual sabers.
There's a cool Obi-Wan too, like a young. I don't think there's a.
I haven't seen it yet.
One, but there is a Ewan McGregor one, and there's a really cool Luke
Skywalker in the X-wing pilot outfit.
Yeah, that one is relatively. Is that the
$20?
Yeah, that one's relatively cheap, and he's got his saber. He's like this.
I feel like I would feel like I would open these.
Yeah, they would be cool. The only reason I have.
Oh, she's got the chains around her.
Yeah, this one.
Okay, yeah.
This one's cool, man.
Perky. She's called Perky. I like it.
Yeah, she's
there's a clone trooper regular version. There's a red clone trooper. Damn, dude, they did a bunch of them. Bosk, there he is. Oh yeah, he's got his face with his mouth all open.
Yeah, the Bosk one is cool.
Oh shit, there's a slave outfit Leia.
Yeah, there's 2 variants on that too, and I think it's packaging though. I don't think there's any.
I just see it unpackaged. So.
Oh yeah.
But
No,
she's
those are
got
super
quite the package.
And for collectors like us, like I mean, there's some
And the Bosk is badass.
Yeah. There's some things that I go back and I change a little bit, but it's not like, because there used to be a time when people were like, "Oh, I'm not into statues." Well, like, when you get
Yeah, but everybody's on this hot toy kick. They're not much bigger than these. They're $250 to $350 just for a single character.
And most people I know,
And these are fucking almost the same quality, in my opinion, for
they look
$20.
good. Well, you lose the articulation, but again,
Yeah, but it's for display.
Most people I know that have the hot toys, and like Gary's definitely one of them.
Bro, they
It's
did
not
a
like,
Rancor.
let me finish my sentence.
Sorry.
There's not like most people I know with the hot toys, like they're not changing the positioning that they have them in, every week, or, like I think the dude's nerdery has said, like, oh, I take them down and I dust them and then I might change them. But then like Gary, there's some outfits, like there's an issue with like stretching. So if you put a guy in the hot toy, if he's all got his arm back or his leg out, if you keep it like that too long, when you put it back, there'll be a bag. Like, let's say like in a Spider-Man.
Oh, yeah.
Where he's supposed to have like a super tight, outfit like Spider-Man or Deadpool or something, And the only one I have is it's a Sideshow, which I think is not technically, it was sold by Sideshow, but I have that John Wayne. I've still never opened it. But yeah, these are awesome. And you could dust them with fucking canned air and not worry about knocking them over.
Well, they did a Han Solo and the Stormtrooper disguise, and the helmet comes off.
That's cool. I don't know if I've
I didn't know that any of these existed. I'm gonna have to find like the whole breakdown of the whole list, because when I started doing the 2002 line, I printed out a list for the 2002, and the Unleashed that is listed on that, there's only like 4 of them.
Oh yeah.
So they must have done them every year, because I saw them as new as 2007. So they must have done 3 to 5 every year, 10 in every year or something.
And I'm in no way a completionist, and there's plenty of characters on that I wouldn't like. What's the green Jedi with the face tattoos? I think they did her, and like there's
that Luminara, Manduli, or is that Bara Safi, something like that.
I think Barris Offee, I think, has the same tattoos, but I think it's a different. I think it's not her. And then Aluma, whatever her name is, isn't that Kanan Jarrus's
master?
Teacher? Yeah. Who I think is just like a human.
Which one was the one that actually was double crossing them?
That was the other one you just said, Barris Offee, I think.
Okay.
And she has like the same face tattoos as the green chick, but she has different color skin.
Yeah.
And then the green chick that I think they made an Unleashed of, she was the one in Rebels where they thought they were going to go rescue her, and then it was like a corpse.
Oh yeah.
That's the girl I'm thinking of, which I think that's an Unleashed that they had. And she's like, whatever, she's doing some like Obi-Wan kind of a thing. And it's been a long time since I looked for these, but most of them were like in 30, 40.
They're still,
they were
$27, $20, $40.
I remember the IG-88, at least at that time, because shit fluctuates. But much like the 12-inch vintage ones and the 12-inch, like the one Captain Spaulding sent me, the Hoth Luke, whatever line that was called.
Yeah.
Like IG-88 is usually up in the higher bracket of cost on almost any line. If you really look, even if you look at like Power of the Force 2 3.75s, right? Like the Gamorrean Guard and IG-88 are exponentially more expensive in the store.
Yeah.
By I mean, you could be looking at stuff that's $8, and then all of a sudden the Gamorrean Guard and IG-88 are $25.
Right.
Power of the Force 2, which everybody always talks about. Power of the Force 2. Oh my God, it's so cheap, it's so shitty. You can get that for $3 or $5, and like I always look at that, and I have never seen, like 8 might be the minimum, but it's
Yeah, I got their version of Yak Face for the barge.
Ricardo says the
for the
Clone
skiff.
Troopers are really cool.
I think I paid $8 for him. But that
But
could have
would
been
be
the
Power of
person
the
selling
Jedi.
it. A lot of times where you find these too is an antique shop or something.
Mhm.
The person selling it doesn't even know what they have. They just see a Star Wars packaging and just figure, oh, we'll sell it for $5.
Yeah.
Could be worth more, could be worth less sometimes.
Ricardo says the Clone Troopers are really cool.
They are.
On this line.
From what I just saw, they are. And he said there's 30 singles and 32 packs? Nice.
There's the only good clone is a dead clone. I'm a big anti-clone guy. Big anti-clone guy. That the Confederation was only fighting for a free and independent system. I don't know how that was. Again, that goes back to like the propaganda thing we were discussing at some point. How can you hate stormtroopers and you hate the Empire, but somehow the Republic and the clone troopers are fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Whereas like we as Western people, right? Like we generally would root for the people fighting for a free and independent system, right? Oppression from the government is bad, but when the Republic does it, it's fine. And like,
yeah,
when I first saw the prequels, that was another thing that I found that to be scary. Like when Padme does say, "Oh, this is how democracy dies."
Yeah.
And I'm thinking of like the Patriot Act, and I'm like, yeah, pretty fucking much. Like that's how it rolls.
Yeah.
Like there is a lot more truth to this than I think people are giving this fucking credit to, like Republic good, clone troopers cool, stormtroopers bad, and like
Ricardo just sent me the list of the Unleashed.
Oh, cool, right
So
on.
2002, the stuff that I had and I had the check sheet for, there was Anakin, Darth Maul, Darth Tyrannus, Darth Vader, Jango and Boba, Mace Windu and Padme. And then 03, it was Boba, it was Sidious with Sith Lightning, Darth Vader, Han Solo, Luke Skywalker, Obi-Wan, Leia, and Yoda. And then 04 was a bunch more. And then there was called art card repacks. They must have that different packaging like you were talking about.
Yeah, I know that Mark is the one who showed me that because he has both variants of this Padme. So like they're both perky, but they went in different packages, and then at some point they decided not to do that. I think they were like
27 of them altogether.
Yeah, that's not bad.
So you figure, let's just say an average with shipping. Let's just say it's 27 times. I don't know.
30 times 3
let's
times
say,
is $900, right?
30 bucks, 800 to 900 bucks. That's not terrible.
Yeah, 30 times 30, 3 times 3 is 9. Add the 2 zeros, so 900.
I mean, I've got over probably.
I mean, people pay that much for one.
I mean,
from one vintage, some of them, right?
The last 17, you're talking 3,500 to 4,500 bucks just for them.
Wow. I have 2 trucks out there, and I didn't pay that much for either one of them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, and then you can see right over my shoulder here. I'm trying to get all the 12-inch scale. I mean, Vader's like 15 inches, but you've got. I think that I don't have the IG-88. He's averages like 1,200 bucks. I don't have the Boba Fett. To get the Boba Fett complete, where he's got the braids, the cape, the missile has like a little tip on it. All of that to be proper. That's a grand, probably easy, maybe more. I've seen it go a little less.
Well, and that's the thing. What's the goal? And this changes from person to person, but like, what is the goal of collecting?
Well, I'm not a completionist so much. It's just I wanted to have certain things, and now that I wanted to have all the original figures. So I have all the original figures. There's people that go beyond that though. They'll say I want the variants. And then they'll go beyond that and say, I want them all graded. And then they'll go
Right.
beyond that and
I
say, I want them all
bootleg.
carded.
Yeah.
Well, now with carded though, in later lines, they would read. So you had your Princess Leia on the white outfit in the first 12 in 78. So then they did it again in Empire. They did it again in Return of the Jedi. They did it again in the line with the last the Power of the Force. There's some people that want to have all the figures in all the lines, and then to do that though, when you go back to the first 12, for instance, that figure is going to be worth 10 times Return of the Jedi's version because the back of the card. The back of the card's only going to have 12 action figures. When you get to Jedi, there's going to be 96.
Right.
There's going to be 104 or whatever the hell it was.
Well, you can only look at one side of the card at a time.
77 back, they call it. When you get to the 77 back, it's expensive, but it's a lot less than a 21 back. It's crazy. Like when you start, the lower that number goes for what's on the back of the card, the higher the price goes. I just saw a fucking 21 back Luke Skywalker or something the other day. It was like, fuck, $4,500 or something stupid. And then you have the lightsaber that was different the first 6 months. If it's a double telescoping, that dude's gonna be 5 figures easy. You could buy cars with some of these figures. You can pay houses off. There's guys I know, not know that well, but know of and talk to, whatever, that I've gotten to know through this, that it's all they do for a living, and these fuckers are living well.
Oh yeah, it's a rich man's game.
However they got into it, probably with family money, whatever. They're living nice.
Yeah, talk about like the ultimate flex of what's it called? Disposable income.
Yeah.
You know,
I see guys all the time. They'll post something ridiculous. You'll be like, "Oh man, I'd love to have that." And then the first guy on there's like, "Claim, motherfucker, that was $4,000 on a Tuesday for a fucking Jawa. What? What are you doing? I don't get it, man.
What are you doing? Yeah.
So what I do is I've kind of compartmentalized. So I had the figures. I don't necessarily want every ship, every vehicle, but there's some that I do. Like obviously I want a Falcon. I have one, X-Wing, different stuff, land speeder. Then you have the play sets. I don't necessarily want everything there, but then I decided I wanted to go on this run with the 12-inch because they were given a raw deal. But when I was a little kid, my brother's hand-me-down toys were the 12-inch G.I. Joes. That was an action figure, and it was big, and it had a gun, and you could hold it, and it was like, yeah, you could pose it and all this stuff. And it was that, and then you had the little molded army men that you got in a bag, So I'm compartmentalizing it like that. Like I want to get all them, I want to get all the lunch boxes. And I would like to have the variants on the lunch boxes because they're pretty neat and the art on them's amazing.
Yeah, that one you showed me the other day, that was pretty cool.
That was the second run of the original
I like
movie
that
box. Yeah.
Pretty.
That all just becomes its own thing. If you were a completionist, gosh, if you just said, I only want the mainstay things like that, not all the little keychains and posters and all that. If you got into the movie posters of the originals on top of this stuff, you're going to easily wrap $100,000 to $200,000 into a collection of just the regular stuff, not the super hard to find, sought after stuff. I mean, they just had the rocket firing J slot Boba Fett that they know that there's only 14 of them or something in existence, go for over $1 million. And it was 200,000 like a decade ago. Another guy that I talk to on a regular, he's one of these guys that high end seller. He sold a rocket firing Boba Fett that had shit wrong with it, but it was authenticated and it was $96,000. And he brokered that deal.
What?
96 grand.
Ricardo has a 12-inch Obi-Wan unopened.
Oh, bro.
There you go.
Yeah, I gotta get that one. I just paid $300 for a perfectly mint in the box, Princess Leia. The box was open to show the pieces because this tape had been broken or whatever. And I paid $300 for that because I wanted to have her where her buns were tight. Because most of them you find, the thing about it was to go at girls like a Barbie, it had a hairbrush with it. So you could do the hairstyle. Who the hell's going to redo the fucking buns, man?
Right. No, tight buns are a must.
So I wanted it to have tight buns, and I wanted it to have the comb and the brush or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And my buddy that sold the $96,000 boba, he had it posted, and he's like, "Man, it's such a nice example." I gave him an offer of like $275 because I had just paid like something heavy. Like the Vader was expensive because you got to get the right cape and the saber. And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna make a decent offer here. Somebody else made an offer. I said $275, and he was like, it's a good offer. I just can't do it because she's such a good example. And he messaged me. He wanted over $400 for that, and I was like, damn, man, I just can't do it. It's just out of my price range. So then he came back to me like 2 days later. He says, all right, man, you're a good dude. You've gotten some stuff from me. You're supportive, blah, blah, blah. How about 300 shipped? I was like, done. Yeah. Take off for shipping. And that's right at my offer. So let's do it. $300. It's a lot of damn money to find in my pocket when I got other shit going on. But can I give you $100 today?
Ricardo's going to send you some pictures.
I saw that.
What's up, Bill? That. Good to see you. Bill has the Leia, Luke, and R2.
Yeah, you can see the R2 right there. He's got the plans inside of him. And you poke his belly, and the plans pop out of his butt.
Good to see you, Bill.
And then he goes, babu, babu, beep, boop. Now, here's the first thing I'm seeing that I don't like about that comment, Ricardo. It's packed away. Get that baby out. Let it breathe, brother.
Oh, what? Well, Rum has 3 storage units?
That's crazy.
Every time Rum posts something that he got, I usually put, "Oh, that's awesome, straight to storage." That's what I always comment. "Oh, that's great, straight to storage."
That's hilarious.
Like a laugh emoji and stuff.
I have and this was all by happenstance. It wasn't sought out. So I have the 12-inch scale. If I can get my finger on him, R2 with the plans. There's a remote. There's an RC version of that, and I got it given to me. It was found in a house.
Oh, really?
And the remote, you would want them to have straight wires. It has a perfectly straight wire, and the remote's intact, perfect. It didn't have a battery door, and Jeff Day JD636 found the door for me and sent it to me.
Oh, that's awesome.
But I would love to get the old school RC sandcrawler.
Yeah.
But you're talking in good if it's working, you're talking over 1,000 easy. If it's just in good condition, I don't know, man. You could almost name your price to sell that thing.
Really? I always thought that the what's that Disney? The Disney park.
I have it.
You have one.
You've seen it.
Yeah, that's super cool.
I got it for $99. I think it was up to $119 one time I went, and another time it was like $129. I think you can still get that. I'm pretty sure. I just was there in 22.
Brother.
See you, man. In 2020,
I really just want one for a custom paint job, which
for that price you could get 2 and keep one in the box because it has the box is windowed, so you could display it in the box. I took mine out of the box because I was like, I'm not getting rid of this. Not for $99.
Yeah, 99 is not bad. Even
I could sell it for $200 tomorrow, but I just it's the sandcrawler, man.
Yeah.
I don't remember. Did they do one that wasn't? They did one that wasn't RC, I believe. It was later. I want to say it came out as RC first and then the play set, but I could be wrong. There was a play set too.
Yeah, there was the play set too. Yeah.
And they did a Hoth.
Everybody was there were so many people when that Cantina HasLab came out, and there's so many people that were like, "We got to have a sand crawler," and I just thought, I just never thought that, because how are you going to sell more figures to accompany it?
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to be a real fan.
The whole thing about the Sandcrawler playset was it had the escape pod with it.
Yeah.
From Star Wars, from the movie. So you had a tie in there, and it had a little elevator. So you could take R2 up the elevator like they sucked him up in the thing.
Well, and it was definitely a playset for kids to play with.
Yeah.
Unlike any kind of HasLab.
They later did a Hoth playset where it was an AT-AT.
Yeah.
And the base was the original Sandcrawler one, just painted white.
Yeah, same. Yeah. Yeah, like the
Canadian one
dungeon and the what was that? Jabba's dungeon and
Jabba's dungeon was the same thing as the Droid Factory.
Yeah, the Droid Factory, yeah.
But the Jabba's version, I want to say, was a Sears exclusive, I think. One of the two, there was 3 of them, and one of them was a Sears exclusive, and it had 3 of the last 17 action figures in it. A Man-O-Man, what's his name? Barada, and I think it was 99.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's another one. This is
EV-99.
Power of the Force, just like the Gamorrean Guard and IG-88. This is probably one of the 3rd most, expensive.
Did I send you that?
No, I got this when I went and saw Super.
I got one for you like that.
No, I had one years ago, and then I don't know what happened to it, and then I was always kind of like, I don't know why, but I felt like I needed another one. I almost got that HasLab, the Cantina. I thought, oh, you got to have that because you're Lak. But then, it just seemed like, and I had the money, and I was sitting there, and I was like, man, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to fucking do that. But I have been thinking to maybe do that Jabba's throne room. Because I figured just, you can have just amount of
that playset is fucking huge.
The Jabba's throne room?
Yeah. It comes with over 50 pieces of.
But it's not as big as that HasLab Cantina, though.
Not now, no. But before, like 2 years ago when it came out, it was fucking huge. And now the Cantina comes with 50 mugs, 50 little beer glasses or drinking glasses or whatever. And I was joking with people saying, you get the Cantina for free, but each mug costs you $1.
Right, yeah, exactly. And then I think it was Dean, right? Like he was gonna sell the modular parts because they can't fit on.
He got like 2 or 3 of them, didn't he?
2, I think.
Yeah.
Which if I would have got it, I probably would not have opened those sisters.
Oh yeah.
Like they would have been cool and everything, and like I'm not a huge carded guy, but like man, I think you'd have to keep those on card just to. But getting 2 would definitely be a way to go. But I figured Lak can hang out in Jabba's. I think you can have. I think there's much more displayability in a Jabba's palace than in a cantina.
Oh, for sure.
Because anybody can go see. Like there's been plenty of comics where even Vader and a bunch of stormtroopers they go and talk to Jabba. You know, so if you were going to have like a rotating display in 7.5,
Gilster said, would like to get a Tauntaun and a Wampa, but not sure where it would go for display. Well, the Wampas, you can get a dime a dozen. They're going to have yellow legs probably because they're yellow. But the Tauntauns, the cool thing about the Tauntauns is they made 2 different versions.
Yeah,
they made a solid belly and they made an open belly later on. So you could reenact the Hoth scene. Now, if you can find the open belly still together in a box, you're talking $1,500. If you can find it by itself complete, probably $100 up. But I found one that somebody's dog put a couple bites into, and I got it for like $30.
Oh, that's cool.
At a toy store.
Yeah, when I was real young, I had, like hand-me-down original figures.
Mm-hmm.
I still have, a small collection of them. But like when Power of the Force 2 came, it's just like people talking about, the new stuff. But like when I was a kid and the Power of the Force 2 came out, like it was just so much more realistic and far superior. And so like, I just have never.
There's no. Dude, that first line of figures, if it wasn't an alien, if it was a human, they had no features. They all had just little lines for eyebrows,
You're
a
talking
little
about Star
nose.
Wars?
No, I'm talking about the original line.
Oh yeah, they were.
To say that the Power of the Force had more detail, yeah, hell
Power
yeah,
of the Force was
no question.
millions of miles away.
Yeah.
From it.
All of most of your ships were super basic. Most of your play sets were just super basic. When you got to that next line, years later, it's like, damn.
Oh, they're awesome.
The facial features looked like the characters in the movies and all that, you know. They just took the little people or whatever they were called and just put different outfits on them in the molds and painted it up differently. That's really it. You could go if you could find those old figures, the little people or whatever they were called.
Yeah, the Fisher Price.
Yeah, it was like at the time General Mills owned them.
Yeah,
if you can find
name.
If you can find those figures, there's no difference in the face and the builds compared to the Star Wars because they just said change the mold and change the colors on them.
Who was it? Gosh, who was it? I think it was Mark, but he got a couple of the little people, and then he painted. He did a Han Solo. That
you could do it.
Awesome.
You could do it. It was the same figure, same molds and everything.
He painted one into a Han Solo.
When they got to like the Greedos and different things like that, all they were changing was the head sculpt. The body stuff was that's all a big fun story that somebody made up where the guy in the meeting said, let's make them this tall. No, they didn't want to admit that they were stealing ideas from the parent company. That's really what it came down to. They didn't want to market it as, oh, well, it's just these guys with different outfits. They didn't want to do that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they weren't super hopeful for the line. And then, all of a sudden it turns out that was the biggest money-making venture of the whole idea of Star Wars,
I mean, that bought. It's because your thumbs are showing.
My thumb is showing.
You got your thumb out.
Oh,
when they when they put those figures out, they made so much money. They were able to bankroll the next movie.
Right.
George Lucas became the biggest independent filmmaker ever. He was able to bankroll movies off of toys. When Harrison Ford, I don't know what his deal is. If I became this iconic movie character and I was making the money that he was making in the 70s and 80s, I'd be like, how many movies do you want me to do as Han Solo?
Right.
I wouldn't this bullshit about kill him off. I don't want to be here anymore. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Yeah.
They didn't know that if he was going to come back for the third movie because his deal was just for the two. And so they had to like write that all in about the shit with the bounty hunter catching him and all that. That was all made up because of his bullshit. And then he said something about in an interview, like with George, something about action figures. And George said, we can't sell dead action figures. So if he goes away, we're screwed, And then they got to, so if you watch also, like by the time it came around for the prequel series and George Lucas decides to start production on the Phantom Menace, I remember there's a part of him talking in a meeting. He's like, well, the budget's right now 49 million. We're already over that. And it's my money. So I really need this to do well. And the fucking movie ended up making like 350 million just in the United States.
Yeah, I always had a sour taste in my mouth for Harrison Ford when he got, especially later on,
Well, then they made him Indiana Jones in the middle of all of it, for Christ's sake.
Well, and then later on in life, even after the prequels, like there wasn't, that was like his shtick.
Exactly.
Hating it.
Exactly.
And like some of it was put on, but like, why would you want to shit on the people who made you basically who you are?
And he had Blade Runner and he had all these other franchises that he took part in. And it's like, you're taking part in franchises, dude, and you're doing sequels and you're doing all this other stuff. Like, don't give me that horse shit. That was just a line. And then when he gets older and all that, and then he does these interviews, he's like, oh, I love George Lucas. I love the Han Solo. I'm so grateful, blah, blah, blah. It's like, you could have said that the fucking get-go.
Right, yeah, and what was his issue with it? Like
It's probably just pissy bullshit going on during
Yeah.
those years, and they
Well,
were
like, I
probably
know
sour.
it
They
was
were
said
probably
that he didn't
sour
want
grapes because
typecast,
they were
and-
probably sour grapes because he made $500 million off of their likeness on an action figure or whatever, and they were never smart enough to make any kind of contract deal about that.
something. Yeah.
The guy that was smart was Alec fucking Guinness.
Mm-hmm.
You heard about his deal.
Yeah.
His
Yeah.
family's still making money off Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
And he was just like, I don't know if I want to do this, George. And George was like, I need you in this movie. Well, cut me in on the percentage. I'll give you, it was something stupid, some big ass percentage. And he was like, okay, I'll do it.
Yeah, it was a good movie.
And then he threw himself into it and loved it. What else do I have to do?
I saw something the other day. I can't even remember what channel it was on, but they were discussing how awful Alec Guinness was, and how they could have done so much better. And I'm thinking,
as an actor or as a person?
Just in Star Wars.
Oh, for Christ's sake!
Just in Star Wars, it's like when you said a little while ago, like, oh, there was nothing that said Boba Fett was a badass.
Yeah,
it's like
that's what someone said. I just couldn't believe that.
Yeah, no, it's like they prequel babies. That's what
the
they
people
are.
that say that, have they ever paid attention to the script in Star Wars? It was all the actors say. We didn't even know what the hell we were saying. It was they hated it.
Yeah, and so much of it, the stuff we were left with was what they went through, and we're like, well, okay, this is good, right?
Yeah,
because there was so much bullshit that got cut from the actors complaining, And they're like, well, we're not going to do this if we have to say this shit. And then so the golden dialogue that we're left with was like the third version. It's like
I was listening through. So when I was doing this,
this deal is getting worse all the time.
When I was going through the sound files, and you hear Princess Leia talking at the beginning of Star Wars: A New Hope, she's got like a British sort of stagey accent,
Oh yeah.
And then it goes away. She can kind of put more of her own take on things. And in the first movie, the Emperor was actually a woman dressed up with a man doing a voice overdub. And then it became Ian McDiarmid in the next movie. So he was like, how do I play this? And they were like, just give it some depth, and it was totally different. I feel like the production was taking them so long too, that they were saying stuff different, and it was just getting cut in. Like you said about the gloves, no gloves. Darth Vader's calling it the Falcon. Han's calling it the Falcon. 20 minutes later in the movie, they're calling it the Falcon. It's like, guys, it's a falcon. It's a bird. It's a falcon. It's not, you're not making up this new thing. It's a spaceship. We've seen spaceships. Just call it the Falcon. Give it a nickname, the Falcon, the Corvette, whatever. You're trying to be stylish and call it the Falcon. Just call it. You can't tell me that two separate actors called it Falcon on their own. They were coached to say, pronounce it Falcon.
Well,
6 months later,
maybe
Falcon.
I think maybe James Earl Jones, being like a classic Shakespearean actor, may have said that.
Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, I think
he probably didn't realize what he said.
Well, and I think if you went to the streets of, London and talked to people that were 70, I think they might say Falcon.
I don't know.
I think that's
it's just one of those things that glares at you because it's not right or wrong or the pronunciation. It's just that you hear them actually say it differently at two different points in the film. So continuity cops these days wouldn't let you get away with that. No, go back, redub it. Make sure you either say Falcon or say Falcon.
Maybe.
I would hope.
What about Han?
Right. Han. So exactly. There's another one. And then 20 minutes later in the same movie, Han.
I remember blacked out Ewoks. He was telling us. I don't remember what stream this was.
Billy D. Williams called him Han.
Yeah, he called him Han.
But Leia called him Han.
Right. And he says, I'm Han Solo, Captain of the Millennium Falcon.
It just isn't fair.
It just isn't fair. I remember blacked out Ewoks. I'm going to tell you this story, and then I'm starting to fade. But So Blacked Out Ewoks, he remembers before 77 came out, right? And they were like, reading in the magazines about this new movie, and he kept, reading the name Han, and he said on some, this was years ago, but he says, so I think that's like some Chinese guy's gonna show up with the name Han, and it ends up being Harrison Ford, and like I'll have to find that clip because the way he says it is because he's a real comical guy.
Hello, what have we here?
Hello, what do they? But I never thought of it like that. If you're reading the names,
Yeah.
you're like, oh, Han, he must be some sort of, like, that's what he said. He said, I was expecting some Chinese guy, and here it is, fucking Harrison Ford.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, we're still going for a little bit. We're probably not long for this world. Sometimes I hit a fucking wall.
Well, if we end it, we could always end it like this right here.
Bullshit.
Bullshit.
What? A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. Bullshit.
I was driving with my kids one time. Like, I can't remember exactly what happened, but like somebody was like honking at me or something. And I fucking told him, I was like, stop with your bullshit, And then so now my kids can be playing on the playground, totally unrelated to driving. And like somebody will hit the, like, lock their car button and go beep, beep. And like my 2-year-old daughter would be like, stop with your bullshit. It's awesome.
These aren't the droids we're looking for.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I think it's, from the mouths of babes.
Now, fulfill your destiny.
Your destiny.
Stop your bullshit.
Man, more Dengar. That's what I want. Do you remember seeing Dengar in like the Clone Wars when he's young?
No.
You don't remember that? There's like,
No.
there's one episode.
Was he wrapped in the bandages?
Yeah, but he has like different, he has like slightly different armor, but it's really similar. And he has like a backpack, and he's young, and but he's like a total badass, bro.
Maybe I am remembering that because they snuck all those guys in. They
snuck
had
in.
Bosk in there, and
yeah, and like Dengar was so cool, man. And there's like a scene where he's fighting people, and like I just always thought Dengar was super cool, man. Super fucking cool. Well, I have to go. What?
Just to Ricardo's comment, you have to understand though, that was like $1975, dude, before the movie came out. That was like unprecedented. That 2% resulted in a lot of money because it was on Star Wars. It wasn't just the films. That dude got a lot of money, and that was like perpetuity. Like his family's still getting money off of that deal. It's crazy. It's a great deal.
I dislike it when and I don't mean you right now, but like I dislike it when people talk about money, and then they like adjust for inflation, and they're like, well, in today's money, that would be.
I'm just saying, like, imagine getting 150 grand for one thing at one time in 1975.
Getting 150 grand today. Somebody just walked in, was like, it doesn't even have to be.
I just looking back in 1975, like my folks got their first house, and it was $46,000.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
150 G's.
You can't even buy a new pickup truck for that.
Yeah.
I just always thought that.
I don't get that whole adjusted thing. Like in today's dollars, it would be 7.3 million. I don't know.
Normalizing whatever.
I just know back in those days, that was a lot of cheese.
Inflation, and that should not be. I don't think it should.
He looked down at that check and he said,
"Impressive."
Impressive, yeah.
Most impressive.
Yeah, I wonder how many more. I was thinking about this. I wonder how many more cool old British actors could have been in that film. I think David Nevin was. What year did he die? 86. He could have been in it. He would have been a super impressive Imperial officer.
Yeah.
I always think about that kind of stuff, and like John Wayne as Dengar, who in
Yeah, I
70.
mean, could you imagine being Alec Guinness after cutting that deal though? Like 1978 rolls around and the phone rings and you're like, "I'll get it." It might be George. I'll get it.
Right,
Hello,
yeah.
George? Oh, you want me to come back and be a ghost for 15 minutes? I'll be there.
I'll be there.
Send the plane.
Right. Exactly. Bridge over the River Kwai? Ah, fuck that shit.
Yeah.
I'm not making anything
Yeah.
off that. Fuck William Holden. I don't need it.
That's great, dude. I'd be the happiest phone answering motherfucker after that shit.
Dude. Yeah, no.
Oh, maybe it's George with another boatload of cash. Let me pick up.
Another fucking truckload of goddamn currency. Holy shit. And then he's his kids, his grand.
Fucking be making fun of the fucking Harrison Ford. Boo hoo, I gotta be in another top 5 fucking movie series.
Yeah, what a dick, man.
Oh my god, George Lucas wants to put me in another Indiana Jones movie.
Yeah. Well, he never complained about that though, did he?
No, because he was the star. It was all about him.
Apparently that's the typecast that's okay.
They I want to say in New Hope that it was pretty much Carrie Fisher was the big star. Because she had done the most stuff before that. Harrison Ford was in American Graffiti. But I believe it was more about Mark Hamill and her coming in. She definitely had done more because she was like a child star and her mom and all that stuff,
Yeah, well, she definitely had that going for her.
Yeah, but she did a bunch of stuff before that, I could understand the British actors being in this film. If you're a filmmaker at that time, like, who am I going to call? Like, I want people in this movie that people don't really know, but I want people that are good. So he's looking over in England and stuff, which I thought.
Well, who didn't know who Alec Guinness was though?
Like, but in the 70s though, like, how do you know who these people are? Because if you're in California in the 70s, how do you like get to them quickly enough to ask them to be in your project?
Yeah.
Like nowadays, it's like you shoot out a text, an email. You can find somebody online real fast, within an hour probably. Back then, it had to be like, "Hey, call so and so to call so and so, and call so and so." Well, we can't find them. Well, let's go over to England and watch some theater actors. Like, Jesus Christ, what?
Yeah.
I mean,
well, I would think Alec Guinness, especially in the 50s and 60s, he was big time.
Well, and
I think
Tarkin was big too.
Yeah, Peter Cushing was
huge,
Yeah.
He was on the level where I feel like maybe they would have thought of Vincent Price, but maybe they thought that maybe take away a little bit from things. You need somebody with a little more decorum. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just thinking about the horror connection because he was in some horror movies and stuff like that.
Yeah, Peter Cushing was a big horror guy.
Yeah. Just kind of making that connection. But otherwise, it's like
Vincent Price probably wouldn't have shaved his mustache for
like
150.
Lucas. I'm just saying, like George Lucas, when he was working with the casting people, like they were really looking around the world, not just here. And good for them.
Yeah, well, that was that Morris Bush guy. He's in a whole bunch of films, but he's always the guy standing behind Bob Hope.
Yeah.
Right? He's just like Dengar. Like they're just like, stand here, look like a badass. And he's like, oh, okay, I got that. Woo. Uh-oh, come on. I missed my fireworks. And then you can make it rain.
My thumb's not working.
Your thumb's not working. There you go. Yeah, Christopher Lee. Yeah, exactly. Christopher Lee was.
But he might have been too much of this.
Well, he didn't really talk like that back then, though, very much.
He had to do this stage projection.
Yeah, he didn't. He was in all those Sherlock Holmes films.
This is the way.
This is the way.
I mean, they could have talked to these guys. I mean, they wanted Tom Selleck to be Indiana Jones, so who knows who they were talking to.
I'm not a huge Harrison Ford fan, but I don't see Tom Selleck as a.
They had him set, and he had something else he had to do. So
I don't know if he could have done it. I don't know.
They had him in the role, and he had one other thing he had to go do, and they had to start production. So they went on to Harrison.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have. Yeah, Christopher Lee would have been. I just watched something the other day that he was. Yeah, I guess the music would have worked, but like, would he have had to shave his mustache?
Ooh, yeah.
You know, I mean, he would almost have
Let's
to. Right?
let's leave it on this note then.
Okay.
Superhero movies,
Uh-huh.
soundtracks, nothing tops Superman. I thought Superman's music was better than Star Wars back then. I just loved it, dude. Can you imagine 1970, 77, 78, 79? The fucking movies that were coming out? These dudes were banging chicks all over the world, man.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Star Wars, Superman, Star Trek, fucking Indiana Jones. Jesus, dude.
Getting it on like Donkey Kong, you know. I don't remember the soundtrack from Superman that much. Was it?
Really?
Not really. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen it in years.
I just like that theme music.
Yeah. I didn't think the I don't know. I mean, I guess Christopher Reeves is supposed to be Superman or whatever, but I thought he fell short. I just remember
He did off of that horse.
that fucking ain't right.
Is it too soon?
You really should never wear a helmet though when you're that helmet fucking broke his neck. You should never wear a helmet when
You
you're
think the helmet broke his neck?
Absolutely. I have
Really?
fallen off many a horses, and like, no, wearing a helmet when you're riding a horse, especially you wear a helmet so you don't crack your head on concrete. The guy's out in a grass field jumping horses. There's no need for a helmet. No need for that. No. I knew a girl here who fell off of a horse and she broke her neck because of the helmet.
Really?
Yeah, because you got this. If you put a sandbag on your head and fucking walk around. Put weight on the top of your head and walk around.
Darth Wizzy Wizards here.
Yeah, no, helmets on horseback is not a fucking good
He
idea.
said things were different in 1977. Hell yeah, they were. 'Cause we were some partying motherfuckers.
Hell yeah. If you remember the 60s, you weren't there, man.
77. My fucking oldest brother was trying to get me stoned in 77.
Holy
Move along. Move along.
77, that was when that was the year Elvis died.
Was it 77?
Yep.
Or was it 74?
No, 77.
Was it?
Yep.
Wow, that's a crazy fucking year.
Crazy. And then John Wayne made it to like 79.
I was gonna say 80, but yeah, 79.
79, yeah. Well, it wasn't a bad run, but terrible.
How old was he?
I was born in 1907, so 1907 to 77. Was that 70?
I thought he was older than that.
1907. Or 79. Sorry, I just confused the 2 years. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go take a poo, Pilgrim.
All right. All right. Hope everything comes out all right. Hope you don't have to work it out with a pencil and piece of paper. Ricardo was only 9 years old in 70.
I was 5.
I wasn't born for another 9.
Yeah. That's like
9 years.
So when the movie came out in the spring, we didn't get to go see it until later in the summer. And it was already a phenomenon. I didn't really quite get what was happening. Well, the following year in 78, they did that 1 year anniversary version where they had the posters with the birthday cake. Because Star Wars became such a big phenomenon, they brought it back into theaters again. That next year in 78, and the toys were out by then. My brother and my mom would drop us off, and we must have seen that movie 5 or 6 times that summer because we were like, holy shit, this is amazing. When we saw it the year before, he got it. I didn't get it. The next year when I saw it again with him, holy shit, dude.
Changed your life, huh?
Definitely set it on a path. And then the toys, bugging mom at the Kmart for the $2 toys, And immediately you open the package and the gun flies out and you don't even realize there was a gun with it. It's like, ah, shit.
You son of a bitch. Well, and that's why you're rebuying them all now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was too because I didn't have them all back then. And by the time things got going, I was already kind of past it, you know. So for like the last 17 figures and stuff, I wasn't even interested in it by then.
Right. Yeah, no, I get that.
And then I didn't know the older kids that knew about the comics, that knew about the books, that knew all these other story things. So I was just only into the movies. That was it, you know, for years. So now it's like learning this whole new side to the whole Star Wars saga and world, you know.
Yeah.
$2
Yeah, it's
was a
cool that
lot.
it's come back. I wish it could have been more impressive when it came back in recent years, but you know, it's plugging along.
Yeah.
Like we were saying earlier, you know, like we had to go through the sequel, like the special editions and the prequels pissed me off right off the bat. But you know, when they made the sequels, I went and watched the first one. Didn't or the sequels, didn't like it, but I'm still a fan. I went and watched the other two.
Yeah.
And like, you know, we're still doing the same thing today. We just came off the Acolyte, which was garbage.
Yeah.
But we're gonna watch the Skeleton Crew, and hopefully it's not right.
Yeah.
We set through Ahsoka, which was garbage, but then we watched the next whatever Obi-Wan or whatever the fuck came out next.
Yeah.
You know, so like
I mean, hell, I might go torture myself tonight and put on Obi-Wan to go to bed. I don't know.
you can just fast forward it through the Reva parts. How about toward the end when they're in the town and she like gets up on the roof and she's waiting for shit to pop off and she knows that that's where Obi-Wan is, right? And so she sees the blaster fire and then she like runs across the top of the building for like 7 minutes. Right? Like I'm like, is this bitch like doing circles? Like, she's like, what's wrong?
I couldn't understand too, like when she's coming after Owen or whoever the fuck at the homestead. She's like up on top of shit. It's like jump down there and fucking laser his ass.
Oh
What are
my
you doing?
god, yeah. And then she has like she's gonna kill Luke, right? And then just all of a sudden, she just like has some flashback and it's just like that, it's turned off. And then she's good and she's forgiven.
Because she claimed to know who he was, right?
Whatever it was terrible. Oh
She never really said it, but like she inferred it or something. I don't know.
Well, she like had a flashback to her as a kid.
Yeah, and that was fine. You know, they showed her there with Order 66 and stuff. That really added an element to her story. But like, that was her story. That didn't need to be an Obi-Wan story.
No, because that had, because it had to be, that was totally the Reva show.
How about when Obi-Wan comes across the clone trooper and tosses him some credits?
Oh, that was kind of neat.
Like, he's still sitting there in his armor.
Yeah. Yeah.
At that point, that would have been cool to have him get up and be like,
help him.
You're still my general.
Yeah.
I'll come with you, whatever you
need.
that
would have been super
and
cool.
Then maybe he could have made a sacrifice to help him get away or something.
And also, that clone trooper was supposed to be part of the 501st, right? Because he had
they would have recognized him.
Yeah.
He would have recognized him right off.
First, I can't remember Obi-Wan's. What's up, Palps?
I don't remember Obi-Wan's, but that was definitely Vader's.
Yeah, that was.
But he would have known him. Totally would have known him.
You think? I mean,
come on, man. He would have looked up and been like, "Oh shit, General Kenobi."
Maybe he's all fucked up on spice and shit.
General Kenobi. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because he does look the same, right? But maybe he was all fucking hung.
Well, he's what is he, Maori? So he would have said, "Fuck." Palps, we've been on since you went to bed.
Yeah, 4 hours, 12 minutes. We
waited for you. We waited for you.
We waited.
Damn, you only got 4 hours of sleep. That's a shitty night.
Holy smokes. Yeah, that would have been cool. That was an exciting part, I thought, for whatever. And I don't even like clones and all that kind of shit, but I was like, oh, that's neat.
Hello, what have we here?
Hello.
You may fire when ready.
Have some, baby? Yeah, holy smokes. Yeah, that would have been cool if the clone would have done something. You know, what if he even got up and grabbed him and was like, I got him. And then Obi-Wan
grabbed him, he would have been like
and Obi-Wan just disembowels him right there. And he's like, we gotta go, Leia.
Just sticks him through the stomach, and then he goes, "I'll be okay in the morning."
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, exactly.
If Sabine can do it, so can I.
It's just a flesh wound. Holy smokes. Oh my god, that shit pissed me off so much.
I gotta go watch it again.
Oh my god, I can't stand just the thought of it. I just can't stand the thought of it, bro. No, Rava ruined that whole, like, I remember watching it and you're like, oh, this is okay, and you're watching it, and then she'd come on the screen and I go, fuck. Like, I remember going, oh, fucking Jesus Christ.
How about like 5 minutes after Vader lifts her off the ground, choking her, and it tells her, "Do better next time."
Yeah.
They show Obi-Wan with the old overcoat over the kid trick.
Yeah. Yeah, that worked great.
That was the
Awesome.
stupidest thing. Like, I would have been an actor like on Ewan McGregor's level. They would have said, "Okay, in this next scene, here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna put this raincoat." Wait, there's a raincoat in Star Wars?
Mhm.
Yeah, there's a raincoat. Okay. So what do I do with it? Well, you're gonna put it over you and over the kid, and you're gonna sneak her out. Okay, I'm gonna put on a raincoat, put it over a kid. Are you sure I should do this? Yeah, it'll be great. Hold on, time out. I gotta call my agent. Hold on, time.
He should have put her on her shoulder, on his shoulders, and then put the
And
raincoat. Then put the
with
raincoat
a
on
hat.
her. like the like.
And
the
then she
little
could have talked like
rascals.
older Leia. I recognized your foul stench when I came aboard.
When I was brought on board. Oh my god.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, no, that was ridiculous. Well, and then what about the snow speeder showing up?
Yeah, a
With-
two-seater for
The
4 people.
two-seater, right? Full of fucking people. And then
Shit, we got a weight limit, boss. Can one of you wait in the water?
Yeah, it's just and it's like it can't. It's like trying
Can one
to
of
go,
you wait
but
in the water?
It keeps dropping because of the weight limit.
Oh,
And then I tell you
shit.
what, when I first saw that snow speeder, like go back and watch the Battle of Hoth.
It's
and
way
then
smaller.
Look, it's super small.
It's like the sport coupe.
Yeah.
What are you doing with a snow speeder over the water?
Well,
It's supposed to be in the
now
snow.
we call it the snow speeder, right? But
Oh.
remember in Empire, he said we're still having problems getting the speeders to work at this temperature.
Yeah.
So they're really like snow speeder is
Yeah.
just what the toy line was called, right? It was really just a shit.
Everything was just so one of one, man.
Dude. And I remember they came out, there was that line, I can't remember what the fuck it was called. It was like Power of the Force 2 time frame. And and they had the gosh darn it, they had like the swoop bike, and then they had that little green thing that flipped forward. There was like a miniature snow speeder, but it was a one-seater. But there's a toy that looks just like that
The
one.
mini rigs. Yeah.
Well, they didn't call them a mini rig.
I mean, that's what it's referred to as. Yeah.
Yeah. But it wasn't in the original mini rig line. It was much later.
Whizzy Whiz, I have that figure.
Is it?
I have it. It does look just like her. I mean, I could grab it right now. It
I've
looks
said
just
this
like her.
before, but so like shit that is worth a lot of money now, even not Star Wars, but like toy related, right? Like it's valuable because it's rare.
Yeah.
And so will the Reva and the Acolyte figures that nobody bought that all go to the dump from Ollie's in 25, 30 years, are they going to be super expensive because no one has
No.
No.
And the reason I say no is because it's so readily available and made. It's not. I mean, it's not like you're not seeing it for the very first time ever, like you did with the original run.
Mhm.
So you could get really like the next few years, like we talked about that Unleashed stuff. Like those look great. I feel like Unleashed spawned Sideshow, the Hot Toys, because they are slightly
Brown.
larger than those Unleashed, and the Unleashed were there first. So you could
Were
do
they?
stuff. You could do stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then now you have like all these different lines. You have a line for the movie, a line for the show. Then we'll just call it the Vintage Collection. We'll just do a run for Ahsoka, and then you do the Black Series, and then you got the retros, and it's like there's nothing. I don't know. There's just nothing that's like so original like those first ones. They were first. They had that advantage, and they ended up making over 200 million of the originals, and yet some of them are still hard to get because they're hard to get in good shape and things like that, or complete or whatever. So here's a great example. Like, I didn't like these for a long time, and then they started making the retro, which is like the exact freaking figure. I don't know so much that it'll be worth on the level of the originals, but man, I'll tell you what, it'd be a good alternative if you couldn't find one.
Right. Yeah. If you just
know,
look.
if 20 years from now this was $300 and the original was 1,000, maybe I guess I'm just going for the vintage or the retros, you know. So
yeah. Well, that was going to be my next question. So and not just Star Wars, but so like in 30 years, will we see the same level of gain and value in some modern stuff? And like keep in mind stuff like Street Sharks, Street Shark originals are super expensive.
Yeah.
And Cowboys of Moo Mesa, even, like Cowboys of Moo Mesa on card is well over $100.
What was that? The stuff that you had a pretty good sized collection of?
The Playmobil?
Playmobiles. Like, I could see more younger people getting into the Playmobiles for their kids. Like people younger than you, even at some point. Like, I feel like it's gonna kind of get a little more diverse. I guess it's, we have tunnel vision. We're looking at Star Wars stuff. I'm not really collecting a lot of other things. I'm grabbing a lot of Disney stuff, but it's like modern, new. It's from the parks. I'm not seeking out stuff from the 60s like I am stuff from the 70s, or 80s or whatever. So there's guys I know that are 10, 15 years older than me that are into Star Trek stuff that was out around the same time or earlier, or they want the old Tonka trucks,
right?
Or what was it? The Playmobil had the little farm guys or whatever. I can't remember what it was called. It was like a play set. Like, that stuff's going for crazy money.
Yeah, there are some Playmobil that I have that are exponentially valuable that people really pay a lot for. And like I have a super large collection of Confederate soldiers, and and they like came with Confederate flags, and but that's kind of like a sub. It's not just because it's Playmobil, but like the Britons, toy soldiers, and even like the Dukes of Hazzard, General Lee, like anything that has the Confederate flag on it is massively expensive across the board. And I don't even know if it's necessarily rare, but it's, I guess they know, like, if somebody needs it for their collection, you'll never find that again. Nobody will make it. And so you're limited to that option. But yeah, there's some super expensive Playmobil out there.
There's some stuff that's so vintage and antique that nobody wants it anymore. Like, I remember we had this wooden clock, and it had like yellow hands on it, and you could wind it up and it would play music like the Muffin Man song or some shit. It was my brother's, handed down to me. It was beat to shit. It was Fisher Price. I can't see somebody wanting to pay $5 for that, But when it comes to these Star Wars figures right now, they're like stocks. Darth Wizzy Wizard said, "I wonder if the Star Wars market will crash." I don't know that it'll crash. It'll definitely go up and down. It's getting flooded with more and more stuff, and so you might have people that don't want the old stuff. Mego, it's funny, he says Mego turned down the license for the first Star Wars toys. And Kenner was there and said, "We'll take it." But they were a little company in Ohio, and they were like, "Shit, what are we going to do?" And that's what spawned that first run was, well, we got these little people. We can just change them up a little bit. And that's why that first line was only 12, because they couldn't produce more than that at first. They were having production issues, And then George Lucas had that deal where if they sold less than, gosh, I want to say it was $1,800 in 1 year, $18,000 in 1 year, then the license would come back to him, and they'd have to renegotiate. He would get 100% of it back. And they had a year after 1985 where it lapsed. I think they said it was like in the 90s or something. It lapsed. and they lost their deal, and they had to go back to Lucas with their tail between their legs and renegotiate.
Mm-hmm.
And he held all the cards, but he was gracious enough because he knew he needed them. He needed somebody like that company to, continue working with him rather than worrying about sales and
Bread
stuff.
and butter anyway. So yeah, you can't.
Exactly.
Unless he's gonna go start his own toy factory.
Well, yeah, and exactly. They've already got everything there, but they haven't made anything in 10 years, which was crazy.
Right.
But he even fell away from it. So to go for 10 years riding that wave of that money and still selling all that stuff still.
Mm.
It's just, I remember early 90s walking through Toys R Us and stuff, and I worked in a Toys R Us for a while. That stuff was just so cheap and on clearance still. It's like, oh gosh, I still found this old thing that's like 8 or 10 years old or whatever. It's still around.
Mm-hmm.
They hung on to stuff. They didn't send stuff back to the factories back then. They stuck it in the clearance bin until it was gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there was like no Ollies and places like that. Yeah. Yeah, MASH and A-Team is hot. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, MASH.
I was shocked, dude. 2 years ago, I went up to Detroit and I went to this toy store up there, Sergeant Red's Toys in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
And the fucking vintage G.I. Joe market.
Oh, yeah.
The 375 size stuff. Holy shit. I had a ton of that when I was a kid. And it was just as expensive, if not more, than the Star Wars.
Yeah, exactly.
Consistently across the line. Like, I can point up here and tell you that this row for Star Wars, the 21 figures, you can get all those for what we would term cheap. $30, $40 at the most, for some of them less. $6, $8, $10, $12. The G.I. Joe shit I saw was consistently in the $40 to $50 range on up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And there's a lot of outliers on G.I. Joe, too, where, you could look at 10 or 15 for $50, and then all of a sudden there's one.
I got a video of that visit I posted, too, by the way, Darth Wizzy.
The, like, vintage Ninja Turtles, too. Like, that might be
Ninja Turtles, crazy, yes.
Crazy expensive. And,
man,
like, there's some on card that are
there's a
$300, $400, $500.
There's a flea market. I'm off tomorrow. Maybe I should go up there and see if they're open. There's a huge building that people have spaces rented in, and this guy had these tables. They were like 8-foot tables. He had like 4 tables together, and it was covered with stand up, end to end, assholes to elbows, nuts to butts, action figures.
Oh, no shit.
For sale. I should go take some video of that shit.
Yeah, go check it out.
They're just sitting there rotting away, and most of them were Power of the Force 2 and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I should go take some video of that shit.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is, I guess that's probably the newest line that has gone totally apeshit,
Yeah.
And like, man, Street Sharks, those Primal Rage. You remember that stand-up arcade Primal Rage game? That was in the 90s, and
I was going to say that was probably in between me just being a drunken idiot and having kids somewhere in between there.
That was like post Ninja Turtle.
Yeah.
And like, man, some of those.
Is that where they had like the little guys that were like sharks and shit?
That was the Street Sharks.
Street Sharks, yeah.
And they just are remaking those now. But like, man, I've seen Street Sharks in box that are like $300.
Yikes.
And like that's from whatever 90, whatever 5. Like it's not old, and
but it's old enough to be considered by definition vintage now.
Yeah, definitely. If you go by, and there's some people that
just like with the Power of the Force 2, it's vintage now.
It's vintage, yeah.
Nobody regards it as vintage.
No,
they're regarding the original trilogy, which is now considered by definition antique.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
But no, they still call it vintage,
Yeah, and that's just like, and that apparently only applies to Star Wars. I've been told that by many people.
It must be.
If it's an Indiana Jones figure or if it's Ninja Turtles, then it's vintage. But if it's not vintage Star Wars 77, then it's not vintage. Which that makes no fucking sense.
No.
At all.
It's just the way it's referred to because they don't want to take the time to explain.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, no. And again, like Power of the Force 2, like I've been explained many times how they're so fucking cheap. And like, I look at every one because there's a couple I still want, and like, them motherfuckers ain't cheap. Them fuckers are still. Fuckers are still on average $15. And then like I said, you find the one Gamorrean guard that no one has and that fucker's $27. You're like,
Yeah.
like
I'll
that's
tell you
not,
what, dude. That retro Gamorrean guard is fucking badass. Perfect.
is it?
Oh, it looks precise, just like the yak face.
Mm-hmm.
I have the OT or the not the OT, the last 17 yak face
Mm-hmm.
and the retro to each other.
Can't tell, huh?
No, just the coloring. There's some difference in the coloring, but other than that, perfect.
Do
Perfect.
you have the Friar Tuck Robin Hood?
No,
No. Well, like
the Friar Tuck. What's the other one? The play set. The one treehouse play set is the
oh
same.
yeah, the Treehouse playset.
The
and
battle wagon's the same.
Battle wagon, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are definitely like I think that's cool to just.
Well, it's like we said earlier. They just changed the heads.
Yeah, a little paint, this and that. I
put a
just
Greedo
saw a
head on
video
there.
where somebody they got the Robin Hood battle wagon, and then they spent some time getting the parts from the Ewok battle wagon, and then they just made it.
Huh.
And like it looked there's
And
a couple things. You just because it's like instead of the drums, they they pull the peg out and they make the same peg with whatever
Yeah,
the fuck it was.
yeah.
And so you just pull out that thing and then you go get the drums.
And that fucking battle wagon is $1,000 if you find it.
Yeah, the battle wagon is pretty cool.
I want it too, but it's a
There's
fucking
$1,000.
$1,000.
There's a few people, and if you do like a side by side comparison to the Robin Hood treehouse thing and the Ewok, like the Robin Hood one is better, right? Like the plastic's better, the painting on the trees is better. Like it's a superior, even though it's the same mold.
I mean, here's
the
a guy.
work on it's way better.
Here's a guy on eBay. I punched in Ewok battle wagon.
Mm-hmm.
This one is missing this. It's missing the skull. Looks like everything else is there for $73, right? Right next to it is a guy 3D printing the skull for $58.
Yeah, exactly.
Meanwhile, the Ewok Village is $400. What the fuck?
But the Robin Hood one is probably less than 100. Yeah, the Kenner RoboCop line is getting up there too.
RoboCop,
and some of the some of the Terminator stuff is getting up there, and of course Rambo. But Rambo is more like in the realm of A-Team, and MASH as far as age and scarceness. If fucking Cowboys of Moo Mesa, man, like nobody watched that show. It was like one season. They only made 10 figures, and like those fuckers are expensive.
Yeah,
and they are hard to find. And like I have the complete run of figures, but they don't have any accessories. And like they were. Some of them I had since I was a kid, and then I had to get a couple because there was just a certain. There's only 10, But man, like the cheapest.
You got them?
Yeah, I got all 10 of them.
Okay.
But they don't have accessories, I got them in a cool display too. I'll show them to you. I think I can probably. It's got a cool light in it.
I bet they don't have this though. A baby squirting out of their crotch.
Well, they might, but you can't see that. No, they don't. I have to plug something in.
That baby's looking like mama.
What? Let me
Mama?
see. I gotta move one thing and then I gotta turn it because it
Mama,
looks.
is that you, mama?
Mama,
and she's going.
Where's that thing? Okay. Yeah, check
You were
this
trying
out.
to get off 20 minutes ago. Dude, that's badass.
Yeah, that's the complete line right there.
I like the lights in that. Did you
Yeah,
put
I think
that
I
in
got
there?
that on Amazon. It's a super cool fucking display thing.
I like it.
Yeah, I highly recommend it. And then it came with double-sided little sticky tape, so they all have like the case came with the sticky tape.
Yeah.
I
like it though.
But yeah, cool. That was like my favorite thing when I was a kid. I thought that was like, man, cowboys, like what the fuck?
Yeah.
Man? And they're like, they're like a total
Guys, like we could walk around our collection
teenage.
rooms and stuff, but the guy with the coolest item just hanging in his kid's closet like it's nothing is Lak. Got the most rare shit. Just you just know, hanging in the kid's room, no big deal.
And we're still working.
There it is. Santa's got the axe. He's ready to cut some ass.
Yeah, dude, and the what'd you call that? The Mythic Legions. I can't get this. I got Spirits. Eagle. Then I found these little presents.
That's cool though.
And then I
What's the
found
fucking little wolf fox? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's an Arctic fox.
Arctic fox, yeah. And a fucking owl too?
Snowy owl.
Shit.
Yeah, I found those like at Michael's or whatever.
Shit.
And then I got these icicle things.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. I'd leave that shit up year round.
Oh, I know. I'm totally gonna do it.
I love that.
I feel like it needs just a little something more, but I haven't figured it out yet. I haven't figured it out.
Giant dildo.
I don't.
With a sword handle?
Maybe. I don't think it needs that, but.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, and like I looked at that.
I forgot to mention a black one,
but I was looking at like the Christmas Ewok, you know. But I don't want to make it like I didn't want to make it goofy. I want to make it like a serious toy display or what, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think it'd be cool to find like a Yeti and a Bigfoot maybe to kind of like just put in the bushes, like behind the tree or something. But I don't know. And that line, those Santas came from that Naughty or Nice Big Bad Toy exclusive line, and like there's a couple cool. They make some Nutcrackers, like Nutcracker soldiers.
Yeah.
That I thought would be kind of cool, and they make
that might be cool in the background there.
Yeah, I was thinking about getting. They're not super expensive. They're like $15 or something, you know. So I might get a couple of those just to kind of round it out. I mean, having two Santas is weird, but like, and I have a third one on pre-order. I don't know when it's supposed to get here. It's been on pre-order for like almost 2 years. But it's like the Father Christmas. He's like,
yeah.
You remember what's that? The Ghost of Christmas Present, where he's in like the green.
Yeah.
Robe, green and gold. I have that Santa on pre-order, and I'm still waiting on it. Damn. And I have the Cowboys of Moo Mesa's doing a revamp, and I have those 3 figures. There's only 3. I don't know how many they're going to do, or if it's even going to be successful. But that same company that bought the Biker Mice from Mars, was it Nacelle or I don't really know. I can't remember what it's called. I know somebody in the chat probably remembers, but. Mm-hmm. Those new Biker Mice from Mars, which that's another line. OG Biker Mice from Mars shit is not fucking cheap, you know. But yeah, that company's redoing the Cowboys of Moo Mesa, and like I have the first 3 on pre-order, and they're not due out for a while. And like sometimes I go into Big Bad Toy Store and I get ready to cancel it, and I'm like, no, it's fucking we'll wait.
Yeah,
you know, but it's not like I need. I should just put that money into trying to find accessories for which is super hard. You can't find accessories for those Cowboys of Moo Mesa, you know. And at some point, if I get serious,
yeah, I didn't even know that was a toy line.
It was a cartoon in like '94, and it was 1 season, and I can't remember how many episodes there were, and. They made the 10 figures, and then whatever. I guess nobody watched it but me.
Yeah.
You know, and they were supposed to have a second season. Like they had already signed for 2 seasons, and then whatever. They were like, nah, fuck this noise. And that's why you only got 10 figures. And then they were supposed to be, the next season came out, there's going to be another 10 figures because there's a lot of characters in that show. And like you can still find it on YouTube. And like, you know, I watch it with my kids because it's kind of cool. It's fun. I mean, it's Ninja Turtles, but it's cowboys.
Yeah.
You know, pretty much. And they have like guns that shoot like these stars and stuff or whatever. But it's cool. I thought it was awesome. When I was a kid, that was like the first time I remember having like my show. Right? Because like I lived in town, and my folks had like a fairly normal place. Like we had a TV and shit. And then like, you know, you see the TV commercial for, this new show. And I was just like, holy fuck, that's so cool, you know? Like something that's cowboy related that's not a 1950s or 60s movie, you know? But it didn't last long. But yeah, them fuckers are like minimum on card $100, $110. And then I've seen some of the There's the one that's like the buffalo or whatever, which apparently is rare because it's kind of had that. It had that same problem as some of the vintage figures, like the ones toward the end. Everybody was over them, so nobody bought them.
Yeah.
And then like they sent them all to the dump and shit or whatever happened because there's no ollies or whatever. But yeah, some of them fuckers carded. The last couple are like $250. I'm like, that's crazy. You buy a cheap firearm for that, or a fucking buttload of ammo, or
I think
whatever.
it's safe to say you could find a lot of better things to buy than just old toys, but
yeah, totally. That's what I don't. I haven't been doing. Yeah, I haven't been doing much of anything.
What?
What?
Bullshit?
Bullshit?
Bullshit.
Total bullshit. Well, go take your bullshit if you have to. I had a resurgence and it would be interesting. I hope I obviously am around for the next 35, 40, 50 years. And because it would be interesting to see, someone be like, oh my God, don't you see this vintage Acolyte figure? It's fucking $400. Like, holy fuck.
I don't know about all that.
I mean, but you never know. Like
the storyline might be this failed series formerly on a Disney platform, formerly owned by creator George Lucas.
Right. Yeah.
Failed, blah, blah, blah. I don't know, $50 or whatever. I mean, I walked in Kokomo Toys in Kokomo, Indiana, and they had I want to say it was it was a Princess Leia. It wasn't the first run. It was somewhere in there, but it was like $1,400 because it was just rare for whatever reason on card, and it was in the protective case and everything. It was like $1,400. 30 years from now, do I think that'll still be, more? I don't really know, man.
Right.
Maybe not. Maybe the people that think this shit's worth it now will just quit, just give up on it.
Yeah, that's
just
the
die.
thing. What's the age collectors, right? And then everybody's already established. I'm taking a piss off my porch. I hope you don't mind. Everybody's already established, right? Like, oh, kids don't buy toys.
Yeah.
So, and lots of us, right? Like I have Cowboys of Moo Mesa because it was something that I didn't have a whole lot of as a kid that I was a big fan of. What? What are you laughing at?
I just thought, what if he drops the phone right now and it just fucking lands right in front of his crotch shot?
Holy smokes. That would be bad.
Drew Rosa.
What's up, Drew? You get everything straightened out? But so, like I said, we've established that kids don't buy toys. And a lot of us collectors, we are buying stuff from our childhood. So yeah, in 30 years or 40 years or when we're all gone, who's going to be buying anything? Because if kids don't buy, I mean, I guess maybe vintage, like gaming systems, right? Like, I guess there are a lot of guys who are buying vintage gaming systems. And so maybe that will be the thing, right? So kids today, when they get old, they're going to be like, oh, man, I found a vintage PS5. I wanted that so bad when I was a kid, but I couldn't get it. Why would you buy that?
Yeah, and I guess it's relative to what's hot when you're a kid or what you like. Like, think about Ultimate Wolf, Andrew.
Yeah,
and he likes
the Drew is a kid and buys toys. So
he likes the Transformer stuff that's relatively current.
Yeah.
There's no classics. Now, if he starts trying to dig back to when I was a kid when the stuff first came out, look out. That stuff's crazy price right now.
Oh, yeah.
But 20 years from now, who knows, man?
Yeah, that's the company. You're right, Dylan.
SL, yeah.
SL. They're doing so. Yeah, we're still going for now.
We stay up for lovely ladies like yourself, Kat.
That's right.
And when I say stay up, I think you know what I mean.
Inappropriate.
Yep. Just isn't fair.
It just isn't.
It's getting worse all the time.
If the Ewoks,
aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper?
Not me, baby. If the Ewoks are going to eat stormtroopers and they're savages, what did they do?
The droids we're looking for.
What did they do to Leia?
They eat her.
But Right, I know. Like,
Where my tongue?
uh-huh.
See where my tongue is? It was on my cheek.
Yeah, I get it. No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, nobody ever, like, there's no, like, did Wicket keep her from, like, being molested by other Ewoks? I'm just saying, I'm just saying, if they're eating, if they're savages and they're eating goddamn stormtroopers, like, you better believe that something
Probe.
definitely, you know, I don't
That's funny,
understand.
dude.
Or like, did he, she is now part of the tribe. You know, like she just came in, and Wicket, who's a kid. It's not like he's supposed to be the great warrior of the village, right? He's still like an adolescent doofus, right? Like he came in, he's like, "Oh, this is my new friend." So, we beat up some stormtroopers. Where did the dress come from? Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, they made it. I'm just saying, like,
That's from the robes of like 10 dead soldiers, or something.
right. Who knows? Well, and that's
previous maiden of the clan.
I think, whatever, being raised actual like savage,
Fulfill your destiny.
being raised in an actual culture like that, like, it really wouldn't be that big of a deal to make that dress. You know what I mean? And then, like,
they were little guys with fat fingers,
and the way that the stitches were, like, they were like,
hello, what have we here?
Like, that thing wouldn't have been hard to make. I don't think it had to be already made, right?
They had they had the fat little fingers and the big murderous eyes.
Well, that's why the stitches were so big, and the stitching was such a large piece of thread.
Palpatine's calling them they now.
Uh-oh.
Oh, ate the people from Caravan of Courage. Battle for Endor. Some freaky dudes that looked like they were from Labyrinth.
Dude, those fuckers were scary.
Bird face motherfuckers. Man, they scared the shit out of me, dude.
Yeah, I remember as a kid, like, not liking that movie. I was like, oh, those guys were scary.
No.
And then those are supposed to be the same species as those.
I mean, he's got a point. The Ewok movies were not bad.
No, the Ewok.
I just watched Battle for Endor not too long ago, and I was like, this is all right.
Dude, the people who talk shit about Ewoks, again, I think a lot of people who talk shit about Ewoks are part of the.
I can understand, like in the late 80s, early 90s, like animation was thought of something strictly for kids. You didn't think in terms of like stuff for adults on animation. It was just it was out there, but it wasn't like
Fritz the Cat,
top shelf entertainment yet like that. Like I always watched
Heavy
Tom
Metal.
and Jerry. Heavy Metal, exactly. There you go.
Yeah,
like
Fritz the Cat,
there was a stark difference though between like remember they made the Ewok cartoon that was like definitely for like preschoolers, and then they made Heavy Metal. There's a big difference, But then when they tried to make droids and it was supposed to have sort of like that feel of the movies and stuff, it was kind of like
supposed to be a little more.
It didn't do so hot. But
no.
But the movies?
Yeah, no, the movies were good.
The movies were all right.
And like I was gonna say, I think people who shit on the Ewoks are like part of the
cool world.
I love Led Zeppelin, but Stairway to Heaven is right. That's just like they think it's cool not to like. Because look, I can tell you that like a primitive race like that totally fucking up, the Empire. Like that's like the coolest thing ever, right? I mean, that's like Little Bighorn,
dude,
and
just
like Vietnam. Like
remember they had the pendulums that fucking came down and smashed the fucking stormtroopers and stuff.
That was awesome,
dude. They were murder bears.
That was awesome.
Arrows and shit.
And then like you watch the first Ewok movie, and they fucking like they have to live with they had that blurg thing that attacked them, and then the fucking big bird and the Gorax. Like you'd have to be a badass.
Let me ask you something.
Ask away.
They're in the forest. Where the fuck they get all them rocks?
Well, there's a river nearby. There's probably rocks.
And why did they wait until then to attack the Empire? And the Empire still had time to build them bunkers and stuff.
Well, they probably were.
You're gonna answer it. I know you are.
No. For real, like in a realistic way, they probably thought that they could just slide under the radar and not really worry
But I
about
mean,
it.
it was their world.
Yeah, but then like the Empire wasn't all over the planet, right? They just had the one.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't think they would
I
be.
don't
They just
know.
had the
Like,
one power generator and the one
yeah,
disk. So it's like it's the same reason that like, when the white man first came to America, like, there was a lot of peaceful trading and shit going on. But then by that, early 1870s, late 1860s, lots of tribes were like, "Whoa, motherfucker, they're coming by the fucking wagon loads and they keep pushing us, you know what I mean?" So they were in that like beginning stage of like, "Okay, well, no
yeah,
big deal."
yeah,
I'm sure even if the rebellion didn't show up, if all of a sudden the Empire starts landing troops by the fucking shipload and they're expanding and expanding, then like the Ewoks would probably have to. They'd say, "Well,
yeah.
this isn't gonna fucking fly," and they're probably having speeches. The old chief, just like all the old Western movies, right? Like the old chief is saying, "It's better to be peaceful. We'll just trade with them. It's been, and then the war chief is going, "No, I had a vision. The fucking white eyes are gonna take over." You know, I looked at that scenario much like, the expansion of the American West is what I thought. They were just in that, it's whatever. It's a couple guys. They got a fucking one building.
Yeah,
That like they're
yeah.
not probably patrolling very far. They're because like indoor is like a dangerous fucking place, right? So like how many crazy beasts and the Gorax and all this shit showed up to fuck up the Empire. So they're probably like keeping it tight. They got a tight perimeter. Like they don't fucking go beyond the wall. They're like fucking.
Yeah.
We're not here to fucking get fucked up by a bunch of fucking crazy monsters. We just need whatever, I guess they picked indoor just because it was so obscure. It's not like
Well,
indoor
yeah.
had.
I always thought like the Empire wasn't necessarily putting forces on different planets to police them. I always thought it was to get resources from those planets to continue building these big ships and stuff. That's what I always thought they were doing. I don't know.
I thought that the Death that makes sense, but I thought the Death Star was just there because it was hidden and it was so remote.
Well, that was the second one, so they were trying to finish it.
Yeah,
Makes
they're
sense.
trying to finish it in secret.
Makes sense to keep away from the rebel fleet.
Yeah, to keep off the radar.
The fucking
But
Skywalker
you
was
could be
pilot
absolutely right.
school.
There could have been a giant ore mine that we never saw.
Yeah.
Because
I'm sure that's fleshed out in some books somewhere because you know that's a big thing in some of the shows and a lot of the video games and stuff where they're pulling from the lore. It's always like, there's something there that the Empire needs that they can't get anywhere
logistically,
else.
it would make more sense
Yeah.
to say, okay, we need a planet that nobody's going to happen up on us, that's
Yeah.
out of the
'Cause
main, but also has the shit we need.
Exactly, because I don't think they had enough forces to go to every planet just to police it, just to keep them under their thumb.
No.
But definitely to keep guard if they needed something there, for
Right.
sure.
Well, and that was like the first thing Tarkin said, right? He's like, the regional governors will be in charge.
Regional governors.
Because we don't need that. And of course, like in Andor.
And then he also said,
"You may fire when ready."
You may fire when ready.
"May fire when ready."
Like in Andor, they had that kind of system where it was like a regionally run thing. And at least on Andor's planet, right, they did so much bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, he laid it out. He said
And
the
then they
regional
fucking-
leaders.
Yeah, the Empire's like, well, we have to do shit now. So there must have been plenty of places.
They keep them thinking they're in power.
Yeah.
And everybody has somebody to answer to, and then they answer to the Empire guys and the ISB and all that bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, it had to be something like that. But yeah, was there a giant ore mine on Endor and that we never saw?
I don't know.
I don't
there
know.
was definitely some murderous bears. Maybe there was cocaine, and they were like cocaine bears
or something equivalent. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, you don't live in the one with nature for that long and not know.
I mean, did you
what
see
mushrooms
Wicket?
to eat? And
Did you see Wicket's response when he tried some of the chocolate she gave him?
Oh, the cracker.
Yeah.
I remember he immediately smelled the
crotch.
Trooper.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking of something else.
Yeah. What? What? Okay, fuck it. Why didn't
Impressive.
they just build it on Exegol? Well,
Most impressive.
because that was already being used as the backup plan.
Exegol was the Sith temple,
Right.
where they had the
used
shit
all
to
the-
bring back Palpatine and all that.
Yeah, that
And
was
you know
like,
that's crazy too. Is like he had like how many, what do you call it? Like followers or whatever there. Like they all
Yeah.
had to be Sith practitioners.
yeah, and they
Maybe
built,
not Sith, so to speak, but more like cult members or whatever, like helping the cause. And like they all got wiped out. But like that kind of, to me at that point, I thought such a wasted moment. Like they could have showed us this in the first movie to build to this, to show that there was all this sympathy out in the galaxy for the Emperor.
right. Yeah,
And
yeah, that was
these sort of cultish religious followers believed that they could help him bring his essence back, and they were finally able to do it to a degree, but he's still hooked up to the machine until he said, listen,
he said, yeah.
I gotta have the dyad.
Yeah,
I
no,
gotta
thought
have
that
I gotta have the two. And that could have been something that Luke only saw in a book from long ago from Yoda and Obi-Wan, and he's teaching Mary Sue on the way as she
Right.
gains power, not just has the power.
Yeah.
Just like
Yeah, none
Luke
of that was
Luke had to gain the power. He didn't have the power. You know, he was unexpected. It hit him in an unexpected way when the Emperor hit him with that Force lightning, because he didn't know about all that. He wasn't. He tried to instinctively put up his hand to block it, but he was done. Go ahead.
Rebel rations must taste better than U.S. military rations.
Apparently.
Probably, I guess so. I don't know. Wicket did not like that fucking saltine cracker.
He was like,
he was probably thinking like, man, stormtrooper ass fucking on a fucking roasted on a goddamn.
I don't like sand. It's coarse, rough, and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Dude, I was that fucking shit. Goddamn fucking. I probably in the theater was like, oh my god, when he fucking said that shit. I was getting really tired of that fucking guy.
This deal is getting worse all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It just isn't fair.
Too short for a stormtrooper.
If you have any local dairies, get you some raw milk.
oh yeah, I got dairy farm every fucking street corner around here.
I get this at the local whatever you call it, market. But it's the only raw milk you can get around here, and
It's raw.
and it
is
says
it
like not
pasteurized?
for. Yeah, it's not pasteurized.
Oh,
and then
wow.
it says like not for human consumption, and then but then it's chocolate, so like you're not buying it for your dog, right?
Don't they have to put that on there though because of health code? That's really all it is just because of some kind of health code. It's the way around it.
Yeah.
That if they put that on there and you buy it, it's on you.
Right, yeah, you're buying it for
Something
your
like that, yeah.
for your dog or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, best shit there is, man.
Got a lot of police activity tonight.
Is it Sunday?
In the last few hours, I've heard quite a few sirens.
It could be an ambulance though.
Are you near?
Yeah, we're not near, but we're definitely like on the route to it.
I got you.
Like we're not super close, but we're on the route.
Can't sell it. Interesting.
Yeah, well, I mean this with all the love in the world, but your country is fucked up.
They got weed.
And you know what? They do that to placate fucking people.
Legal on the federal level. I'll take it.
No, that's
I had a good time in Toronto. I like Canada.
I like Northern Canada.
I want to go to Banff.
What's that?
That's the forest park near where's that near? Winnipeg? Not Winnipeg.
Darth Wizzy Wizzo Green.
Yeah, tell us what it's near. I can't remember. You got to fly into. Dude, it's fucking beautiful.
Is it?
Oh my god, look it up.
There's a place in the Yukon territories called Laird Springs.
Alberta? Yeah, I can't remember what town city you got to fly into. It's not Alberta. I mean, that's the state.
No, Alberta's.
The state or
There's not very many places. It's not very many places in Alberta to fucking fly.
Where's the Stampede at?
Calgary.
Calgary, that's it. You got to fly into Calgary. Sorry.
I think you're limited to like Edmonton and Calgary if you're going to hit an airport.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a place called Laird's Hot Springs, and it's a sulfur hot springs, and it is the fucking man.
Yeah.
That is fun, and it's way up on the Alaska Highway. Like
in Banff,
drive there.
In the Banff, it's an hour out of Calgary, and then an hour from there, you're up in the forest. That's it. But you can get out on take glacier rides and shit.
Oh yeah,
pretty awesome.
Yeah, the West Coast is not. Yeah, I've driven to Alaska from the South of America.
Did you drive to Juneau?
You can't drive to Juneau.
Ah, thank you. I know.
Drive there.
I went there
we
by
used
boat.
to go there for boxing tournaments, though. We used to fly there.
Flying on the little water boats?
No, they have a regular airport there, and they have a. I don't remember what it was, but it's like a Navajo or some twin passenger thing. But they had a pretty good boxing team. They probably had the best one after my dad's, because we were the fucking champions of the whole fucking shit. Fairbanks Boxing Club was the bomb.com, and we beat the dog shit out of fucking everybody. But Juneau had a pretty good team, though. They were about the only ones that could like really fucking hang.
Do you know what I mean?
Do you know what I mean, Mike? I do know what you mean. Did you see all the houses with all the moss growing on the tops and stuff? And like those aren't like sod houses. That's just like because it rains there so much, it just fucking grows. Yeah. Yeah, I've been there.
It's a unique area though. It's pretty, man.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Alaska's the fucking greatest place on earth, man.
It's hard living.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Some hard living. I mean, maybe in the big city it's okay, but some of the places we saw, it was hard living. I was looking at the people like, why are you still here, man?
Oh, because it's wonderful. If I didn't have 2 kids living around here, I'd be there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's it, that keeps me here, because it's not my favorite place.
Yeah.
But god damn, that didn't last very long.
Well, you drank your milk.
Yeah, that was.
I'm glad that you could see me.
Yeah. Do you know where pasteurization? So, like, modern people, they think, oh, you have to pasteurize milk because of the germs or whatever, right? But
I always thought they had to do it just so it would last.
No. Hey, later, Tater. See you, Dylan.
Later, Dylan.
In the old days, women would drink spoiled milk on purpose for like home abortions.
Oh, wow.
And the government, who was against all that kind of stuff in those days, they thought, oh, well, we'll fix them. We'll pasteurize it, because no one, right? Like no real adult person is going to put the milk up to their face and go, oh, this is fucking spoiled. I'll drink it anyway.
Yeah.
No, it was a whole big deal. And supposedly Al Capone's son went deaf because of it, but because he drank spoiled milk. But again, it's not for you and me.
And you got to keep the cows got to be pregnant to produce milk, right?
Oh, well, they don't have to be pregnant. You can keep them. It's just like a human. Like once they do, they have to get pregnant to produce it the first time.
Keep them lactating.
But then as long as something's sucking,
I have to change sponges sometimes. It happens to me.
Yeah. Once they're lactating, as long as something's suckling on it, it'll keep producing. As long as the need is there, it will produce.
Once a guy produces milk, you might as well not even stop.
No, might as well not.
Because
especially if you can.
That's a cool parlor trick, and it's pretty fucking tasty.
Is it?
I don't know. A friend told me.
Oh, yeah, right. Exactly. Under the footbridge. But, yeah, because, we've been drinking milk for for like 20,000, right? Like 20,000 years ago is when the first people domesticated the cow and started drinking milk. They're from modern day Holland. And supposedly all people in the world who are not lactose intolerant have a common ancestor from that tribe. Right? Because it is something that we evolved to doing. But then, you think about it like, okay, so if you take raw milk and you let it sit around, it becomes yogurt. And then if you let it sit around some more, it becomes cheese.
Oh my.
So why would you worry about pasteurizing it for it to go bad? Because that's if it goes right, if you take the cream off and shake it up, it becomes butter. So like and the only way that raw milk can go bad is if you contaminate it, right? It's not the milk, it's the contamination in it from uncleanliness or whatever. So that's what right? It's not the fucking milk. It's the same thing with like mayonnaise, right? Like mayonnaise doesn't have to be
With your
refrigerated.
what? The who? Mayonnaise?
Mayonnaise. You don't have to refrigerate mayonnaise. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to refrigerate it. But when you contaminate it, like making potato salad with it, then yeah, the potato salad will fucking kill you. It's not the mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise?
Right. And like my grandparents used to make like homemade mayonnaise, and like it's egg whites and oil.
It's mayonnaise?
Yeah. Well, I know.
Is it are you saying it like a Mayan? Like Mayans?
It's mayonnaise.
Oh, mayonnaise. It's not your naise?
I mean, yeah, I've heard that before because apparently I don't say it right.
No, I'm asking. Like, does it have a double meaning? Like it's mine, not yours?
No. That's just like how my dad says it, and that's how I say it.
Okay.
So it's like
my dad says when things are ruined, he says they're ruined.
They're ruined.
He says ruined.
Oh, my dad would say it's ruined. How about you ever heard anybody that calls it a battery?
Yep. My dad said battery. And my dad says what's the Irish one instead of idiot? He calls people idiots.
Idiots, right?
It's I think it's Irish.
Is it?
Yeah. Pretty sure they call people idiots.
Idiots.
So I call people you fucking idiot.
You fucking idiot.
My dad is getting worse all the time.
Well, my dad would say knucklehead.
Knucklehead?
Yeah, you ever heard that?
It just isn't fair.
Yeah, I grew up my whole life, like you'd be like,
knucklehead. I mean, I've heard the expression, just
fucking
don't know anybody that says it on the regular.
I mean, I do. My kids do because they hear me say it.
You little knucklehead.
Knucklehead. Yeah. And if something's like weird and you don't know what it is, you might call it like a wickerbill. You ever heard that?
A what?
A wickerbill.
Haven't heard that one. Is that a kind of bird or something?
I mean, it sounds like that, but like it's you like anything that's, like if you don't know what it is, or it's weird, or it's, or like if somebody say, "Oh my God, what is that?" And I don't know, it's some kind of wickerbill. It's a wickerbill, but it could be anything. It's almost like what did they like a widget? Like I think it's like synonymous with that kind of.
Okay.
It's a wickerbill, but it's unexplainable. Whereas like a widget could be an actual whatever it is, you know what I mean? But I think that's how it is.
Helps set me straight. It's Egypt.
Egypt. Yeah, I don't know if I've heard that. But I knew some Yankees, and their grandparents would say battery.
Battery, yeah, I've heard battery.
Battery, yeah. The other day I was with my wife's family, and we were talking about something, and I told them we were down by the creek.
Yep, I've heard creek.
And they all laughed at me. And they said, it's a creek. And I said, it's a crick. Like it's a crick.
Creek, crack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a crick. Which you can also get in your neck.
Yeah.
You can also get a crick in your neck. But it's inflected differently. It's a crick or it's a crick. Whichever one. Yeah, strange. You know what I've learned? I think this is interesting, and I've said this to people, and I don't think they may not. But like if you watch people from northern England, hey, there's Rum.
There he is. He just got up. We waited for your ass.
Good morning.
Good morning, Salacious Rum.
So Rum will back me on this, okay? But so people in northern England are the only other people in the world that I know of, besides people who live in the south of America, who say y'all.
Y'all, yeah.
How y'all doing? Y'all doing all right? Right? And then so like that, and like I think that's no one else says that, right? But you Northern English people, Yorkshire people, they say y'all.
It just isn't fair.
It just isn't fair. I mean, check this out. I'm gonna throw this up there for you, Rum, just in case. Because we
Short for stormtrooper.
A little stormtrooper.
That's the droids we're looking for.
Yeah, people from the north and from Yorkshire say y'all, and then people in the good morning. He has freshly showered and am now naked, wrapped in a towel. Do you only use one towel?
This is the way.
It was invented in England, y'all. Well, I figured it was. And demographically, when like Europeans came over here, right? Like people from the north.
Here?
God damn, son, you love that thing. People from the north of England settled mostly in the south of America, and then all the Yankees up north are all southern English people, right? Like there's the same. You have three. Yeah, I usually just do two, but yeah, I could see that. And like there's the same prejudice between northern and southern English people as there is between northern and southern Americans. It's so strange. Like it's the same. It's just reversed directionally, right? But like the people in the south of England, they think, oh, those country hillbilly hick northerners, and then it's like the exact same, but reversed directionally here. One on my head, like the sit. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I like to do over the shoulder,
boulder holder,
and then one around the waist.
We finish each other's sentences.
Yeah, exactly. One for a quick rub down. That's right.
One around the waist, one around the head, like
a Sith.
Like a Sith?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was Dengar.
Like Dengar, yeah.
And one around the throbbing.
Salacious is not wearing a Dengar outfit. He's wearing a Kowakian
karate
arts. Yeah.
Yes, Kowakian martial arts.
One for a quick rub.
Ninjars.
Yeah. Man, fucking Dengar, man. Fucking cool. I have that Black Series figure, and it's badass. Except for the slippers. The slippers on it are a little bit. I don't know if we saw his feet, so we don't know what he's wearing or whatever, but are like walnut whips.
Oh, wow.
What's a walnut whip?
Well, apparently it's his...
Like his testicles.
Testicles, yeah.
Testicals.
Boy, we have covered it all tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
We completely disassembled Star Wars, rewrote it, put it back together. All the shows, all the animated, all the series, the action figures, the toys.
All of it.
The cereal. We fucking...
Look at this.
We did it all. We did it all.
Best.
And then we talked about the the health benefits of unpasteurized milk.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't have to refrigerate mayonnaise.
Whizzy Whiz, don't worry, we'll start over.
Yeah, we can start over.
Where were we? Okay, Luthen, Andor.
When's the last time you actually watched Droids?
Ooh, gosh.
Has it been a while?
I'm trying to remember the last time I watched it. It's been a while.
You should rewatch it and note that I can't remember what's the girl's name? Kira?
Mm-hmm.
And she has like the exact same outfit as Rey.
Yeah.
And she has the staff, and she rides the same fucking motorbike thing. And then there's Kylo Ren Cha, who has the same. He has the same fucking helmet as Kylo Ren, but it's just a helmet. You remember that?
No.
Kylo Ren Cha.
It's Kylo Ren.
And it's Kylo Ren, and he's got the same black with silver.
I mean, maybe they
lines.
were trying to connect things for that first movie, and then got all fucked up.
I don't know what they were doing, but they totally missed on that. Yeah, and like the first time you see that girl Kira, it's like the first time. It's exactly like when you see Rey. Like she has the Haji fucking
What
thing.
if
She's got the goggles and she lifts
what
them up.
if Kira from Solo was the little girl in Battle for Endor?
If Kira from Solo. I was talking about Kira from Droids.
I know. I'm just saying.
Actually,
what if she grew up and she was in that?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess that old dude.
What if
got
that
her
was
off
like
the
how?
plane.
What if that was how Star Wars worked? Every character came from another character somewhere else, and that's just
Well, or they could be like what's his name, Finn, and who's his granddad? Is it Lando?
oh
You remember
shit.
that?
Finn's granddad is Lando. What?
Or Mace Windu? Yeah.
You're blowing me away with these theories,
No,
bro.
you haven't seen. Like, I'm pretty sure that's the
I
thing.
don't know. I don't think
They
so,
said
but
that.
yeah.
I thought.
I mean, they are the only
Well, and I
characters
was
of
like, how
color in the
fucking racist
series.
is that? Like the only two
What was
black
the
guys
girl?
Dude,
Was the
no.
girl in
The only two
Rise
black
of
guys in the
Palpatine?
universe have to be related.
Was the girl from Rise of Palpatine actually the lover of Lando later? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know how Lando.
What have we here?
I don't know how he would have had any kids because he exclusively liked to fuck droids.
The Rise of Palpatine, Part 3.
Jar Jar Abrams is a thieving hack. There you go. Bam. Sindel. Did her brother die? The original Star Wars Mace? Did he die in that second movie?
What? Mace had a brother too?
No, Sindel from Ewoks. Her brother's name.
Oh, I thought you said Mace.
No, that was his name, Mace. Sindel's
See?
brother.
They're all related.
Yes, Sindel's brother was named Mace. Yeah, he died. I couldn't remember, but I thought he did. Yeah, he died. And then the old dude, what was that actor's name? Super famous. Can't remember his name. But they got off the planet, right? With Teak. They did. We watched them leave, right? And the witch chick was totally a witch of Dathomir. Remember?
Yeah.
And then those bad guys who rode blurgs, right? Like everybody, they're like, oh, blurgs, or they watch Mando, they're like, oh, blurgs are fucking cool. And it's like, really, you didn't think they were cool when they were in the Ewoks film? Yeah, the diabetes.
Yeah,
exactly.
Wilford Brimley.
Wilford Brimley. Yeah, there you
go.
Yeah, the we used to say. We used to say Daniel Bettis because that's like hey,
the pervy eyes.
Huh?
Oh god.
I worry that Wicket did things with Sindel. Just saying. No, we talked about that earlier too about Leia because if you're killed,
there?
Yeah.
Man, if you drop that phone, God,
like a
that's gonna be
race
great
horse.
moment.
Like
great
a
moment.
race
Another great moment in live streaming. Brought to you by
Who
Lak.
was that? I think Rub showed his penis on accident.
You broke the seals. What happened?
I did.
And then 20 minutes later, you immediately have to go again.
I drank a pot of coffee trying to stay up, and then my wife came home and she was like, "Oh, you need some water?" And then you saw me drink that like her. It's like her. You saw me drink that thing. It was like pink.
Yeah.
And she brought me that fucking thing 4 times, and I fucking downed it. Fucking downed it like a fucking camel. Then I drink a goddamn fucking quart of fucking raw fucking chocolate milk.
That was actually from the bowl.
Holy shit. Damn.
It was bowl milk.
Hey, thank you
Which
for
one's that yellow one?
It's Blanche.
Oh.
From the Golden Girls.
Yeah.
Hold on. I don't know how to. I get confused in the directions here. So there's Dorothy and Sophia. And what was her name? Rose. And Blanche.
Nice. Blanche was
Blanche is the reason that my first wife was 30 years older than me.
Blanche was a fucking whore.
Fucking Blanche was fucking.
And I'm all about it.
Dude. Yeah, Blanche is totally the fucking reason, as far as I know.
I think Rose had the better body, though. She was hiding it.
Yeah, but Blanche had a better haircut, though, man.
Yeah, it's probably true.
You remember her hair was like What's her name? No, it was like Gozer the Gazer. Gozer the.
Oh, sir.
You remember the fucking aim at the flat top?
Yes.
That fucking chick was fucking
that's
hot
hilarious.
too, man. I know Rum will fucking Gozer the Gozerian or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Have you looked up that actress, what she looks like now? Time has not been good.
Oh no.
Time has not been good to her. Not attractive. But she was fucking hot in that fucking movie, wasn't she? Fucking haircut was fucking. But yeah, Blanche had that same kind of haircut for a while in the show. And it was hot. Super hot. Super hot. Hotter things in my shorts. Little crotch pot cooking. Woo! I say it was so damn hot, I seen one of them guys in a little orange robe burst into flames. Do you remember that movie?
No.
What?
What was it?
Good morning,
Oh
Vietnam. Oh my god, I love
Gozer the
that.
Gazarian. That's hilarious.
Oh yeah, Gozer was a fucking.
He'd like to make relations.
Dude, Sigourney Weaver ain't got shit on fucking Gozer. The fucking whatever. No, second.
Watto was here for the freak off again too.
Huh?
Damn, Rum missed it.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Gozer. Yeah. I was watching your live. I might have watched it on replay, Rum. I can't remember, but yeah, I remember the other day you were talking about Gozer, and I thought finally somebody who fucking agrees with me, because like, yeah, Gozer was a fucking hottie. I didn't even look at Sigourney. I just waited for Gozer to show up.
I'm looking her up.
Fucking hot. There's a figure. Who made those figures? I think they're like, I mean, they might be NECA. I don't know, but they're like a 7-inch. And there's a Gozer one out there somewhere. And I don't think I've ever seen it in real life, but I've seen pictures of it online. Early morning hours with Gozer, yeah. Hell yeah.
Let me see if I can pull up Gozer for you real quick.
Yeah, but time has not been good to that actress. You know, because you're always thinking like hot chicks from 30 years ago. I wonder what they look like now.
There you go.
And you're like, oh shit. Hold on.
Throw that up.
Add to stage. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, Blanche had that same haircut.
These are the remakes, the Afterlife show or whatever.
Gosh, look at that.
There you go.
I bet she shags like a minx.
Those dogs.
Son of a, look at that. When somebody asks you if you're a god, you say yes. Yeah, Gozer was a hot hair. Look at that. Great haircut. Great haircut.
You like the haircut, huh?
Yeah, I think, yeah, totally.
The back of her head's frosted right there.
Dude.
You recognize her?
I wish I did. Yeah. That's a great haircut. Yeah, if it's not big giant,
she's
like
totally
80s,
crossing their streams.
Yeah, if it's not big giant like 80s Delta Burke hair, then it should be like that. Like it's all or nothing, you know. Delta Burke might be also one of the. Oh, not Delta Burke. What was her? You remember that show, Designing Women? Do you remember that?
Delta Burke was in that.
Yeah, but the one I thought was hot was Charmaine. Remember Charmaine? She was like the secretary. She's a big, tall one, the blonde one.
Yeah.
Oh man. Charmaine was. Does anybody else remember that show? I mean, I guess all the British guy. Oh, what's that show? Absolutely Fabulous. Those were some hottie bitches too. The English version and the remake that they showed over here for a while. Yeah, where's today's pics of Gozer?
Oh, let's look it up. Let me see if I can find it.
She looks, the one photo I saw, she looks like a fucking corpse, and not in the good way. If you clone yourself and then have sex with your clone, masturbation or homosexuality?
Oh. You really asked that.
It's after midnight. We can let it all hang out.
What the hell's her name? Oh, Slavitska Jovan.
Yeah. She's a.
Let me punch that in.
Can you say Slav?
Slavitska.
No, but I mean she's.
No, that's her name.
No, I know, but I'm saying that she's of Slavic descent.
Her name's Slavica. I don't think that means that's where she's from.
No. No, but that is like
Oh.
a Slavic, Belarus, Czechoslovakian name, though. Is what I'm saying.
Oh.
Ricardo says he's lurking, so you should know the answer to that. Are you lurking with your clone? Did you throw it up yet?
Sorry, yeah, I'm still in shock. Oh,
You're in shock. I know.
What?
I know. It's been years since I looked.
What?
But like, yeah, not cool. Throw it up. I'm waiting.
I'm gonna throw up.
Excuse me. Did you hear that? I think they canceled it, but they were gonna show Blazing Saddles in theaters for the whatever.
I thought they did.
I mean, if they did, I missed it.
I think they did.
Oh, I missed
Maybe.
it.
Okay, so here's before.
Right. Yeah.
There you go.
Oh.
Wow.
And you know what? If she had the same haircut,
what a difference 40 years makes.
Son of a bitch, huh?
Will time be this kind to us?
That's awful. But you know, if she went back to the Gozer haircut, it might be more palatable.
From Gozer to Dozer.
I'm lurking with my underwear.
Whoa. I mean, I don't want to say I like it, but I like it. Spicy.
Wow.
That was a lot to take in right there. I'm gonna have to recover.
I consider this great. Definitely not homoism. Okay. Rum has decided you clone yourself and have sex.
Okay, so you clone yourself and have sex. Let me think about
this.
Okay. I saw a film recently where a woman and her husband lived by the ocean. They were pretty well to do. There was a cloning program. He got terminally ill, and she took his DNA and took it to this facility illegally and had him cloned. Brought him home as a baby, raised him as a boy, got him to a teen. When he got past the teen years, she started putting the moves on him. And he didn't understand. He didn't want nothing to do with her. So she just thought she wanted her husband back and she could have the sexual relationship back and all that, And he got fed up and he's like, I'll do it this once and then I'm leaving. So she got what she wanted as far as that goes, and then he left her. And so she jumped off a cliff. End of story.
That is a lot of effort.
So I think clone
for one
sex is probably not worth the effort.
Well, but what if you could clone without the having to raise them and stuff?
If it's me, I know how good I am to me. I'm the best I've ever had.
Yeah.
As it is. So it would just be more amazement, and I don't know. I think it'd end poorly.
Yeah. Well, I know.
So I guess I'm still in the considering stage.
Well, Rum has considered this great.
I think I'm just considering it.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't.
I know the quality that I possess now. I couldn't imagine a second.
Oh yeah.
Being quite this good, so it'd be tough.
I mean, but when you say clone, though,
the things these hands have done to it myself.
Oh yeah.
Let me tell you what. The places they've been, the places they've explored.
That's right. It went away. It happens.
Just you can build up another one.
Yeah, it's not going.
I can curl my own toes. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, Rum didn't tell us when we joined the Lego Studs that we had to be probed for no reason. He knew. He knew what was going on.
Well, it's not for no reason.
No, I mean, it's your own exploratory needs.
That's the only reason I joined. I don't have any Legos. I was just.
He didn't even tell me there were Legos. He just said I had to get probed, and I was like, "Where do I sign up?"
Man, if Mark was here, he'd be super mad at us because apparently it's Lego.
Well, if there's more than one.
Well, that's what I say, but apparently the plural to Lego is Lego.
Is it a
That's
leg
what I'm
eye if
told.
it's just one?
I mean, that's what it's like. Moose and Moose.
Well,
There's
you know, it
no-
is called a Lego set, so
Yeah,
a set of Lego.
a set of Lego. But you know, you would yell at your kid, "Go pick up your Legos," because it's not just one.
After you stepped on them.
Yeah, totally. I don't think I've built a Lego set in my life.
Really? I
Never.
built the first one ever on Rums.
I've never built one. I've never built one. The ones you sent me, I still have. Those little.
Oh, shucks.
I still have them. I'll give them to my kid. I was more of a Lincoln Log kind of a guy.
Yeah, I had those too.
Yeah,
And
those
what were the other ones with the like the long skinny piece that looked like a straw and it would go in the circle, and you had the little fin, plastic fin. What were those called? Something
I know.
toys. Something toys. They weren't Lincoln Logs, but they were something toys.
They were
And
like yellow.
They were wooden.
Yeah.
You had the circle that had all the different holes in it around it.
Yeah.
You could make like a big wagon wheel with it.
Yeah. Looked like something you'd make like one of those.
Or a boat oar.
Yeah. Erector set also.
Erectors, yes.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yes. I was accused of erecting this morning.
You were accused of it.
Of illegal erectoring.
Illegal erect? Where do you live? You don't live in Canada, do you?
No.
Illegal erectoring.
You roll over and you go to cuddle somebody and spoon.
Oh,
and
you go.
They feel the potato in the sack and they just
flashlight in the back.
They feel like, is that a potato? What's going on?
Why did you?
I just want to know what you wanted for breakfast. You know.
What was that movie that just came out? And they're
a
like,
hard-boiled egg?
Is that a flashlight? And he's like, yeah, it's my flashlight.
Okay, I guess it's a no.
Yeah,
I'll roll back over. I guess it's a no. I'll roll back over. All right.
Oh. Well, I'm so sorry.
What is that? What do you think it is?
What do you think?
I think it's a flashlight. Oh, yeah. Okay, well.
If she has to ask what it is, then it's definitely been too long.
Right, right.
The dry spell needs to end.
Oh, there's a new group coming that you guys should check out. Let me set this back up.
A new group?
Singing group.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, am I okay? Am I up?
Nope. Wookilinas.
Holy shit!
That's the
Man,
album
look at
cover.
that one with like the predator teeth.
Do you see the cod piece on that guy?
Hey, is that a R2 unit in your pants or?
It's a flashlight.
Don't
worry about it. It's a flashlight.
I've never seen those. The two in the back Wookiees. I've never seen.
The one on the left looks like Chrysanthemum, slightly, with the armor.
I was gonna say because he has
braids, but I think he's one of the warriors that were on Kashyyyk in the.
Yeah, no, they all have to. And then the one in the middle is the prequel, Chewie, right?
No, I don't think that's Chewie.
Oh, it's the one who was standing with him, though, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
The big one on the right is like he's got like predator teeth. That's pretty cool. Yeah. You remember, like I can't remember what it was, where we read it or whatever, right? But like Chewie was like a small, weak version of the Wookiees. Like he wasn't as big and all that. You remember that was from way back.
He was like the skinny one, you know, like compared to most of them, they're pretty beefy.
Yeah, he's the small one and like the weak one. And like that fucker still tear your arms off.
Yeah.
What I don't understand is how the Transdoshans could at all like
tie a shoe.
Well, yeah, that too, but certainly you don't want to visit them under the East LaPorte Street footprint.
No. Or the Philadelphia Street.
Well, like I just don't, and like how did the Empire enslave all those Wookiees? Like they're just like super passive and they're like, wow, it'll be okay. Like,
yeah.
You think those fuckers could rule the galaxy?
Shot collar goes a long way with a feral beast.
Yeah, but but to get it on him though, you know? And like even in the whatever movie when we saw the Battle of Kashyyyk, you know, like it looked like it was pretty even there. And like I just don't see that happening. You know, like they're too
The
restrained.
Utapau or whatever. Utapau, when they had the Grievous shows up. Hello there.
Oh yeah, when he shoots him with the fucking, when he ends up killing him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was awesome. So uncivilized.
Blasters are so uncivilized.
I don't think he says that. He just says so uncivilized.
Yeah.
And he throws it. Oh, is that new canon? I remember.
I think it is because, think about it. Peter Mayhew was just a big, tall, lanky guy, and they put the suit on him, and then what are you going to do? It's like, well, let's do something with more Wookiees. Well, what are we going to do? We'll have an army of them.
We'll just see guys
different size guys. We couldn't possibly have them all look similar.
They walked in with a box of dog treats and kept. Yeah, they must have. They had the like that. The booby trap on Endor was like plainly a white-tailed deer's ass.
Oh my!
With like taxidermied baboon teeth on it, right? Like I hunted enough white-tailed deer that like when I was a kid and first saw that movie, I was like, look at that fucking what's a white-tailed deer's butt? You have to go back and watch that and you'll see. The thing that
isn't fair.
It just isn't fair. I don't remember him sounding that shitty.
Yeah, he was a little pissy kid.
Yeah, he was kind of pissy, but he was not near as pissy as his fucking dad.
Got to get it from somewhere.
Dude.
Good morning, Universal Toy Collector.
Good morning, Stu.
This is the UK's one and only Monday morning live stream show.
That's right.
Live from the US, specifically for the UK.
Specifically, yeah. We like to roll around the world time zones as best we can.
Because unlike you, we've been up all night.
That's right. We've only been going for 5 hours and 30
Grab a cup and see what's up, Gary Grails.
I missed that this morning. Holy smokes.
And you'll have to wait a week for him to say it again.
He has the audacity to show up with iced coffee. And the show is plainly called Hot Toys, Hot Coffee. What the fuck? It's not called Hot Toys and whatever the fuck you
Hot
want to
intergalactic babes.
That's right. Like Gozer. The Gozerian.
Gozer, the guzzler.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Eddie, get ready for the freak off.
Aim for the
my
flat
baby
top.
oil in my.
Annie, bring us the baby
don't
oil.
put it there, Eddie. Not without the oil. I need my restraining bolt jockstrap.
Holy shit.
Get the R2 unit with the special accessories. And Kit Fister.
Annie, hit the nose.
Hit the green guy with the long dildo hair. Kit Fister.
Mine is kind of turning into a Macho Man. I can't pull off the
Macho
acidic
Man
sound oh yeah, Anakin.
Eddie, get the tickets to the Royal Rumble, Eddie.
Snap into a Slim Jim. Ooh, yeah.
Eddie, we're going to the freak off.
We're going to the freak off, Eddie.
You're driving. Your nose up my ass.
Are you an angel? I heard the new space pilots talking about them.
I saw him in deep space after the freak off.
Deep space.
They drank the oil, Eddie.
Space, Eddie, yeah.
You're not supposed to drink it, Eddie.
Storm coming up, Annie.
Or no,
Eddie, drink the oil. I like where it comes out.
Where did you get the pod, Annie? Like what the?
Did you
What
put batteries in that?
Hey, waving your hand around like this. Holy shit. Oh my god, that's like straight off of that guy's like straight from a World War II, probably.
Annie, rub my wings, Annie.
And then like in the next,
I gotta go massage Watto. What do we call him? Ditto?
I don't know.
I forgot what we call
But
him.
he
Watto.
loses his tooth and then he
Watto.
puts a necklace. Like what?
I got 4 teeth, Annie.
I can't drive, Annie. It's 7. Holy fuck.
It's a great one, It's not like the two guys ordering the pizza from the fucking Trade Federation. It's we want the pizza with the titty oil.
Holy fuck.
Tuato.
That was.
Hey, it's Tuato.
It's Tuato.
What do you want from me?
I just can't. I don't understand how the fucking Nemoidians got all that racist shit about Japanese, and then fucking nobody said anything about Watto.
It's like the Italian Japanese. They send it a Jedi in to negotiate.
You can't fool me, round eye. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
He's cutting to the wall.
Like he's
gas him.
He's taking this World War II.
We will take him to the freak off.
That was crazy. I told that to somebody the other day too. I was like, Watto is
Tuato
too, right? And they're like, no. And I'm like, what the fuck? Are you not paying attention? Like, obviously, it's a stereotype.
Eddie, when you can fly, you don't need to wipe.
It's after dark. I can't.
You just drop it on your neighbor's roof.
What the fuck is I'm a human being, and my name is Annie.
I don't want to wash it again. Where are my coverings?
Oh, Watto, it's so coarse.
Get the robot, Annie. We have plans. Freak off.
The freak off. Holy fucking shit.
Annie, the naked robot. You know the one.
Yeah.
He has 6 million forms of masturbation. Get him in here.
That's fucking crazy. Oh my god, those movies were awful.
You show up at Tuato's shop, you're gonna get more than your parts.
You're gonna get more than
get your parts cleaned.
That is for sure. Oh my gosh. I lost a lot of money on that race, that fucking Sebulba.
At the Boots of Eve Classic?
Yeah, I lost a lot of money on.
I will bet you 20 million credits.
Fucking
or I will be your slave.
That was crazy. What are you raising your hand in front of me? You think you're some kind of Jedi?
Is there a fly in my eye?
What species was he? I'm a Toydarian. Mind tricks don't work.
Toydarian. I like the toys. Just ask Annie. Annie, get the freak off box.
I have a chance cube.
The one with the toys and the chance cubes. I just shaved them.
Anybody up for a game of Naked Twister? I happen to have a choice cube.
Annie, rub my wings. Again?
Left hand red.
He's holding the Boonta Eve Classic Cup. Unfortunately, it's shaped like a protective job.
That's right. I got a Boonta Eve for you. That's right.
My cup has a restraining bolt on it.
Current holder of the Boonta Eve.
I need to restrain myself.
I didn't see that race.
Oh shit. Oh, that's so
funny.
Funny.
Like the Sebulba, like how many pod racers show up after
how many fucking species are just gonna walk around on their hands with their legs out in front of them and just kick stuff? As a form of defense. You better watch out. He's a mean one.
He's a mean one, yeah. You're lucky I was here.
He just grunts the whole time.
Yeah.
And then when the fucking he drives up behind Anakin,
yeah,
it's like, damn man, you got a rod knocking, son. That thing ain't doing shit.
Right, son. Yeah, you need to fucking check your oil. That did not sound right.
Meanwhile, Jar Jar's over there tonguing electricity and shit.
Right, exactly. Like
me still don't understand what goes on.
I can't get that time. Like holy fuck, dude.
Misa going to the freak off. Misa drink the oil.
And he became their senator. I cannot believe that.
Always the bigger fish.
Always a bigger fish.
Woo, using a bigger doo-doo now.
Holy fucking shit. The fucking hero of the fucking Battle of Naboo.
Jar Jar Binks. Come to the freak off. You succumb to the freak off.
Misa knows I liking you.
Misa don't like the freak off.
Holy fuck. Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Misa want to play Ryder this time.
Are you an anal? I mean angel?
Houston Houston play the horse.
Ooh. Oh shit. Roger.
Holy fucking shit, dude.
Hey, George Norris just got
Georgie,
to work.
we
I'll
better
listen
clean it up.
along. We're going into hour number 7. Let's go.
We're not there yet.
Oh fuck, I can't even
5:43.
see. Ooh, it's all that baby oil in my eyes.
Huh?
It's all that baby oil.
I know.
He said, "I'll listen along." I don't think you want to do that, bro. I don't
prefer
think you
blue
want to
milk
do that.
myself.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I bet the blue milk's not pasteurized. You know?
Oh fuck. I was gonna go to Tashi Station and get some power converters. I want to go to freak off. Uncle Owen, this one's got a bad oil dispenser.
Hey,
what are you trying to pull on me here? Oh, that. Oh shit.
This oil bath is gonna feel so
But this is what happens when Star Wars continues. They're just gonna have to write in shit about current events, and it's gonna have to be about Diddy.
Yeah,
it has to be about the freak off.
And
then you just mix all the eras.
Yeah.
Just mix it. Prequels,
Like
sequels, originals.
It's like the scary movie version. It's
Ooh, yeah, there you go.
Fucked up. Yeah.
Oh fuck. The Emperor is actually Diddy.
Yeah.
In a cloak, calling the shots from jail.
Holy Jesus Christ. Well, you know why nobody saved Jabba is because he had an autoerotic asphyxiation thing. And they didn't know that she was killing him. They just thought they were just like, oh well, there's Jabba getting off again. Like
you the Banta Poodoo. Choke me.
Choke me.
Did he say? What did he say? Did he say?
Choke me.
What?
Holy stuff. Step on my tail.
Count Dookie.
Holy
He's gonna bring Count Dookie.
Uh,
Oh yeah, it occurs in the world, but there you go. In the world between worlds, so it can go across eras. There you go.
Oh yeah. Some time travel fucking.
And the worst part of it all.
I don't like sand.
They're like,
It's coarse, rough, and irritating.
it gets
everywhere.
Gets everywhere.
Especially the oil.
Yeah, well, when you mix the sand with the oil, it won't come off at all.
Oh.
That's a terrible thing.
Woo.
Woo! Chafing for weeks, son.
Takes the term grinding to a whole different level.
Exactly. As a whole another plateau of discomfort.
Annie, stay out of the sandbox. Rub my wings.
Rub my wings. Holy shit.
I guess this is the new series.
Yeah. Why not? Roger.
Star Wars Freak Off. And what did Rum say the other day? Hands free.
Hands free. Yeah, that's right. It's all above board. Darth Jamer.
We're all going to hands free now.
Is that a flashlight? Oh yeah. Yeah. That's absolutely a flashlight.
Chewie, hurry up. It's not working. We gotta go hands free. Pew, 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 pew.
No, that one goes here and that one goes there. That's right. Oh, wow. Man, those were terrible movies. Can't get over it.
Really?
The prequels?
I love the prequels.
Man, no, I didn't like them.
Revenge of the Sith, I love it.
Like I said, only the political crossover between what was really going on in real life at the time. That was the only thing I thought, oh, this is pretty smart.
Jesus Christ, we just came out of all that with legitimate comments.
Well, I mean, it happens.
I enjoyed just seeing the prim and proper Anakin finally taking the gloves off, going dark.
Yeah, but even that was kind of forced. You know?
I'm not such a bad pilot myself.
To me, it's the Jedi that are evil.
Fuck face.
Holy fucking shit.
Use Luke, use the thread.
That's right. May the thread.
That's what
may
we
the
can do.
thread
Just
be
burn
with
the shit. Let's just burn. Let's just do it. It's a Star Wars roast. There you go. Use the thread.
Yeah. May the thread be with you.
Oh, the thread be with you.
Holy smoke.
Oh,
Holy shit.
oh, fuck.
Criminy. I thought they were gonna sing "It Takes Two, baby,
Oh.
maybe me and you."
It just isn't fair.
It just isn't fair. If only I had the power of many.
This deal is getting worse all the time.
It does. It really does.
Oh, shit.
And that's coming from a guy who fucks droids.
Whoa.
Like that. I mean,
Only
he does,
ones with a
right?
rubber insert.
I mean, I didn't see any
God, metal
cavity
on
for a
skin
rubber
contact.
insert. Did you?
That would
And like,
hurt.
you think if you like had your own like sex droid, you'd like maybe program it with not such an assholey fucking personality. I couldn't think they were. You would program it with an
I'm
asshole
versed in 6 billion forms of masturbation.
of masturbation. Yeah, exactly.
Moisture farms, moisture evaporators. That's much like my
It's like my first job.
oil squirters on Mustafar.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh,
The Karma Sutra tablets. And there's
You
like
will.
a-
You won't penetrate me.
you will try.
You will try. No shit.
I will penetrate you, Anakin. You will try.
Oh. Oh, it just impacted off the surface.
Anakin, I have the high ground. You've been penetrated. I hate you.
I hate you. It burns. It burns. Holy smokes. Worst choreography, too. Terrible.
No, they were good, man. Those were good fights. Those were good.
No, they
battles.
were awful. As
Like-
somebody who actually practices swordplay,
Oh, well, come
were
on.
awful.
Come on. It's a
No, they
movie.
were
Suspend belief for a minute. Grab the
No,
popcorn.
I can't do that.
Grab
I
the popcorn, poke the hole in the bottom of the bucket.
Oh, well, I do that anyway.
I mean, come on.
I do that anyway. Sometimes I do it alone.
Any extra butter?
Yeah. All right, don't drop the phone. Don't drop the phone.
Oh, shit. Already?
Man, I don't
son.
know. There's something
Eddie,
wrong.
he broke the seal. Come on, get the penetrating oil.
Get it now. Sometimes you gotta let the beast out.
If we
Oh, the wind's blowing back on me
the
now.
neighbors turn their lights on, oh shit.
All right. Sometimes I get the odd person like walking by too. I've come out here and like, oh hi, trick or treat.
This isn't pasteurized.
This is
You can have
not
some. You can have
pasteurized.
some if you want.
That's right. The enamel's good for your teeth.
It's hard pressed
That's right.
to find a stream where there's actually a stream on stream.
Right. Well, it's
I
yeah,
haven't seen
exactly.
one. You just
Such a
you
strong
just probably did a first right there.
No, I saw you pee in a cup on one of your streams.
Yeah, I was drunk. I didn't tell anybody but you afterwards. You couldn't
No,
tell.
but you know, no, you didn't.
You
tell
could
me.
tell after I told you because I just went real still,
I knew you were
real sullen, and it was like 8 people on the screen, so everybody was really tiny. And I just stopped talking for like 15 minutes, and I was like, "Fuck, I gotta go."
You know what really gave it away
And
was this. You were like,
and I was just like
checking to make sure you didn't go over the rim. You know.
I looked down slow, and I looked back up,
You're like, okay.
and then I took the cup out of fucking camera, and I sat it down. I was like, "Holy shit, that was a lot."
Oh,
That was like a 32-ounce fucking big gulp.
You
man.
also, when you got the cup, you checked to make sure it was already empty, and you're like, "Oh, this is."
Well, I was drinking, so
and then you were like,
didn't want to waste alcohol.
Yeah, and then you like scooted forward on your chair, and you're like, and then both hands
Just
disappeared.
impacted on the surface.
It just impacted on the surface. Yeah, exactly.
So you don't remember your trip to Disney World when you were a kid then?
Me?
Yeah.
I remember most of it.
There he is.
Who is that?
He's from Haunted Mansion. He holds the ropes together when you walk in.
Oh.
I just finished this today. I got another one on the
I saw that earlier. earlier, did I go in the Haunted Mansion?
I had to slice it at the wing, so I did.
I was one of the first groups of people to go on the Tower of Terror.
Okay, so you would have went in the 90s then, huh?
Yeah, it just like that fucker just opened. The Tower of Terror was open, but the Jurassic Park was not open.
Over at Universal, yeah.
Yeah, that was time frame.
Tower of Terror actually pulls faster than the speed of what a weight would fall. Or was it the force of gravity or some shit?
Really?
Yeah.
It was pretty cool. I did it.
It lifts you up out of that seat. It definitely puts your brain in the top of your head.
I did it 2 or 3 times. And like at first, the whole family did it, and then I was like, "Man, I'm gonna go again." And then like everybody was like, "Nope, you're on your own." And I was like, well, "What the fuck? I'll go."
Yeah, my insides have been scrambled enough for one day.
Yeah, no, it was pretty cool.
It probably felt like this lady right here. Andy, rub my wings.
Rub my wings.
Not like that. He put oil on his wings.
Doing a wonga.
We don't understand.
Oh,
why did you send the Jedi?
It doesn't really sound like him. You gotta work on that one. I'm not saying I can do it better.
I can do a better one. I'm just tired.
It's tired. Like you got to put a little more samurai into it, you know. Like
he does the breathing though, like Watto. It's like the same guy that did Watto.
It's close, but there's a little less. Going.
It sounds like he's like stuttering too, because he's like.
Yeah, the one guy was stuttering because he's scared.
Yeah.
Big pussy. Get him out of my sight.
Anakin. You have a particular set of skills, Anakin.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, dude! You kill him, and you kill Maul, but you bring back Maul.
Like, well, they brought him back too because he told Obi-Wan, "I've been here the whole time."
Yeah, but that was no. And then like you give him a nice little stab, dead.
Yeah.
But he doesn't disappear, like Obi-Wan.
Right.
Right. And then you give Reva a nice little stab. You give Sabine a nice little stab, and they're like, "Oh, I'm okay. Don't worry." Lame. Fucking lame. Yeah, I would like to see, you know what I'd like to see is a young Qui-Gon Padawaning under Dooku.
Dooku, yeah. They showed us a little piece of that. That was pretty
cool. Just a sliver.
That was pretty cool.
That was cool. That was like the coolest part of that whole what the
fuck? Feel like Qui-Gon probably would have left the Order.
Oh yeah.
Maybe not gone that far to the other side or whatever, but he might have just kind of maybe like a conscientious objector or whatever, like kind of like Ahsoka left, just said fuck it, I don't have faith in this anymore.
Yeah,
but I don't like what the other side's doing either, so I'm just gonna go on my way.
He definitely would have not been. He
would have been like a Billy Jack.
Yes,
just left and picked up, done justice wherever he went.
Yeah. One tin soldier rides away.
Did his own thing, you know.
Well, I think he would have taken better care of Dooku.
Qui-Gon Jack.
I almost said Dooku too, but
Dookie?
Dookie?
Anakin, call the Jedi on your phone list. Call Dookie.
I don't think Dooku would have been as fooled, you know, because like when he told
Qui-Gon was feared by Palpatine.
What would you think if I told you that the Senate was under the power of a Sith Lord? Like, was he not Darth Tyrannus yet when he said that?
Who said that?
Dooku, when he had Obi-Wan in the fucking Hanoi Hilton there. Boba Hicks.
When he was talking to Tyrannus, I think he was clouding it. But
he was Tyrannus by then?
Yeah, I don't think he Sidious, sorry, I'm sorry. I meant to say Sidious.
Oh.
I don't think he saw him as the Emperor. I think the Emperor was able to cloud that to him, and he only saw Sidious. You know what I mean? Like he saw like his true self rather than who he was pretending to be, because I feel like the Emperor was just pretending to be the Emperor, that he was Sidious the whole time, you know?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Totally.
So in that way, Dooku saw the real him and didn't really see the disguise and didn't really get it like that way.
Oh. But when he was copping out to Obi-Wan, what would you think? if I told you
It was almost like an offer, like, "Hey, we've already infiltrated. You should join us." It was like he was playing games with him.
Oh, see,
They
I thought
said
that
they
maybe
were
he
saying
was.
like when he had Obi-Wan up in the beams,
Yeah.
that he was it was like psychological. He was trying to break him down to make him join him.
Oh, okay. He wasn't
And
really.
Obi-Wan was resisting, like, "No, I'm not going to do it." He's very
It may
flippant
take
about
some
it.
time to secure your release,
Yeah,
fucker. Yeah.
yeah. Secure this,
Secure this.
cocksucker. What if they fucking just cuss like they're in prison and shit? Like, secure this, cocksucker.
Secure this, motherfucker. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I don't feel like people say cocksucker enough.
No,
I don't
it's a
that's
lost
my
art.
dad's favorite. That's my dad's favorite.
Cocksucker.
And, like, no one says it around here but me. Like, fuck you, cocksucker. Like, somebody, I feel like that should be brought back.
Sucker. I always say it like that.
Like, how do you do that again?
Sucker.
Sucker. Get a little extra. Pull your back into it.
Well, they know what they're getting.
They really know. They know you're serious.
Yeah.
My dad used to say father stabber, mother raper. Which I always thought,
Oh,
yeah. I've
the
never heard
uncussed cuss. Okay.
Dude, that's like
That's really wild. Yeah.
that's bad, huh?
Son of a businessman.
No shit. Yeah. Look, I've seen two buzzards fucking in midair, but I ain't never seen no shit like this.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Stick your head up a bull's ass.
That's
Don't say it. Don't say it.
what the fuck?
You
So
remember
wild.
Black Sheep, don't you? Tommy
Yeah.
Boy?
Yeah. Was that Tommy Boy or was
I
that?
don't know, Black Sheep, wasn't it? When he's trying to get the parts, the auto parts business.
Oh yeah, that
Brian
was
Dennehy?
that was Tommy Boy. Yeah. I could
Brian
take a
Dennehy?
dump in a box and mark it guaranteed, but then you'd only have a guaranteed piece of shit. It's got to be.
And then he goes, you can stick your head up a bull's ass. And David Spade goes, don't do it. Don't say it. And then he finally got it right at the end. That was hilarious.
It's got to be your bull. No, it's got to be your bull. Yeah, was that the only thing Brian Dennehy was ever in besides Rambo? Besides,
Well,
like a
maybe
million
that we
Hallmark
know, but he
movies?
was in a lot of shit. He was on TV stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a big.
He was always like the crooked cop in a movie or
I don't
the
remember
fucking
too many
lieutenant. Yeah.
I don't remember too many other Brian Dennehy films. Brian Keith maybe, but not
Well, Brian Dennehy was gosh, he was in a lot of movies where he was like military, ex-military, crooked military.
I don't remember. I just remember.
He was that guy. Just, hey, we need to play a police lieutenant. What are you doing this weekend?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Well, how much are you paying? I'll be there, you know.
It's like
I
Stacy.
can't get the Alec Guinness deal. I'll be there.
I'll be there. It's like Stacy Keach in the mid '80s. Just like
Did you ever see the show Prison Break?
no, I don't.
Stacy Keach played a warden in that show, and I was like, "Oh shit!" We went back and watched that show. It's from like 2005, something crazy.
Really?
The cell phones were all just the old brick cell phones and
Oh
shit.
yeah, like a Nokia.
And then they took a 5-year break, and when they came back, smartphones were around. So then they all had to make sure they showed you that they're using a smartphone.
They're like
Oh,
up
my
on
God,
the
it was
times.
fucking hilarious. But yeah, Stacy Keach was in there.
You remember Mike Hammer?
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember that.
yeah.
And then what? I don't think it was Mike Hammer, but what was the one where the guy's gun talked to him? You remember that?
No,
Was that Mike Hammer?
his gun talked to him.
Yeah. Like somebody would like bump into him on the street, and his gun would be like, "You don't have to take that shit," and he'd fucking blow him away. Don't let people talk to you like that.
Oh shit,
Like,
I don't
"Yeah,
remember
you're right.
that.
Fucking, fucking
Just kill
blast
people at
them.
random.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Oh yeah. God, I thought it was just like I thought the guy's still, it's like what's his name, like Philip Marlowe, like there's a whole bunch of people that play
Yeah.
him. Like Liam Neeson was Philip Marlowe, and then like Robert Mitchum was Philip Marlowe like 25 years before that.
Yeah.
I think it's the same thing with Mike Hammer.
Is he related to Mike Hunt?
No.
No.
No. Have you met Mike Hunt?
Possibly.
Maybe. It's pretty dark under the footbridge. You never know what you're running into.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, see? Yeah, Stacy Keach was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I remember
He
I asked
definitely was at some freak offs back in the day.
Oh yeah, that was. I was like, when I was a little kid, I was like, "What's wrong with it?" Because even with a mustache, you could tell there was something wrong. And my dad's like, it's a hair lip. And like, apparently you're not supposed to say that now. Did you know that? Yeah. I think it's a cleft palate.
Annie, there can be only one. And it's me. Drink the oil, Annie.
Annie, you can stick your head up a bull's ass, but
Annie, when you shit out that oil, that's when we need to talk.
Oh my god.
The Highlander cops.
Huh? I love those Highlander cops. Oh, I haven't seen Highlander.
Speaking of Highlander cops, so the guy, what's his name that played the bad guy in that? The bad
in Highlander?
Highlander. The evil guy that was trying to kill everybody to get
Sean Connery?
To be the no.
Oh no, that was his buddy.
He killed Sean Connery.
Oh, you're right. My bad.
He killed everybody, and he was trying to get to the last guy so he could have all their power. He figured out like every time he'd kill one, he'd get like a lightning strike.
I don't fucking remember that.
But I was gonna say, speaking of cops, he went on to play a freaking cop in every goddamn movie and show. Kurgan. Thanks.
Who was the act? Was he like
his name was it like Whitney or Clancy? That's it, Clancy. He's he's done like narrating in video games, and he's a cop, and the movies he's a cop. It's like always a cop.
Yeah. But Harrison Ford's worried about getting typecast as Han Solo.
Yeah, fuck him.
Who's like you don't want to be typecast as like the coolest fucking guy in the galaxy, fucking the fucking princess, shooting motherfuckers.
Fancy dildos and ancient religions won't get you in the freak off, kid.
Won't get you in the freak off. That's right. Nothing like having a good
battery powered. It's a battery powered sex toy, Luke. It's a more refined age.
He voices Savage Opress. Oh,
yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah, that's the same guy who was. Is that the same guy who voiced Ryder? What's his name in Rebels? And wasn't he the cop in like Shawshank Redemption?
Shawshank, yeah, the guard.
Yeah, okay, I know you're talking about. Yeah,
the guard. Yeah.
Ah, I forgot.
He was in Green Mile too.
Was he?
I think so.
Huh. Yeah, I forgot he was the bad guy in Highlander.
Yeah.
And he looked a lot bigger.
Yeah, he was pretty vicious back then. I think he's a big guy and just I got a little old, but Yeah.
Well, he doesn't look that big in like Shawshank.
No. He was probably pumped up and a lot younger for Highlander too,
Yeah, but I mean you don't shrink like 16 inches.
No.
Because like in Highlander, he looked like a fucking 6'8".
If you go to the freak off, Annie, you're gonna shrink 16
You're gonna
inches.
shrink a little bit.
It's gonna find a way,
Annie, take this blue pill.
Never mind, I already did.
Take 2. Holy smokes! Yeah, but you know who he always looked like was the painting in the Matty Vigo. Kind of like the same.
He says the detectives in Highlander had a good run after that, but it's like a lot of guys. Buckaroo Banzai, yeah. A lot of these guys, though, they get typecast into these roles, and then they're probably after a while like, fuck it, I can do this in my sleep. I'll take it. Give me the paycheck.
Yeah, what the fuck? God forbid we have an easy fucking paycheck.
Right. Especially with acting. It's like, I don't have to go try out for it. I don't have to wait in line and eat shit. Let's go.
All the greatest of all time, right? John Wayne, Charles Bronson, Steve McQueen, James Coburn, Robert Vaughn, Yul Brynner, they all fucking played themselves.
Yeah.
And they're still to this day the greatest fucking.
Hey, Pilgrim, after the set today, we're going to a little freak off.
We're going to a freak off, Pilgrim. He only said Pilgrim in one movie.
But God, it was such a way that he said it, it just stuck.
Yeah. Exactly.
You bring the oil.
You bring. Well, if the Duke tells you to bring the oil, goddamn
That's right.
Fucking oil.
You pick up the oil, Pilgrim.
Yeah, exactly.
Make sure you drink it before you show up.
That's right. Man, no, that guy, what was it like? I mean, fucking over 50 years and like 250 films. Like, it's like
what a whore. What a fucking greedy whore.
Fucking greedy whore.
God damn it. The phone rings. Says, hello.
Hello.
Can you say Pilgrim in our movie? I sure can. I'll be there tomorrow.
Yeah. Can you come say Pilgrim? Dude, he had like his own wardrobe too. You know what I mean? Like, brought his own horse. I had his own guns. Like, it was easy.
Who else? Who's like in our time that's done? So I know Samuel L. Jackson's been in over 100. Who else is up there like that?
Oh, without looking, I really wouldn't know.
Just without looking, I don't know. But it's like after a while, man, you gotta like start forgetting who you were in stuff with, what you did. I've heard like Samuel L. Jackson say he takes a lot of roles now because he just wants to say that he was in a movie with a certain actor, or he'd really like to work with somebody. He was in Goodfellas because he wanted to work with De Niro, and he was only in a couple scenes. He fucking overslept and he got killed for it. Michael Biehn. Was it Michael Biehn in Terminator?
No, who's Michael Biehn?
Isn't he the John Connor's dad? John Connor's DNA.
I thought Michael Biehn was the guy from. I thought that was Johnny Ringo from.
Oh yeah.
You think John Travolta would probably? And I'm not like a huge John Travolta fan, but like he's got
100.
I mean, maybe, yeah.
Man, I don't know.
Yeah, Darth Wizzy was. Yeah, Michael Biehn was Johnny Ringo.
Yeah, well, that's the guy. He was in Terminator.
Was he?
Yeah. He was the DNA provider for John Connor.
Oh, okay.
He was the Huckleberry.
Sometimes I can't.
He was the Huckleberry seeker.
Yeah. I think that what's his name who plays Venom? Oh, Tom Hardy.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's one of the fucking greatest modern actors going around. Man, you watch like Capone and Lawless, and then the comedy he does in Venom. And what's the film where he plays the two gangster twins from England? Have you seen that movie?
Is that a movie or a series?
No, it's a movie. The Cray he plays the Cray twins. I don't remember what the name of the film is, but like that. Fuck, that's a great. And have you seen? I just watched this the other day. It's called. I think it's called Brothers, and it's got Josh Brolin and then the midget from.
Yeah, I just watched it. It's fucking hilarious.
That's fucking hilarious.
That fucking orangutan and shit.
Dude, that's one of the funniest modern things ever made.
Fucking orangutans making him beat him off.
Dude, and I'm sitting, and I was here by myself when I watched it, and I literally yelled out loud. I was like, "Why the fuck was this not in theaters?" Like
I was Amazon Prime, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was on Prime.
I think Amazon paid for that.
Dude, that was fucking brilliant.
I cried laughing when fucking Brolin's sitting there waiting on him. And that fucking orangutan grabs his hand. He's like, "What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't do that. Fuck."
Yeah.
He's fucking jerk.
Like, and then he tells the lady, he's like, "I jerked it off." He tells his wife, remember? He's like, I jerked him off. What the fuck? And Brendan Fraser was in that, right?
Yeah, he was psychotic, man.
He's not in a lot of shit anymore.
No.
So that was like a treat.
He was kicking the shit out of him.
Dude,
that was hilarious, dude.
That was a great. Y'all all have to fucking see. I always like Josh Brolin too, man. I think No Country for Old Men was fucking awesome.
They have another show on Amazon that Brolin stars in called Outer Range. It's kind of like Yellowstone meets.
Is that the one with the hole in the ground?
Yeah, kind of like time travel.
Yeah, I haven't seen all
fucking
that.
Great series.
I'll watch anything with.
It's only 2 seasons.
Brolin.
It's only 2 seasons.
Did you see the remake of True Grit with Josh Brolin? And
yeah,
that was great.
Yeah.
I saw that fucker.
True Grit. That was also
John Wayne.
Yeah, but the remake.
Jeff Bridges.
Jeff Bridges. Yeah. God, he was amazing in that.
And look, that film made me a Matt. I've never been like a big Matt Damon, Ben Affleck. I never.
What was the Jeff Bridges? What was the movie with Jeff Bridges and Ryan Reynolds? The R.I.P.D. or R.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen
the R.I.P.D.
Yeah, where they're like.
It's kind of a little bit like Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
From the nether region.
Did you see the one with Jeff Bridges and where his partner's Indian? They're Texas Rangers. It's like on Prime. And it's much more serious, but it's fucking awesome.
What's the one that was on the Indian reservation? Dark Winds or something like that?
Oh yeah, I haven't seen that, but
that's good. That's good.
Yeah, I'm sure that is good.
You'd really like that.
I bet I would. Did you watch Longmire? You
I
got
can't remember.
You got
It
Longmire.
sounds familiar.
In the Navajo cop in that movie that show you're just talking about. He's from the show Longmire, where he was also a Navajo cop police chief, and then Longmire is one of the guys from the Matrix in the black suit.
Oh yeah.
The real big-headed. He's Australian too. I can't remember his name, but Longmire is fuck man. That is a great Bone Tomahawk. Yeah, I saw that. I saw Bone Tomahawk. That's the Kurt Russell one where it's like the story of Beowulf meets the Wild West. Like that was like a Beowulf remake, right? It's like the 13th Warrior. Like that's a totally a
13th Warrior was amazing.
Yeah, and like Bone Tomahawk is totally Beowulf, but it's in the American.
It sounds like a porn.
Yeah. But it's not.
Of course.
But yeah, that was I don't know. I watched The Hateful Eight and I didn't
care for it.
Not really. I don't know why. I like my westerns a little more. I don't know. I didn't like it. But I do like that what's that guy's name? Walton Goggins from Justified.
Walt Goggins, yeah.
Yeah,
and then he was in the Fallout series.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet, but
amazing.
Because I do like that Walter Goggins guy.
It's hard to transfer a video game into a television show, and Last of Us pulled it off.
Well,
and Fallout pulled it off.
We dug coal together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Halo didn't pull it off.
I didn't see that.
But Fallout with Walt Goggins.
I generally don't watch video games made into movies. I don't know why.
I'm telling you, like
deep in
Fallout,
heart,
they did it right.
Did they?
Last of Us, they did it right.
I will watch the one with the Goggins guy in it because I do like him as an actor. I think pretty cool.
Yeah. And he's a Western style character.
We just rewatched. I think we're like on the last couple episodes of the last season, but where we just rewatched. Well, it was new to my wife, and I was like, "You never seen Justified?" You know, but
that was a long running series back around the time of Sons of Anarchy and stuff like that.
I think it was like 6 seasons. You know, and then like Timothy Oliphant. So like he, you know, in Deadwood, he's the marshal.
Yep.
And in Justified, he plays the same marshal.
Yeah.
And then of course in Mando, plays the same marshal.
He's a marshal. Yeah.
So like
he had that shit down.
He's got it down. And like he even taught, like he always does the same hand gestures.
Yeah.
You know? And
well,
then,
that's
like,
him, you know?
Oh, yeah. Like he's like, it's like John Wayne. He's not fucking acting.
Yeah.
You know? He's not fucking acting. Not at all. He's just doing his thing. And it's awesome. Yeah, that's I'd like to see more of him and shit. As long as he's a marshal, I guess. You know? I still think Deadwood
Fire Marshal Bill. Yeah.
Was that your fucking Jim Carrey impression?
That was Fire Marshal Bill.
Oh.
That wasn't Jim Carrey. That was Fire Marshal Bill.
Well, that could have been Jim Carrey from almost every fucking movie he ever did.
He never rolled the lip under. He only did that for Fire Marshal Bill.
He did that.
Oh no, he did it in what was the one? Me, Myself, and Irene, because he took the pill and it didn't have the water. He was like,
and then like in The Mask, he kind of did that. Like he didn't do it on purpose, but he definitely had his lip rolled up. And then Ace Ventura, which was like the best Jim Carrey film ever made. You know, fucking like, dude, Ace Ventura is like you remember when he fucking that one cop who was the bad guy hitman in Dumb and Dumber. And,
yeah.
But he was like talking shit to Ace Ventura, and Ace Ventura just like fucking put him on the ground.
Yeah.
You know, and like.
Right. Was this before or after he was born out of the rhinoceros's butthole?
No, this was in the first one because the butthole rhinoceros butthole is the second one, which wasn't quite as good, I don't think. But the first one was like, people talk shit about Ace Ventura, but like he was a badass. He was like Billy Jack. He was like, I'm gonna put my fucking foot, you know, my right foot on the left side of your fucking face, and he did. He was like, bam. And he put the guy down. That was fucking great. That was fucking great. But that guy went off the deep end, huh? Poor old Jim Carrey. He grew that beard. Like, I saw some interviews with him, and he's like, he might be acting, but I guess that.
I think it's all an act. Yeah, I think he
But he was
loves
supposed
it.
to like the Truman Show, or not the Truman Show. What's the
Andy?
Moon? That was supposed to like fuck him up or whatever, but that doesn't make any sense. Like, why?
I think he was already like that.
How he just thought like, oh, I could probably get away with this more because
Exactly.
about Andy Kaufman.
Yep.
And he's like, my favorite fucking person that was Tony Clifton. Like, that's
Jesus.
He's like, hey, yeah, and he's fucking throwing cigarettes at people. That was brilliant, dude. Fucking brilliant. Yeah, there's some good shit going on, but you definitely should watch Longmire. I mean, I'm not everything I like.
I know I've probably seen it. It's just been so long.
It was.
I don't remember much, but
did you see Horizon with
not Horizon? What was the other one you mentioned?
I don't know. Deadwood.
Oliphant.
Oh, yeah, Deadwood.
Justified. Deadwood and Justified. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Dude.
I think too. A lot of these shows, like I had watched the first season of Breaking Bad and then missed the next 5 because of work or schedule or whatever, and I just didn't go back to rewatch until years later, and then it was like, holy shit, this is so good, and then
is it good? I've never seen it.
And then the Better Call Saul, and then you start to piece stuff together, and you're like, oh fuck, how did I miss that? 2 seasons ago that happened, and they're just now answering it. It was amazing writing, and
is it good?
Yeah.
My wife has seen the Breaking Bad, but I haven't seen it. But she said I should.
I wouldn't watch Better Call Saul until I watched Breaking Bad, because Saul was the lawyer in Breaking Bad. And they started his own show after a spinoff. And then there's events that tie back. So if you watched it first, you might not get it, or it might kind of ruin it,
Oh, okay.
So it's best to watch Breaking Bad first and then Better Call Saul.
Now Saul that's not the bald guy.
It's Bob Odenkirk. He was in gosh, what was that movie recently? Average Guy or Normal Guy or something.
Yeah, he's got like reddish hair.
Yeah.
He's kind of
He's
small.
not bald. Yeah, no. The bald guy is Mike.
Mike,
can't remember his last name. He's like a former retired cop or something, kind of overseeing security or something.
And that same actor, if you remember Beverly Hills Cop.
Yep.
He was, and I think his name was Mike.
Yep.
Wasn't
it's all the same shit.
Yeah.
Nobody can come up with anything different.
He's like the same guy.
And his real name's probably Mike.
Yeah, maybe it is.
You know?
You don't have to miss. You're not going to miss your cue with that one, right? Like, that was a pretty good. He was.
Good morning and welcome to the Monday Rush. It's the Lak Attack. He's back.
And he's got a full nutsack.
Okay.
For now.
I ran out of steam. I'm spent.
Yeah. I might not. I might.
All the freak off just got me.
The freak off was definitely. Was it good for you, Annie? Annie? Little Annie?
Wake up, Annie. Rub these wings.
Oh, my God. Misa don't want to touch it.
Are you an angel, Watto? Spacemen, they see him flying.
Oh, my God.
Is it true you don't have to wipe when you can fly?
Well, that shit ruined that kid's life, huh? So he says?
The fallout from the movies, like how he was treated afterwards.
Yeah, he had to like.
That kid was in some big movies before that, though. With Arnold Schwarzenegger and
school and shit, and then.
Yeah. Probably because people blew some shit at the movie, and then the kids hear it, and then kids are vicious. They bully and pick on each other.
I have to say,
shit.
I probably would have fucking made fun of that kid too.
I guess for me, I would have been like, "Wow, you were in a movie," rather than "Your movie sucked." I would have been like, "Wow, it's really cool you were in a movie." You know what I mean?
I guess so, but
I think
it would be really hard to not inundate him.
I honestly think.
Are you an angel?
I think it's like PTSD, and there's certain kids that can't handle it after they get out of that world. because you're getting all this attention and you're like made to feel so good and money's coming in, your parents are happy, this and that. And then people kind of fuck with you as you get older and you just don't know how to deal with
You
shit.
think maybe Diddy got to him?
I mean, there could have been some Diddy type experiences in his past, maybe that fucked him up, but just to assume none of that happened, let's just say none of it happened. Let's just say his parents took care of
I
him.
could see him
They
being
were around
at school for saying shit like he said in that movie, though.
Yeah.
Like I could see that, and I might have even participated in it because, because it's too easy. I really don't know.
And then if he did have issues before it, it just becomes more prevalent in his life, and then it kind of takes over.
Yeah.
And
sad.
Like some of the better examples of child actors that grew up okay would be like Jerry. What's his name? Was it McConnell that was in Stand By Me? And now he's like on a game show, and he's like doing all right. I don't know. Jason Bateman, he's doing all right. The kid that played Zach in Saved by the Bell, he's doing all right. Mario Lopez is doing all right.
Whatever happened to like that Ricky Schroeder?
Ricky Schroeder's kind of a turd.
Is he?
Politically motivated with everything he does. Has to throw that shit all over the place. Like, just shut the fuck up and get the silver spoon back out, you cocksucker.
Oh, yeah.
So then they're not getting the roles they wanted. So then they're mad at the world. It's like
that Caruso kid went on to be whatever that cop show was. I guess he turned out all right, huh?
Yeah. Some deal with it. Some don't. Some get invited to the Diddy party, never come back.
Never make it out alive.
Never make it out.
Crazy.
Sadly, there was a lot of that nastiness going on back in the day. The Coreys, Feldman and Haim. And
well, look at
Feldman tried to tell people for years the shit was going on, and as crazy as he seems, he was fucking right.
Oh yeah.
And they show clips of him and Haim had a reality show before Corey Haim died. And Corey Haim was like, well, where were you when all this abuse was going on? He goes, you want to know the truth? I was being raped.
No shit.
And he finally named some guy that was like a producer. And then you hear about these kids on these shows where the script supervisor was going and asking the parents to let the kid stay the night with him. And they were like, okay.
Yeah,
you're making money. You're working on a Hollywood production. I guess it's okay. And the kid, you kind of find out 10 years later that the kid was sucking the guy's dick for the perceived trade that he'd be the star or whatever of the show and stuff like that.
Holy shit.
It's crazy.
Well, that shit goes way back. Like that's what happened to Judy Garland, right?
Yeah.
And Shirley Temple. I guess.
And then the other forms of abuse besides sexual would be physical and also sort of psychological warfare, like the Jacksons. Michael Jackson was so fucked up, he didn't even know what he was, who he was. He wanted to be like fucking Pinocchio. He wanted his skin to be a different color and his face to be different. And then he would sit there and look you in the eye and you'd be like, Mike, how much surgery have you had to your nose? I haven't had any. Okay, so if I hold up the Off the Wall album cover, you're a black man with a wide nose and an afro. And if I hold up this picture from this album, you're a white man with a skinny nose and blonde hair. Like he didn't know, man.
Yeah.
He didn't know. His dad fucked him all up.
Mm-hmm.
And from the sounds of it, his whole family's got a little bit of that.
Yeah. Well, his sister had kind of the same issue.
Yeah. Like even Janet, who seemed pretty normal, she's lost in this world of just not accepting that anything was like it was, and it's like there's a lot of that shit that went on.
Yeah.
Beach Boys. They had issues. The Wilsons had issues with their dad, beating them and shit, and craziness, and making them practice 14 hours straight and beating their ass, and just insanity, man. And then you see Brian goes off the deep end with mental issues and stuff before he passed away and all that.
Wow.
It's fucked up. The Brady Bunch were fucking each other. They're fucking family now. What are you guys doing? That's your fucking, that's Tiger. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Cindy, get your fucking Sally Suck-a-Lot doll and go back in the house. Get out of here. Oliver, put your pants back on.
Yeah, that's right.
Alice, stop letting Sam bring you the meat.
Yeah,
What the
exactly.
fuck? He's hitting on my wife, and I'm gay. Christ's sake.
Giving all the boys hands to go to bed. It's just to calm them down.
Oh, fuck.
It's just to get a good night rest, that's all.
Oh, fuck.
That's fucking crazy.
So,
Well, way to bring the fucking stream down.
The Sick and Twisted Order number 69.
That's right. Holy smokes.
Execute Order 69.
Fucking A. Fucking A. Snake in there and
Snake
in there. Give her the old
hung in me bum.
Give her the old high hard one.
How dare you?
Oh my gosh, we're gonna
Wasn't ready.
You better get
Oh, you're pissing again.
I think so.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this has been amazing.
It has been amazing.
We've done all the accents. We've spoken all the languages.
We have. We've solved a lot of
I
problems.
don't even know what I'm saying. This is Lak's channel.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about it.
I'm just glad you could see me.
I'm glad that I could see you.
I'm not glad that we're about to see more of you than we paid for, but
No, it's all free.
here on the Monday Mayhem, you get more than your fair share.
That's right. That's right. Whoa! No, don't drop the...
And you know what else is more surprising?
What?
Oh, I thought it was 7 a.m. It's only 2 a.m. It's a 6-hour stream. Okay.
Yeah, we're 6 hours.
I was like, my God, it's still dark. No, it should be.
That time change really fucked
We
with
talked
you.
about Clancy Brown having an appearance in the prequels, and you didn't even know it.
Didn't even know it. I knew it.
Because he was the voice of Savage Opress.
I was
And
there.
then,
Not the prequels, but
the prequel.
oh yeah, I do remember
Backwool.
that. Yeah, he has a pretty distinctive voice. I can't believe I didn't. But like I picked Ryder up right away, right? I'm like, that's the guy from Shawshank Redemption. He was in something else I just saw recently too. I can't remember what. Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, don't. You didn't even wash your hands.
I didn't. Urine is sterile.
Let me just say this.
Say it.
If you're out to dinner on a date
Mm-hmm.
and you're in a fancy restaurant and you wash your hands and it smells magnificent, I don't care how good it smells. Don't walk out of the bathroom sniffing your fingers. That's my advice.
Don't.
It's not going to look good. Not a good look.
Not a good look.
No.
Well, I'm married now, so I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. You can walk up to her and say, "Here, smell this."
Hey, is this all right?
What do you think
You
of
ever
it?
give him like, hey, let me ask you something. Does this smell infected to you?
And then she'll go,
Yeah. You gotta wash them nuts, son.
trying to push this thing out. Indy was hiding it all them years with his hand over it.
No wonder.
Y'all thought it was just his head.
Oh my
Pushing the baby out of that pee hole.
God.
Got his hands on
I
his
think
butt,
doing it from the
spreading
squat
his butt
position,
cheeks, and he's got an animal crawling out his pee hole.
she's at a very odd angle too, like on your knees like that. I don't think that's probably why she's having so much trouble.
She's straining. She's straining like she just had.
That's why they
KFC.
have like the she's like on her knees. Like, like maybe a full squat would probably make much more sense. That's why
They
they
finally
have
find Luke Skywalker, and
yeah, no shit. Not a word said. And scene.
Insane.
Holy fucking shit.
Okay, that's a wrap for the day, and I'm spent.
Oh yeah, $150 million. Good job, Mark. Appreciate it.
Here's your check.
Here's your check. That was
Grab
great.
a plate at Craft Services on your way out.
Dude, what a shit fest. And for the most part, percentage-wise, it hasn't gotten much better.
Yeah.
Not really. Not really. Well, I hope we get some good views. We'll have to do this. We'll have to do it again sometime.
All the time.
All the time.
But only 50% of it.
Freak off. Huh?
The freak off.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to do a live, it should definitely be in the 3 to 6 hour mark.
Yeah. First time I can't remember. Well, I think I tried to do a 24-hour once, and my computer about caught on fire after about 10 hours.
Oh, yeah.
And I wasn't even in the room. I just left it on.
Oh,
Like at
Well,
Christmas time or something
No,
weird.
that's
I don't
cheating.
remember.
That's cheating.
Oh, I mean, I was in some of it. I'd get up and I'd come in and get online, maybe see one person.
Hi, everybody.
I'd leave the room, come back, nobody's on there. And I'd be like,
It just isn't fair.
This isn't fair. It's not. It's not.
And then I'd leave him with this.
I don't like sand.
Oh.
It's coarse, rough, and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Especially in your oil dumper.
That's right. Yeah, that baby oil picks it right up. It's no good. Well, I'll let you go. I'm gonna sneak in here and
mosey on down the
that high
trail.
hard one. Why
All
not?
right.
Yeah, fuck it. It's all right.
Happy
All right.
trails.
Yes, and to you, my friend.
May the
thread be with you.
May the thread be with you, and may the freak off be with you.
May
the oil be with you.
May the freak off be with us all.
Baby oil be with you.
Yeah, baby.
The thread.
All right. Well, this was fun.
All right.
And we'll do it again.
All right.
Thanks to everybody. The 6 people. 11 people are like, fuck this fucking. These guys are
sick.
Like, whew.
They're disgusting.
These guys are totally unoriginal. All right. So at the 6 hour, 34 minute, and 28 second mark, we bid you adieu.
Later,
taters. Love y'all. Roger Moore was the greatest. I just got thrown off because he left. Roger Moore was the greatest James Bond.